This morning to host the first hearing of the Congressional Executive Commission on China in the 119th Congress. I am to serve as the chair of the commission. I'm very honored for that responsibility, alongside with my co-chair, Representative Chris Smith, who I understand is going to run a few minutes late today, so we're going to make sure he's here. But we wanted to get this going. I want to thank my Senate colleagues who are here. This commission has a really long history of bipartisan work, bicameral work on one of the most important relationships that we have in the United States, and that's with the Chinese government and the Chinese people. And it's an honor to serve with Congressman Smith, who's been such a champion on so many of these issues for decades. I look forward to engaging in close cooperation with Senator Merkley as well, who's also been a leading voice on so many of these issues and has led this commission with skill and passion over the past 4 years. So it's a good group, and I appreciate my colleagues who are here right now. Today's hearing comes at a pivotal moment. For 75 years, the People's Republic of China has vowed to bring Taiwan under its control. We have our own Taiwan Relations Act. We have the One China policy. However, in recent years, that pressure, not just, by the way, with regard to Taiwanese, but other people, including American citizens, has intensified and globalized, with Beijing not only targeting Taiwan across the strait, it is projecting intimidation across borders, institutions, using political transnational repression as tools of coercion among people across the globe. The title of this hearing rhymes with major legislation of mine, the Stand With Taiwan Act. That bill, which I've introduced in the last two Congresses and will soon be introducing again, has great bipartisan support. Senators Graham, Duckworth, and Coons are the top co-sponsors, and I would encourage strong bipartisan support with my colleagues here. And what that would do is, if there is a military invasion of Taiwan by the Communist Party and the PLA of China, this would trigger punishing comprehensive sanctions on the Chinese economy and particularly leaders of the Chinese Communist Party. Punishing economic, trade, financial, energy. We all want deterrence in the Taiwan Strait, and I think the threat of these massive sanctions might be critical in terms of deterring a cross-strait invasion of Taiwan by the PLA. We also need to deal with the here and now of Chinese coercion abroad. And again, this hearing is going to focus on the coercion of Taiwanese citizens, but I want to make sure, and I certainly will be asking questions in my Q&A with the witnesses, of repression of others, people from Hong Kong, American citizens, which is really unacceptable when that happens by the Chinese Communist Party. You know, they're good at coercing their own citizens, but they're not going to, with this Congress, be allowed to coerce Americans or those who are our allies. These threats are multifaceted. AI-generated disinformation, the extraterritorial application of PRC laws, of course, diplomatic pressure on Taiwan's allies, the public intimidation of democratically elected leaders. By the way, that's something the Chinese Communist Party would never do. They'd never stand for election themselves. They fear their own people because they know they probably wouldn't get elected if they had to stand for elections. So that makes them nervous when there's people who actually stand for elections, like we do, and go before the people. The PRC is also attempting to rewrite international norms, distorting UN General Assembly Resolution 2758 and pressuring countries to embrace Beijing's view that all necessary measures it might use to achieve unification with regard to Taiwan. Most disturbingly, The PRC has labeled Taiwan's vice president, who I know well and is a good friend of mine, and other officials as obstinate Taiwan independence diehards, threatening them with life imprisonment or worse. It has declared any Taiwanese citizen, including those living abroad, can be punished under PRC law. In a closed-door meeting earlier this year, senior CCP officials Wang Huing reportedly called for a global expansion of these intimidation tactics. According to credible reporting, Wang instructed embassies and security services, hopefully they're not doing it here in America, but they probably are, to implement, quote, proactive intimidation against so-called radical Taiwanese independence advocates worldwide, including in the United States of America. These are not abstract threats. Last year, Czech intelligence uncovered a planned, quote, kinetic operation by the PRC to intimidate then Vice President-elect B. Kim on her visit there. Again, she's a friend of mine, a great person. The PRC has also harassed international media outlets for interviewing Taiwanese leaders. Individuals around the world who criticize Beijing's Taiwan policy have been doxxed and placed under surveillance. This is transnational repression. It is a coordinated strategy to isolate Taiwan and dominate the global narrative through fear and coercion, and again, not only against Taiwanese citizens, but other citizens, including our own citizens. Every day, the CCP grows bolder and more aggressive in its threats against Taiwan, the United States, and our allies in the Indo-Pacific. We need to call that out, have open hearings like this, and push back against this transnational repression. So I want to, again, thank our witnesses. I want to thank my colleagues who are here. I'll ask, again, we're going to be waiting on Congressman Smith, but we're going to begin this hearing. I'd ask Senator Merkley, who's been a longtime champion and leader of this commission, and again, I'm very honored to serve with him, and Senator Blunt Rochester, Senator Kim as well, if he would like to make any opening statements before we call our first witness and our first panel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your appointment, and welcome to the members of the committee. I'm very glad to see that the CECC has been reconstituted. It's holding its first hearing. I've served as chair, as co-chair, and as a returning member, and I look forward to working with you in the months ahead on these important issues of China's transgressions against basic dignity and human rights, and there are threats that extend around the globe. Last Congress, I introduced the Bipartisan Transnational Repression Policy Act to address the very threat we're addressing in this hearing, and so I really appreciate that this topic is gaining more attention. I will introduce an updated version this year, and so this hearing is quite timely. The U.S. must take concrete steps to limit the ability of authoritarian states to carry out repression and hold perpetrators accountable, including as it relates to attacks against Taiwan and the Taiwanese diaspora. It's particularly important that we establish a clear government-wide definition of transnational repression, one that recognizes it as a threat to democratic institutions and to fundamental rights. I look forward to hearing from today's witnesses on the PRC's expanding use of this strategy and the broader efforts to suppress dissent abroad and how we best respond to it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Senator Merkley. And before we call our first witness, I'd ask if my Senate colleagues want to make an opening statement at all on this, or okay, great. Well, thank you for being here. Our first panel, I am honored to welcome Ms. Fan Yun, a member of the legislature of Taiwan. She will be zooming in with us, I believe, for the Democratic Progressive Party, who joins us virtually from Taiwan. MP Fan was previously an associate professor at the Department of Sociology, National Taiwan University, and served as ambassador at large of Taiwan. She holds a PhD in sociology from Yale University. We'll forgive her for that. No, that's a joke. And has been a champion of democracy for decades, participating in various pro-democracy movements in Taiwan, including the 1990 Wild Lily Student Movement and the 2014 Sunflower Movement. She is also currently serves as an advisor for Democracy Without Borders and is a member of the Interparliamentarian Alliance on China. So without further ado, hopefully we have the connection here. Virtually, we'll have MP Fawn with her testimony. You are now recognized.
Okay, Chair Senator Sullivan, Co-Chair Representative Smith, Senator Merkley, and the CECC members, thank you for having me as a witness today. I would also like to thank the U.S. Congress and administration for your long-standing bipartisan support for Taiwan. Last fall, our national baseball team won the World Baseball Softball Confederation's Premier 12 Championship, but our players were not allowed to wear jerseys bearing our country's name, nor could they proclaim our country's name in public. After hitting a divisive 3-run home run, our team's captain pointed to the blank space on his jersey where Taiwan should be, celebrating the name that cannot be named. This is the reality we live with, constantly being silenced by the PRC. However, enduring such political warfare has also built up our capacity to resist. As the title of this hearing suggests, in addition to growing military threats and economic coercion, the PRC's political warfare against Taiwan has also escalated. Their tactics include manipulation of international laws, United Front work activities, espionage, infiltration, and disinformation campaigns. In terms of lawfare, the PRC has twisted the UN Resolution 2758 for political propaganda in the international arena. They not only aim to suppress Taiwan's participation in various international organizations, but also seeks to legitimize the use of force to annex Taiwan. In addition, the Taiwan has intensified its united front and infiltration efforts within Taiwan. According to our National Security Bureau, the number of spy activity indictments in 2024 was 4 times higher than in 2021, rising from 16 to 64. Targets include the military, the parliament, both the ruling party and the opposition, and civic groups. The PRC has even recruited gangsters to build an armed support network all over Taiwan. The PRC has also established United Front organizations in Taiwan to invite religious groups, village chiefs, and college students on heavily subsidized trips to China. For college students, there are special programs attracting young Taiwanese to study, work, or start businesses in China. These activities aim to integrate them into China's economy and eventually come to view China's politics and culture in a positive light. After last year's elections, the 2 major opposition parties formed a majority voting bloc in Taiwan's legislative yuan. After their electoral victory, the leading opposition party, KMT's caucus leader, led 17 of its lawmakers, nearly 1/3 of the entire caucus, to visit China and meet Chinese officials. Shortly thereafter, the KMT, along with the TPP, rushed to put through a series of unconstitutional bills, prevented the national security legal amendments from proceeding to a first reading, and froze or slashed the national defense budget without proper justification. Many Taiwanese believe these actions show how pro-China forces are exploiting Taiwan's democratic mechanisms to undermine both its sovereignty and democracy. In terms of disinformation, our National Security Bureau reported that messages with China's influence increased from 1.3 million in 2023 to 2.2 million in 2024, being spread through newspapers and TV stations, as well as social media platforms such as TikTok. According to a think tank GTI, some media outlets have received direct instructions from the CCP's Taiwan Affairs Office regarding news coverage and editorial commentary. The PRC also funds Taiwanese influencers to produce content in China that align with its political agenda. What's the goal of the PRC's political warfare? Firstly, it seeks to distort the world's understanding of Taiwan, specifically by framing cross-strait conflicts as a domestic issue to isolate Taiwan. Secondly, the PRC works to erode Taiwanese people's confidence in the United States. A recent poll found that TikTok users in Taiwan are more likely to view China favorably and more likely to believe that a pro-USA government might provoke war. This is a clear sign that the disinformation is influencing TikTok users, most of whom are young people. Thirdly, by spreading false narratives, the PRC aims to make Taiwanese either lose confidence in their government or disengage from politics. Potentially, these actions can ultimately lead people to lose the motivation and willpower to defend our democracy. As to transnational repression, recently the PRC released an investigation report claiming that Taiwan's military conducted cyber attack against China. They publicized the names of 20 Taiwanese military officers and threatened them with arrest warrants and judicial punishment. Last month, the PRC launched a first-ever large-scale disinformation to attack a DPP legislator, Puma Shen, who was advocating for a tightened national security legislation. These transnational attacks against members of the military and the government, including the planned car coalition targeting then VP-elect Shao in Czechia, are tactics the PRC is using to intimidate Taiwanese, the cost they would have to bear if they dare to resist China. How is Taiwan countering these threats? It takes cooperation between the government and civil society. In addition to raising the national defense budget to a historical high, President Lai adopted a whole-of-society defense resilience strategy aimed at strengthening the civil defense capacity. To counter the United Front, he has proposed further national security reforms to enhance our resilience against China's United Front and infiltration tactics. To tackle disinformation, all government agencies are asked to rapidly respond to misleading information. More importantly, many NGOs have created independent fact-checking websites as well as tools that can be embedded in apps. For the cognitive warfare aiming to affect the young generation, the Ministry of Education is developing teaching materials about understanding China. It aims to teach students how to critically assess Chinese propaganda. In a highly polarized politics, the effort of the ruling government alone is insufficient. Luckily, Taiwan has a robust civil society with a strong will to defend democracy. I had the honor of serving as the chief commander of the Wild Lily student movement in 1990, calling for the democratic election of our parliament. Decades later, as a professor in 2014, I was even prouder to be part of the Sunflower Movement, witnessing the younger generations successfully opposing deeper economic integration with China. Through struggles like this, our society has built a strong democratic tradition. Even now, as I am speaking, Taiwan is in the middle of an unprecedented mass recall campaign launched by civic volunteer groups. The vote will take place this coming Saturday. 31 of the KMT's 36 elected district legislators are facing bottom-up recall because many Taiwanese believe these lawmakers have forgotten that the KMT used to be an anti-communist party. As Taiwanese, we know that our freedom did not fall from the sky. Generations of Taiwanese have fought and made sacrifices for our own democracy. We are working very hard to prevent a war from happening. However, Taiwan alone will not be enough to deter China's aggression. As you must all be aware, Taiwan's security is not only critical to the stability of the region, but also key to the global economy. Standing with Taiwan, we can work together to protect our shared value, prosperity, and the rules-based global order. Thank you all for your time and support.
Well, thank you, MP Fan, and I want to thank you for testifying today and also for your courage over many years and decades on these important issues, and we very much appreciate you participating in this important hearing. So now we are going to turn to our next panel, and we are joined by three distinguished panelists to discuss the intricacies of the PRC's multifaceted campaign against Taiwan and others. And I would like everybody to please take their position, and I'm going to introduce each of our witnesses today, starting with Rear Admiral Mike Studeman. I'd like to welcome retired Rear Admiral Mike Studeman, a former commander of the Office of Naval Intelligence. Throughout his career, Admiral Studeman has led intelligence operations at every level, from the tactical to the strategic, and supported combat operations, including Desert Storm, the Balkans, in Afghanistan. Admiral Studeman's joint assignments as a flag officer included Director of Intelligence for the nation's largest combatant command, Indo-PACOM, where I first got to meet and know Admiral Studeman when our military billets overlapped, and as the Director of Intelligence for U.S. Southern Command in Miami. He has held major command posts as a captain, including the Joint Intelligence Operations Center for U.S. Cyber Command, and Admiral Studeman now currently serves as a National Security Fellow at MITRE and is on the Board of Advisors of the National Bureau of Asian Research. Admiral, thank you for your decades of service to our country. We appreciate you being here. I also want to introduce Mr. Peter Mattis, who's president of the Jamestown Foundation. Mr. Mattis previously served as a staff director on this very commission. So welcome home, welcome back from 2019 to 2021, appointed by then Senator Marco Rubio, now our distinguished Secretary of State. During his time as staff director of the CECC, he was part of the legislative team that passed and wrote the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act, the Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act, the Tibetan Policy and Support Act, and the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. So thank you very much, Peter, on your great work here. And finally, I want to introduce our third witness, Dr. Audrey Wong. Dr. Wong is a Jean Kirkpatrick Fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and Assistant Professor of Political Science and International Relations at the University of Southern California. Her research covers China's economic statecraft, as well as China's foreign influence activities and propaganda campaigns. Dr. Wong received a PhD in security studies from Princeton University's School of Public and International Affairs, where she was a National Science Foundation Graduate Fellow. So again, we have a very distinguished panel. We will begin with opening statements from each of our witnesses, and Admiral, we will begin with you.
Sir, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Solomon, Co-Chairman Smith, and distinguished members of this commission. Appreciate the kind introduction, and also, in addition to our time in Hawaii together in the Four Stars office, it was great to have you come over to the Office of Naval Intelligence for, our chat. I valued that greatly, and hopefully it was useful to you. I spent 35 years in the military and at least half a dozen tours dealing with Indo-Pacific matters in one way or another. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you to discuss PRC political warfare against Taiwan. I'd like to open by describing my direct engagements with Taiwan over recent years. I visited Taiwan 3 times as the Director of Intelligence for Indo-PACOM. I happened to be the first 2-star active duty flag or general officer to visit Taiwan in over 40 years when I flew to Taipei to brief President Tsai in 2021. I was directed by the NSC and the OSD, Office of Secretary of Defense, to outline PRC military courses of action up to an invasion. During this briefing, and another one I delivered a year later in 2022 to share lessons from Russia's invasion of Ukraine, I highlighted the most serious threats to Taiwan's survival. While we mainly discussed high-intensity combat operations under modern conditions, one of the major points I made was that Taiwan wouldn't survive if it only focused on an outside-in strategy of hardening its outer shell with military forces. Taiwan would need to apply equal efforts at strengthening its gooey center to ward off threats from the inside. Decades of PRC political warfare machinations had created vulnerabilities inside Taiwan that the PRC wouldn't hesitate to exploit during an attempted takeover. Taiwan would need to get real about these pre-existing omnidirectional threats. This conversation naturally led to discussions that went beyond merely stopping the PRC offshore or on the beaches to improving defense in-depth capabilities, urban operations, strengthening internal security, counterintelligence, fostering better civil-military coordination, and the merits of mobilizing society to engage in people's warlike actions that allow an inferior to defeat a superior. After my presentation, President Tsai declared she had waited 4 years for such a briefing, and she came over to me in a time of COVID, and we knocked elbows together. To Taiwan's credit, they had already passed an Anti-Infiltration Act in 2020 and taken other measures to protect themselves over time. But in the 3 years since those engagements that I had out in Taiwan, and as the PRC became more aggressive in all domains, Taipei has done even more to strengthen its porcupine defenses, including by fielding more asymmetric capabilities, and has undertaken a range of judicious measures to better protect itself internally. In my written testimony, I provided a specific list of actions Taiwan has taken or is in the process of taking to deal with persistent PRC attempts to co-opt, subvert, and manipulate Taiwan citizens. You should know that Beijing's political warfare efforts are relentless, pervasive, and all-encompassing. The aim of CCP political warfare is to isolate Taiwan internationally, weaken domestic support for either de jure or de facto independence, and soften the Taiwanese people's resistance to annexation. Beijing uses all instruments of national power to convince the Taiwan people that unification is inevitable and resistance is futile. It may be useful to think about Beijing's political warfare efforts as a highly orchestrated, interconnected, and multi-tiered set of activities that include white, gray, and black elements. White or overt means involve CCP diplomatic actions, official media propaganda, military operations, and trade relations that are all used as levers of influence. Gray or semi-overt means involve such actions as Chinese Coast Guard, maritime militia, and ghost fleet, encroachments in the maritime space, the use of foreign media to propagate and reinforce disinformation, funding and manipulation of political parties, discounted junkets for politicians, academics, journalists, and students to visit China, where they're then influenced by United Front Work Department reps, and co-option of social media influencers and celebrities, and so much more. Black or covert means involve agents in place for the purpose of espionage, influence, and/or sabotage, recruitment of former Taiwan military, police, and Coast Guard personnel, establishment of sleeper cells and weapons caches, offensive cyber operations, and activation of criminal groups such as the Triads in Taiwan for various purposes ranging from harassment to potential assassinations. I have offered a number of ideas about how the U.S. might assist Taiwan in dealing with these clear and present dangers. A few of them include helping to strategically reduce Taiwan's international isolation, further encouraging Taiwan to spend more of its GDP on defense while giving due regard to their political and industrial realities, developing deeper Taiwan and U.S. cooperation on cybersecurity, and helping Taiwan upgrade its classified clearance system and adopt more advanced insider threat technologies. Thank you for the chance to testify, and I look forward to your Q&A.
Thank you, Admiral, and thanks again for your decades of service. You are truly one of the experts in the world, certainly in the United States, on these issues, and it's great to have you here. Turning to another expert, Mr. Mattis, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman Sullivan and Co-Chairman Smith and all of the other members of the Commission. You know, this is a little bit of an odd hearing for CECC, but I think it's important to recognize that all of the tools that are applied against Taiwan are also applied in other areas that CECC cares a great deal about. These are fungible political tools that can be levered for these things. You know, as awareness of the Central Committee's United Front Work Department has grown, you know, never mind that there's an entire policy system associated with it, I don't think the awareness has grown of the approach. It is a sort of a theory of politics or a practice of politics that the party pursues. And it is fundamentally one that is defined by warfare and struggle, because it is about how do you identify your friends, how do you mobilize them, and how do you use them to convert neutrals and to strike or isolate your enemies. This is language that has been clear and consistent. Xi Jinping has used it, and it has been used all the way back to the founding of the party in the 1920s. As Admiral Suderman said, this is a global perpetual campaign against Taiwan, against the idea of the Republic of China, that this somehow has gone away, much less any sort of political future of Taiwan that is separate from the PRC and what the party chooses to define as China. I think it's worth noting that for decades the party's intentions have been clear, in part because there are many people that would like to deny that the CCP, using its armed wing, the People's Liberation Army, would choose to attack Taiwan. There are all sorts of reasons, you know, that this would be a terrible outcome. It could have trillions of dollars of consequences for the global economy. But we need to appreciate that this is where the party's intentions are and where they have said this. It's easy to dismiss this as propaganda, but the statements that have been made are not simply speeches. They are directed to party cadre to guide them, to mobilize them, to tell them what is expected of their work, that this is one of the objectives that they are going after. The second is that if you look at the way the CCP has treated what it considers to be Chinese people, right? Whether you're talking about Uyghurs in East Turkestan, whether you're talking about Tibetans or Mongolians, but also many, many other Chinese, right? If you look at the statistics, something like 40 to 80 million people have died under the CCP, depending on how you count the Great Leap Forward and the famine that ensued. Things like the suppression campaign of Sichuan, supposedly after liberation, that killed hundreds of thousands of people, led by the so-called reformer Deng Xiaoping. And This is the kind of fate that is actually awaiting Taiwanese if the island is conquered. The third is that the CCP has been willing to take a far higher cost to do certain things than external observers have ever been willing to give credit for. If you ask most Americans who are aware of the 1979 war with Vietnam, they will say Vietnam won, based only on the casualties that Beijing took. But if you look at the political objectives, did Vietnam learn the lessons that Beijing wanted? Did the Soviet Union learn the lessons that Beijing wanted? Did you look at the way in which the United States sort of responded positively and rewarded Deng Xiaoping for that war? They achieved everything politically. And last time I checked, war was about achieving some sort of political objective. As Admiral Suden mentioned, the intelligence cyber attacks inside Taiwan have been really quite remarkable. And there are a few new things that are worth highlighting, even though this has been constant. The first is that some sources have been forced to record videos of professing their loyalty to the PRC, so to be held back for a time of war, to be used for propaganda purposes of here are other military officers or other soldiers saying, oh, well, actually, I profess my loyalty to the PRC. Another is the targeting of the Military Police Command, which has sort of increasingly stepped up because this is the presidential protection detail. It is about learning about where the leader is at all times and demonstrating real-time awareness of this. Because one of the lessons they learned off of the Ukraine war is that you don't want smart political leadership to survive. Internationally, we've seen a number of different things, from the campaign to sort of get countries to move recognition from the ROC to the PRC. And this is something where when you look at the countries that have done this, like the Solomon Islands, others, you can see a concerted effort to build influence with key politicians, mostly through the United Front system or through companies like Huawei investing in a telecom restructure in one province or another, to essentially build a relationship and make the flip happen by cultivating those individual leaders that work. More than 600 Taiwanese in the last decade have been extradited to the PRC from other countries. You know, if there's something more fundamental about sovereignty than your ability to take care of your citizens, it's hard to imagine what that would be. There have been perpetual efforts, especially since the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, to use the UN Resolution 2758 to say that the UN has already settled what has taken place. It's already settled Taiwan's status. It's already settled that Taiwan is a part of China. And all it simply said is that the ROC cannot represent China in the UN, right? And that the PRC was the representative of that. In international organizations, the CECC was the one that was the organization responsible for highlighting that the World Bank was supporting the vocational training programs that were disguised for the mass incarceration and labor transfer programs in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Well, the same tools that allowed them to do that, control over budget and HR in the World Bank, are also what allowed them to block Taiwanese from working at the World Bank, except on anything other than a short-term contract. So all of this is really about trying to undermine Taiwan as a polity, as a society, as a separate, distinct political entity. And pushing back against this is, in fact, going to be a political act. This is something that Taiwan's politicians are going to have to decide about what is okay in terms of business, in terms of education, in terms of culture, in terms of entertainment, in terms of travel. What is acceptable or not? These are difficult decisions. Look at our own discussion about research security and how we cooperate with PRC companies. It is a deeply political question, and it's going to require presidents and parliamentarians in Taiwan to mobilize their population to talk about these issues in ways about what is the political choice, what do we want to do. And we really shouldn't punish Taiwan's politicians for having to carry on a conversation in a democracy, because the country that is actually destabilizing the status quo, which is of an ROC and a PRC that actually exist, is Beijing. It is the Chinese Communist Party. And we should punish those that are actually responsible.
Thank you, Mr. Mattis. Now, before we turn to Dr. Wong, I know Senator Kim has to leave here in a minute. Do you want to ask the witnesses any questions before you head up? Okay, and then I'd like Chairman Smith to be able to say a few words if you'd like to, sir, and welcome. And then we'll turn to Dr. Wong for her testimony, and then we'll open it up for all members for questions. So, Mr. Chairman, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your tremendous experience that you bring to bear as the new chairman of this commission. Nobody knows Taiwan like you do, and you have been a true leader when it comes to Taiwan, both when you wore the uniform and now. So I can't thank you enough. That enhances this commission in a very, very real way. I've been on the commission for decades. I've chaired it, co-chaired it, and so glad to work with you. It's a privilege, and so I want to thank you for that. I do have a full opening statement. I was late because I was giving a major address on human trafficking, and I had a lot of questions from people, so I couldn't get out of there in time, so I apologize for my lateness. So I won't go through my opening statement. Maybe at the end I will, but I thank our witnesses. This commission has made a difference over the years. Just ask Xi Jinping's Chinese Communist Party what they think of it. I'm barred, like so many other people, from going to China, in large part because of the work that we do here. I see Pastor Fu behind you, who's Bob Fu, just a tremendous leader on religious freedom, both especially on mainland China. So it's just, we need to do more. We need the human rights issues to be even more front and center than they are. I would note for the record, and I say that not as a partisan thing, but I always believe that we lost, and I actually wrote op-eds for it and joined Nancy Pelosi. We were joined on this one years ago when Bill Clinton delinked human rights and trade on May 26, 1994. That's when we lost China. They took the measure of us and said the only thing they care about in Washington, and Clinton, having been an outspoken linkage guy to human rights and trade, totally delinked it on a Friday afternoon when everybody was leaving here. I did a press conference. Speaker Pelosi did a press conference, and we all said, how could you? The people of China have been hurt. The people of Taiwan, I think, by extension, get further at risk because of the Chinese Communist Party being so emboldened, enabled, and then from a military point of view, the dual-use items that were conveyed to them beginning then have made them a superpower militarily. And that is unfortunately very, very tragic, and it was all, I say it again, all preventable. Others have enabled over the years, but that was the pivotal time when we lost China. And I'm not the only one who thought it. We had the votes to sustain linking MFN with trade. And what happened? We never got the vote because it was all taken away with that one fell swoop of an executive order that delinked human rights and trade. So we've been doing catch-up ball ever since, and I find for the victims of name the abuse, whether it be forced organ harvesting and all the other abuses that are committed daily by Xi Jinping, and of course the existential threat that he poses to Taiwan. And again, to have people who know it, live it, understand it, we need to do more. And again, we have a chairman who understands Taiwan like nobody else in the U.S. House or Senate. So we are very blessed to have that. Again, I'll put my full statement in the record, but I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Chairman.
With you.
You too. Thank you very much. And thanks for your leadership and passion. And we're going to get a lot done here. So, Dr. Wong, you're up, and welcome.
Chairman Senator Sullivan and Congressman Smith, honorable members of the Commission, thank you for the invitation to testify today. In my remarks, I'd like to highlight a few main points. First, transnational repression against the Taiwanese diaspora and supporters of Taiwan is the tip of the spear of broader PRC political influence efforts in the United States and other free societies. Such activities are driven by, in large part, by the United Front Work Department, a CCP organ that seeks to co-opt allies and silence enemies domestically and abroad. And so in the context of Taiwan, that means suppressing supporters of Taiwanese democracy and independence and pushing the CCP sovereignty claims and narratives over Taiwan status. So transnational repression and political influence activities consist of multi-pronged community and political mobilization to not only engage in direct surveillance and harassment of Taiwan supporters on U.S. soil, but also to rally portions of the overseas Chinese and Chinese American communities to engage in public and highly visible displays of support for Beijing's position on Taiwan. right? So it's, we have, official United Front organizations like the Council of Promotion of the Peaceful Reunification of China, which has multiple branches in the United States and globally with the explicit goal of asserting Beijing's sovereignty claims over Taiwan. But these influence activities also involve the co-optation and mobilization of a broader array of overseas Chinese hometown associations and other grassroots organizations. And so if you look at Chinese writings on the United Front, they explicitly call for these societal organizations and overseas Chinese community leaders and elites to play a role in promoting Beijing's interests, including over Taiwan. And so these groups are often rallied, often in tandem with the Chinese consulate for public demonstrations and protests. For example, around former Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen's transit through New York and Los Angeles in late March and early April 2023. Right, and so through open source research, examining online videos and photos of these events, right, I was able to identify close to 30 groups involved in on-the-ground demonstrations. And there was one protest leader that claimed that over 100 of these community associations were represented in these demonstrations, right? And so they're gathered outside Taiwan's hotel or outside in LA, outside the Reagan Presidential Library, where President Tsai met then Speaker McCarthy, right? Waving Chinese and American flags, shouting slogans such as Taiwan's a traitor, and holding banners proclaiming Taiwan as part of China. And these protests also illuminate another trend that we're seeing, which is that the Chinese government also seeks to co-opt Western voices and form tactical alignments with domestic interest groups, such as far-left anti-imperialist movements in the United States. So in these protests in New York and Los Angeles, we see a number of these anti-war, anti-imperialist groups like Code Pink, Answer, Coalition, Pivot to Peace, protesting alongside Chinese groups, overseas Chinese associations and United Front-linked groups as well, right? And so in their messaging, they're framing U.S. support for Taiwan as part of U.S. imperialism and warmongering, and reframing China's position as one of preserving peace in the status quo. And so by extension, right, this implicitly recognizes Beijing's sovereignty claims over Taiwan, right? And so the Chinese government, may not be directly controlling these groups, but they see this as a way to further legitimize its narratives and reframe the Taiwan issue. And perhaps even more worryingly, we're seeing United Front actors reshaping the political landscape in the United States in favor of pro-Beijing actors, while suppressing supporters of Taiwan, right, with the goal of reshaping the public discussions and political discourse around the Taiwan issue. And so my own research and other reporting has examined how these Chinese Communist Party-linked groups and individuals not only try to get positions as political aides and power brokers in local and state politics, for example, but also are trying to increasingly act as a political machine of sorts to try to get pro-Beijing individuals into elected office, right? And so the Chinese government is playing identity politics, exploiting contentious social and political issues to such as anti-Asian hate and public safety, right, with the goal of gaining currency among overseas Chinese populations and legitimizing Beijing-linked individuals and organizations as grassroots leaders that are defending the community's interests and rights. And so this mobilization, right, then in turn serves as a foundation for Beijing's political machine to field preferred candidates and rally votes to get them elected, right? And this has direct implications for the Taiwan issue as well as other issues that the Beijing government, Chinese government cares about. So as one example, right, in New York City last year, during the election, a Republican candidate endorsed by United Front groups won a tight state Senate race against Taiwan-born Democrat incumbent Ewan Chu, who had attended a dinner when Taiwanese leader Tsai Ing-wen transited through New York in 2023. Right, and so these political influence tactics, even at the state and municipal levels, can have a very powerful trickle-up effect, right, where you get politicians who may be increasingly aligned with Beijing's interests or beholden to CCP-linked actors, right, and that has the ultimate effect of influencing broader policy discourse on Taiwan, on Xinjiang, on human rights in China, right, in favor of the Chinese government's positions. Now, just conclude with 2 points. which is, again, reiterating that the actors and tactics used in these cases, right, are just part of a broader pattern of intensifying PRC influence activities, right, not just stamping out Taiwanese quote-unquote separatism, right, but also trying to shape narratives and policies on Hong Kong, on Xinjiang, and even sort of getting involved in U.S. Politics. And the second point I'd like to conclude with is that these CCP political influence and interference operations, right, includes but goes beyond transnational repression, right? So there's definitely coercion, intimidation, surveillance, but there also, alongside that, there are also a lot of broader attempts at co-optation and control of overseas Chinese communities, right, who can have very diverse viewpoints and diverse backgrounds, right? And so they're really trying to change beliefs and behavior, right, and have the broader goal of ultimately shaping U.S. discourse on Taiwan and other issues that the Chinese Communist Party cares about. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wong, and thank you for your courage on testifying on a lot of these issues. We have votes and other hearings, so we're going to be kind of moving in and out. Here's some of the members, but I'll begin with my questioning of all the panelists. We'll have 5-minute rounds of questions. Let me begin just with the most basic question that I think, and I'd like to open it up to all of you, that I think every American should be aware of. You know, there's transnational issues all over the world, of course, but can you describe, and you already did it, Dr. Wong, but in other ways for other witnesses, how is the Chinese Communist Party on all of these issues taking actions in America? In America, right? That's the one that really, really, really boils my blood, right? So you mention it, you know, are they trying to influence our elections? By the way, the irony of that is huge. Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party, they would never stand for elections. They fear their own people, we know that. But they're going to come and try and influence American elections? That is just unacceptable. And I don't care if you're a Democrat, Republican, Independent, no American would want the Chinese Communist Party trying to influence our elections when these authoritarians would never have the guts to stand up for their own elections. So that's number one. But also in terms of intimidation. So how are they intimidating either Taiwanese citizens who are in the United States, Chinese citizens who are in the United States, or more importantly, from my perspective, Taiwanese Americans, Chinese Americans, Hong Kong Americans? How is the Chinese Communist Party trying to intimidate American citizens? You know, we read about these crazy police stations in New York City and stuff. We need to know about this because this is completely unacceptable. And I guarantee you, heck, even Code Pink might be against this, Dr. Wong, right? If the Chinese Communist Party is in our country trying to influence our wonderful democracy. So can I get a sense from all of you of exactly examples of how they're trying to do that, either through influencing our elections or intimidating American citizens of Taiwanese or Chinese or Hong Kong origin to be quiet, and what should we do about it? So I'm really interested in this question, and I think every single American, we need to know more about it. If the Chinese Communist Party is in America doing all these things, boy, oh boy, that is unacceptable, and I guarantee you every single American would agree with that. So you want to start, Admiral? You have a sense of this?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you bringing this up. Probably the least discussed topic within the United States of America today that requires the most discussion and action. So I think it's fair to say that there's been a silent invasion of the United States. There was a book that was written
Silent Invasion.
Silent Invasion. There was a book written about that when Australia faced the same kind of things, and they addressed it, and they've taken measures to better protect themselves. We need to do so as well. I have a list of things that maybe would provoke some thought here about examples of Chinese influence. First of all, Hollywood remains beholden to CCP censors, and they're actively painting a benevolent PRC. And so we don't have the entertainment industry that's available to describe these things to the American people in a way that they might over time come to understand, particularly if they distrust government. But government itself has failed, I think, to be able to
So can you
describe
just
all
on
this.
the, sorry, I want to make sure you get through all your list, but just on that, Hollywood is beholden to Chinese communist censors. That's a pretty dramatic statement, right? Hollywood's very powerful in America, around the world. Do they go to the, masters in Beijing and say, please, Mr. Xi Jinping, is it okay to do a movie or not a movie? Like, how bad is that?
So there is less dependency today on the Chinese market because many movies can't actually go there and profit the way they used to. But for many years, the movie makers would, in fact, if they wanted to sell their movie in China, they would allow their scripts to be reviewed by the CCP censors. And over time, they knew what the left and right limits were, and then they could self-censure, which is actually a metric of the success of political warfare when you self-censure because you know what you're supposed to say and not to say.
Yeah, that's shameful.
Right. Other issues, universities have been hooked on Chinese tuition dollars. Academic freedom has been threatened. There are examples of this. Scientific and laboratory cooperation continues to transfer the seeds of innovation to the Chinese. There's been recruitment of ethnic Chinese from inside the U.S. government and businesses, influence attempts at the local and state level designed to create dependencies that then the Chinese can leverage, including pressure on the federal system, multimedia influence operations with Chinese-owned or influenced media capabilities in our country and globally, purchases of property near U.S.-sensitive facilities and bases, which we're getting after, of course, thanks to Congress's help. We have operations inside U.S. critical infrastructure that CISA has talked about, but this is at the national all the way to the municipal level in the United States. Cyber espionage has been well covered, but that continues to be $200 to $600 billion. That's trillions of dollars of U.S. IP that has gone over to fuel China's modernization and their rise. Also buying stakes in U.S. companies to get tech secrets. All of these are part of sort of standard CCP exploitation malign actions. There's been discussion about many of these things. We've taken certain actions to strengthen our capabilities, but I think we have a long way to go.
Great, thank you. Mr. Mattis?
So I think you can find worldwide some examples of the CCP trying to influence elections. But real power is not caring what the election outcome is because you've cultivated the people around a candidate or a candidate themselves. And when you look at the targeting in Taiwan, in Australia, in the United States, it is the same. It is the same piece. You can see examples. What you see in Canada, what you see in the United States, is what you see in Taiwan, Australia, elsewhere. And it is the effort to cultivate the individual candidates and the people around them because, today's council member, today's mayor is tomorrow's governor, tomorrow's senator, have you. So you can cultivate people going through the system and shape the way they understand China, the PRC, Taiwan. And if you think about how you interact with your constituents, right, you don't call every single constituent and try to get them to a place. You go to the Kiwanis Club, the Rotary Club. You go to schools. You go to places where people gather. And that's the core of what Audrey was describing with the United Front system, of cultivating these organizations so that when you say, I've got 500,000 Chinese Americans as constituents, maybe I need to go find a way to speak to them. These groups are fundamentally stealing their voice as citizens and now representing the party with pretending that they're representing American citizens to you to say, here's what we want, even though that we is actually the party, not those supposed groups. And that's one of the ways that those groups are, in fact, dangerous, that it's the party taking people's voice and providing it. Another way is that the cultivation of officials. So if you think about the charges that were put against Linda Sun, a former New York State government official, right? She was a liaison to the Asian American community. So if you were Taiwanese American or if you were Uyghur American and you were going through her, you were seeing things blocked. You were not getting a response from the state government. And sort of pro-PRC interests that were being represented through the state would continue to funnel through and reach the attention of state officials. So you could see someone who was blocking blocking these issues out, not representing all of the Americans that she ostensibly represented or that New York State represents, but only those that Linda Sun and the people that she worked with from the PRC government approved of. And so you can continue looking down all these examples, but what we're talking about is really threats to economic opportunity and creation of economic opportunity. So the payoff to Linda Sun was that her husband got a lot of contracts to the tune of several $1 million, allegedly, from the PRC. And so it's much harder to go after those kinds of relationships because they're a problem. And this is why it is a conversation that has to be discussed publicly. What's acceptable, what's not.
Yep.
Because we're not going to arrest our way out of this.
Dr. Wong, you have a view on some of these?
Yeah, I think just sort of building on what Peter said and my previous comments, right? I think it's a very challenging issue because, it's not just sort of the CCP claiming to represent the voices of Chinese Americans or, anyone of ethnic Chinese descent, right? Because the CCP sees all ethnic Chinese as having some inherent or innate affinity or loyalty to China and the Chinese government, even though that is certainly not the case. Right, so that is a threat not just to national security, but also to the strength of our democracy and the rights and liberties of Chinese American communities and overseas Chinese, right? And as Peter mentioned, right, this comes about because of reliance on these community liaisons who come out of the woodwork and say, I'm here to get your votes, right? And so it's easy for politicians and sort of political candidates to rely on that. As a way, and I think that element of patronage politics, right, provides a way for foreign influence and interference to operate in U.S. elections. And the sort of the dominant way that the CCP tries to sort of influence U.S. elections, right, is through sort of positioning themselves as the sole representative and the only spinning the narrative, right? That the Chinese government is the only one looking out for Chinese Americans and ethnic Chinese communities, and so sort of using this identity-based mobilization and sort of getting involved in community organizing to position themselves as leaders of these communities and say, we're here to take care of you. The American political system is marginalizing your voice, right? And that is sort of a way that weaponizes sort of a lot of the social and political issues within the United States to drive a wedge between these overseas Chinese communities and broader American society. And so I think that's a really important trend to note. And I think sort of another example you asked about sort of intimidation of Taiwanese or Chinese Americans. I think if you think about sort of in academia and higher education, right, where sort of some of this United Front influence has permeated these campuses, where again you see sort of some zealous Chinese students or Chinese student organizations sort of taking up the mantle of CCP interests for a range of reasons, right? It could be sort of ideological support. It could be sort of practical sort of career incentives, a desire to sort of get a leg up, when they return home and then get the job, right? Sort of there are these incentives to sort of associate with the Chinese consulate, to get resources and to sort of engage in peer monitoring, surveillance of other Chinese students on campus to report on potential events, potential ways that supporters of Taiwan or opponent critics of the CCP regime, right, are sort of exercising their freedom of speech on campus. So I think that is sort of another complementary element of transnational repression.
Great, thank you. I'm going to head to a vote, speaking of voting and democracy. And I will turn it over to Chairman Smith and for more questions, and I will be back after this vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again, thank you to our very distinguished witnesses. A couple of questions. We all have 5 minutes, so I will be as brief as I can. Is the United States government doing enough using all of the assets we have, including the FBI, to combat this repression that's happening within our own borders. Is there a resolve there? Are sufficient numbers of people? I mean, we do have a transnational repression act that we're trying to get passed in the House, but that said, there's already authorities there. Are they doing enough? Secondly, after Afghanistan, I read the Global Times all the time. I was in it once when they put me on their hit list and sanctions list. But my question is, after Afghanistan, there was one editorial after another to the people of Taiwan that the United States will not have your back, and they cited the withdrawal from Afghanistan as a proof positive. Has that abated with the new president, or is it still a part of their narrative? Third, on offshore wind, I've been leading the effort in the House in exposing that offshore wind carries egregious negative consequences to radar, where you will not see your own planes, ships will not see ships that are right in front of you. The National Academy of Sciences did in 2022 a big, thick, voluminous, well-documented, heavily footnoted study that said there's no workaround. Radars will be rendered inferior and if not defunct completely, and yet we're looking to build them off my coast, and I'm fighting it like crazy. Taiwan has a similar problem, and I know academics and others have spoken about the impact it might have for their national security, and Admiral, you might want to speak to that, because I think if you're blind, you don't see what's coming, and your own planes can't even operate in a way that's effective, then you've got a problem, and your security is, Senator Berkeley, did you want to ask questions before you go? Oh, you're going to come back. Great, thank you. So if you could maybe speak to that. Even in Norway and countries that are afraid of Putin, they have been raising alarms about offshore wind. And, again, there's 5 studies. The most important one of all is the National Academy of Sciences. And they have said, watch out. We have a real problem with this in terms of our national security and aviation that's civilian as well. Again, on this issue, right behind you is Bob Fu. 2 weeks ago, big gathering right here in the Capitol on the oppression of the Muslim Uyghurs. His wife was accosted by a provocateur who got this close to her in order to incite something. Bob's house, when it was in Texas, had all of these people from the Chinese Communist Party making life miserable. He had to move. And so another manifestation of this transnational repression. So again, going back to the first question, how well or poorly are we doing? Is it a priority?
Sir, thanks for the question. I think there's been substantial effort that's been executed over many years, but too few people with too little capacity, with too little awareness and education of the American public have been striving to deal with these issues. And so instead of it being sub rosa or something we just simply can't find a way to talk about, I think we need to actually let sunlight be the best disinfectant and to work on apolitical education of our people on exactly what's going on. People tend to think that tyranny and spy games and things that you read about in the 20th century with the Cold War is over. The tyranny never dies. It's actually resurging in more places and more forms than ever before, and we have to deal with it. And it's going to require everybody in the country, every citizen, to be alert, to be vigilant, to know what is happening in order for them to be able to take care of those things at the earliest possible stage and not simply rely on consequence management from the federal government all the time. But this is going to require, in my humble opinion, a national conversation. And it's going to have to be led by various key influencers in lots of different sectors in our society. And we haven't had that conversation yet. This is one thing we should all agree on when it comes to the security and the prosperity, of our country and so many others. So I wrote an op-ed at one point, and I recommended that we have an apolitical spokesperson for China Matters who essentially is up at the White House, who has credentials, who isn't a political, to be able to do press conferences and explain to the American people how to connect the dots about Chinese stratagems and ambitions, how they relate to other red or malicious actors, because they're working together with Russia and others, and then how to think through how all these things are connected. Until we have such a spokesperson, until we have the entertainment industry turn itself on and become patriotic and do their duty, I'm afraid this will still be something that without situational awareness, only a few people will be able to tackle.
Did you want to speak to the offshore wind?
On offshore wind on Taiwan, I would just tell you that they need to go green to diversify their energy sources. So they can't be so beholden to liquid natural gas. That is a choke point that the Chinese could potentially squeeze in a crisis. And so diversification is really important. I agree with the solar and the wind steps that they've taken. I believe they need to have at least one nuclear plant to stay viable. And I think they need to think through other resilience methods so that they deny the PRC an easy ability to cut off energy flows into Taiwan.
Okay.
So I think I'll take the propaganda question first, which is, has the Beijing's message that the U.S. is unreliable abated? And the answer is no. It has been continuous. It has been reinforced. And one of the big trends in the way that the PRC has conducted political warfare against Taiwan, going back about 8 years or 9 years, is a deliberate focus on Taiwanese pundits, people with platforms to speak to the Taiwanese people, to try to push these narratives through, because it's much easier to have it come through someone who is Taiwanese than it is to have it come through, the Global Times or the People's Daily or some other mouthpiece. However, is the U.S. doing enough? We simply don't have enough resources and enough awareness because, as I mentioned before, you can't arrest your way out of this. We can't prosecute our way out of this. There are simply too many things in too many ways. And what we actually need is the good judgment of citizens about what is, if it's not illegal, but it may not be okay. We have lots of things, as parents, as citizens, as people, as congressional members, as staffers, that, well, it's not illegal, but it's not really okay. Or we make these kinds of judgments. And to be able to make that awareness in the face of this information that's coming to you, or a sensibly community leader who you think is speaking for a number of your constituents, it's hard to do that without a lot of awareness. And this is a place where we have not made a lot of investments. As you may remember, Chairman Smith, the bilateral competition bills from the 116th and 117th Congresses, right? There was not a single dollar in what was about 2,000 pages total of legislation about funding education in Chinese language, about replacing Confucius Institutes with sort of Americans or with Taiwanese or with others rather than sort of PRC-funded push to shape how universities behaved. This is a place where we're woefully underprepared in the U.S. government. One of the reasons why, for example, some of our regulations on China have been woefully under-enforced was because some departments had to use Google Translate because they did not have a single Chinese speaker who could assist in the research that they were required to do to take policy action. So it is a bigger educational problem. Language is just one part of it, but it is a fundamental part of this because the number of Chinese language students in the United States peaked over a decade ago, I believe in 2013. And it's been on a steady decline since, but that's simply not going to work with the need to have a public conversation of exploiting the need for the CCP to communicate to its people and its cadre and its collaborators out in the public eye because they have to explain some of these things.
Yes.
Sure, I would agree that we definitely need more rather than less government resources, right, to study and respond to these issues in a cross-agency and bipartisan manner, right? And so that includes sort of continuing to bolster the Foreign Influence Task Force at the FBI, or, continuing dedicating resources to study foreign influence, foreign disinformation, authoritarian propaganda, right? And so I think these are efforts that we sort of need to be pushing forward rather than scaling back. And I think it's important to do this not just at the federal level, but also at the subnational level. So at the local and state levels, increasing awareness among elected officials, among politicians, among local governments, right, about the ways that the CCP works, United Front works, how it's sort of tactics of foreign influence, and transnational repression, so that they have the capacity and hopefully the resources, right, to understand how this works and then take the corresponding steps to tackle it. And again, transparency is really important. And the final point I want to make is that, I think that also reducing Chinese influence on the ground also requires empowering, encouraging alternative legitimate voices, right, in the form of grassroots organizations and sort of legitimate Asian American community organizations, right? They're actually responsive to the diverse local interests and needs so that CCP voices are not able to dominate the community organizing landscape, or political landscape, and claim to represent the Chinese American and Asian American communities.
Thank you, Dr. Wong. Chair recognizes Commissioner Dale Strong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor to join you today in my first hearing as a member of the Congressional Executive Commission on China. First and foremost, I want to express my sincere gratitude to Speaker Johnson for the trust and confidence placed in me through this appointment. I'm deeply humbled by the opportunity and look forward to working collaboratively with all members of the Commission to advance our shared goals of promoting human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. I'm proud to represent Huntsville in North Alabama, a hub for all things research and innovation throughout defense, cyber, logistics, aerospace, and sectors. This being said, I'm particularly excited for this committee's work surrounding these topics. Admiral, how do China's gray zone tactics like harassing ships near Taiwan connect with its larger political and information campaigns against Taiwan? What's the strategic goal of this coordinated effort?
Thank you, Congressman. So multifaceted, so the way to think about things, I think, beginning from the strategic, is that China's not going to work with the current President Lai. He is the worst possible political leader that they could envision, with somebody that talks about Taiwan as a sovereign nation and is willing to speak about this often, with much of his history being firebrand about these issues. And so they believe that they should be penalizing not just the leadership to show that they are less effective or ineffective in being able to defend Taiwan, but also to punish the voters that put them in power. And so they are stress testing Taiwan. They are trying to exhaust the military as part of that punitive effort. They are surrounding it to show that it'll be cut off, that there'll be no chance of rescue. This is a psychological warfare attempt to show that that they won't have cavalry coming over the hill, or if it tries, it can't get there. At the same time, they are changing and conditioning Taiwan to seeing more forces more forward more often, which, if you're looking at it through military terms, reduces your indications and warning, and it buys more surprise that the PRC can then use in the future, should they plan a major military campaign. It's also a chance to rehearse, as Admiral Paparo in Indo-PACOM has said, to give them a practice in the actual wartime op areas here. So this is a strategic, operational, and tactically something that the Chinese are doing to advantage them, but also to try to show that Taiwan has no hope of defending itself, even if there are intervening forces.
Admiral Subin, in your opinion, are U.S. law makers aware of how deep China's non-military tactics like propaganda or legal maneuvering are woven into its long-term strategy and military plans for Taiwan?
I believe those who study this problem in foreign policy and military circles know it well. I don't think enough people, though, are educated on this facet of how the PRC works. There's all spectrum all the time, all domains. It's more insidious than we want to give it credit. And as my fellow panelists have described, this is ambiguous. This is truly sort of gray zone. And so people don't know how to deal with it if we don't talk about it and we don't equip them with the way of thinking about how to respond to it and do it in a judicious way that doesn't kind of violate what we stand for in this democracy, still protecting free expression and other things that we're going to require to protect going forward. So I think we can do more to shine a light on those tactics, and there are people that are in positions of influence who should be doing it.
A little further into that, do you believe INDOPACOM is giving enough attention to information and political warfare, and are we ready to compete with China effectively in these areas?
So INDOPACOM and many other combatant commands certainly get it. Much of the Admiral Paparo's Prevail strategy, as he calls it, has information highlighted in it. He describes that every military operation should be suffused with information elements. The problem is that one military, officer in charge of the Pacific can't do it alone. When it comes to dealing with these things, you need support up the chain of command, and you need to have the National Security Council be working interagency efforts to use all instruments of national power, including the strategic messaging components that exist at the national level, to be able to support and complement what would be happening out in a place like INDOPACOM. This is where we've been weak. In fact, we're today gutting some of those diplomatic and informational capabilities that we're going to need to compete and contest in the very area that you talk about.
Thank you. Mr. Matthews, how does espionage play a role in the China's political warfare, and what effect does this have at the individual and societal level, both here in the United States and with our allies and partners?
So, first and foremost, espionage is an act of violating trust. And if you think about all of the interactions that are required, for example, in Congress, among staff in an office, trust is fundamental to that issue. And so when you have these cases, when you have the weaponization of any connection to the PRC to try to gain access to information to people, you are breaking down the bonds of trust that allow government to work, that allow actions to be taken with some degree of appropriate secrecy when governments need to act in those ways. And you inhibit the ability of a government to have a private conversation about how to deal with matters. How does it affect Taiwan? It affects the ability of the government to work with itself. It affects the ability of the trust that Taiwan's partners have in dealing with that government. It affects the kinds of decisions about what is acceptable to share, both in terms of information, what weapons are acceptable to sell, what kind of interoperability or plans for interoperability are acceptable. These are all things that get factored in, or all things that are affected by the CCP's espionage against Taiwan.
Thank you. My time has expired. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Senator Kim.
Thank you. And I just want to say I'm glad to be a part of this commission and glad to work alongside the two of you and others. So thank you for your leadership and look forward to continuing the conversation. Thank you to the three of you for coming out and talking about such an important issue. Admiral, I'd like to start with you, just to kind of talk through, you talked about the PRC's actions in terms of mobilizing that sense of national power, one that is not just military, also includes so many other tools, whether that be political, information, economic. So I guess I just wanted to make sure I understand, when it comes to the work that the United States is doing, as well as what Taiwan is doing, is it correct that we need to make sure we're not focusing too narrow just on the military deterrence side? That's certainly critically important, but so many of the other issues need to be addressed with equal level of importance. Is that a good assumption to start with?
Senator, that's exactly right. And so, look, we need to understand the playing field or the battlefield that we're on. This is about global influence over time, where China is trying to exert itself and create leverage and essentially begin to expand its influence at the expense of ours and our friends and the rest of the a Western rules-based system to be able to transform it to meet their preferences. They're not going to try to trash all elements. They can co-opt many of those. But the Chinese are taking over inside international institutions. Obviously, you know about the Belt and Road, extending their influence in a way where we need to compete. And you can't compete if you don't have healthy, robust instruments of national power that are ready to work together to orchestrate the kinds of things that we're going to need to do to deal with that reality that's happening around the world, not just here at home. And so, in my humble opinion, we need not to, euthanize major critical elements of our government that support what we're talking about. Yeah. We also need to understand that we have to be sophisticated in our approach. We actually have to do trust-generating things with our international partners. We need to think about what, true smart power really is. Like Joe Nye would say, right? It's the soft, it's the sharp, and it's the hard. It's not just the hard or the sharp all the time. That would not be smart power. The Chinese are using smart power cleverly in many places around the world constantly to gradually, steadily turn the tide against the United States and supplant us there. And we need to be wise to this, and we also need to use our instruments wisely. So I do think some of the changes that are occurring in government are very dangerous. To me, it's like Superman choosing to swallow kryptonite at exactly the wrong time.
Yeah, and look, I mean, beyond just our own tools, and I say this as someone who used to work at the State Department, engaged in a lot of these different efforts, but would I be correct as well in sort of trying to make sure that we're conceptualizing a strategic advantage of ours being our capacity to be able to build international coalitions, and especially when you go on and competing and having the challenges against a competitor which has as large of a population and an economy and resources as China. Am I correct in thinking that being able to build international coalitions, that is not just a good to have, nice to have, but that is a necessary component if we were to try to truly compete and be able to truly try to protect people, not just in Taiwan, but around the world?
I believe that our work with all countries around the world, allies, partners, all of it is going to be very important, that we have to be mindful of their respective interests. We need to do things that build trust, not reduce it. Credibility isn't divisible. Either you have it or you don't. And the same may be true, of trust. And so instead of breaching it, we need to do more to build it. We're going to have to earn it. We're going to have to earn the moral high ground here in the international system. And I worry about where brand America is heading, given the trends.
Yeah, the word you use there, credibility, I think that's really important. I would also use the word reliability in terms of whether or not we are there for our allies and our partners and that they feel like they can trust us, because certainly that is something that is so critical. Mr. Mattis, I want to just turn to you. I mean, what we see so much in Taiwan, and we've heard it in the briefing as well as more broadly, is that often it's a testing ground for the United Front and for political warfare tactics. So I guess I just wanted to hear from you a little more. What are the most concerning developments in this space, and what tactics could Beijing use in other democracies?
So I tend to disagree with people who call Taiwan a testing ground. Okay. I think of it as more the place where the CCP has the least restrictions and the least sort of ethical restraints on anything that it does, because its political objective of dissolving the ROC, of annexing Taiwan, mean that it has no view of restraint. It's not competing for influence in some country with the United States, or it's not about affecting this type of decision or one thing. It is actually about the destruction of Taiwan as a society, as a political entity.
I think I respect your thought there. I was just trying to clarify. I think for me, some of what I'm seeing taking place in Taiwan, I feel like I saw some initial precursors to that in Hong Kong, for instance, and how the PRC repressed voices in that front, and you're seeing it now mobilized and in fact expanded in Taiwan. And I'm just trying to think through, how is that continuing to grow, and what is it that we can do to try to be concerned about that and address
some of the things that are fundamental to this are sort of a widespread effort to go after people who have any sort of platform and influence in a broader population, because a Taiwanese voice is much better than a Chinese voice in explaining, what to try to put pressure on or to affect the cognition psychology of Taiwanese. The second is the very focused effort on going after local level politicians, local level associations, local businesses, because the political structure in Taiwan is far less centralized. The Kuomintang used to be a Leninist party, and it had that kind of structure, and that central part has fallen away. And the DPP has, grew up out of pro-democracy activists, and so it has a decentralized way of doing things, and therefore the ability to focus on local levels in Taiwan and to really try to sort of cultivate the next generation of politicians and push them into office and provide the financial resources through business opportunities is particularly disconcerting, because it's intense, it's difficult to spot, and it starts, if you want to start shaping it, you're having to say, this kind of interaction with the PRC is okay, this kind is not. And this gets very uncomfortable for democracies to make these kinds of political judgment calls. And therefore, it also requires you having a political discussion, the ability for a president or legislature to mobilize people around these questions for national security and protect. The third area that I find particularly disconcerting is, I had mentioned this when you had stepped away, is the effort to understand the real-time movements of the president of Taiwan and other leaders, that this sort of focused effort on the military police command, trying to find bodyguards, trying to find anyone who could be in this position to demonstrate awareness of where the president is. Because if you're thinking about how to paralyze a political system in a moment of crisis, going after the leaders is a key way of doing this.
Thank you. Congressman Nunn.
Well, thank you to the Commission. Thank you very much to both of our chairs here. I think this is a great opportunity to have not only a bipartisan conversation, but a bicameral approach. Admiral, you highlighted the need for not only a whole of government, but really a whole of nation response to China on this. So I'll offer you one as a fellow intelligence officer here. In 2020, it started with a pineapple. I was working a counter-influence operation, and we saw in rural Taiwan a group, unbeknownst to many of us, started going after pineapple farmers. And slowly, by prefecture after prefecture, they were able to identify that the pineapple farmer was going to be a linchpin in the 2020 election. They messaged directly to them, and unbeknownst to us at the time, 98% of pineapple exports ended up in mainland China. And the ability to influence a pineapple farmer, and I'm a guy from Iowa who knows very much the commodities market, meant that they were going to be influenced when they went to that ballot box. Down ballot, the Chinese ability to micro-target individuals within the voting population within central Taiwan certainly had an outcome in both what the DPP and the KMT, the mainland China party, saw in their local elections. This was strategic, it was effective, and without a shot fired, they were able to change the course of an election, arguably through legal means. This is what George Kennan has identified as political warfare. I'll be very specific here. The employment of all the means at a nation's command short of war to achieve its national objective. I want to turn to you, Admiral. You worked in national intelligence in a number of ways, including your time in the Indo-PACOM theater here. When we look at China, do you believe China has the ability to effectively deploy, even through its Mandarin-based language learning models, the ability to launch influence operations against actors in Taiwan today?
It's not a question of, could they? They are doing it all the time.
I would agree. Do you believe they could go the next step and cross that Great Pacific and start doing influence operations in the United States today?
They don't need to cross the Pacific. They're already here and they're already doing it.
I would agree. Do you believe that the types of things that we're seeing them orchestrate in Asia today, particularly, election manipulation, could be executed here in the United States today?
It's already happened and it will happen again in the future.
This is very concerning, and I think this is what needs to be at the forefront of where we are operating as a commission. to be able to identify not only what the Chinese are doing to their neighbors, what they're doing right here in the United States. You know, Mr. Mathis, you and I spent some time in counterintelligence at the agency together, and I think we've seen firsthand the threat that's posed by this. You know, when I look at the United States today, I believe we need a whole-of-nation approach, as the Admiral highlighted, but what I see coming out of Beijing right now is a nationalized whole-of-information operation where they're using everything from industry, export controls, cyber campaigns, to this very targeted political warfare. Are we in a position right now where we can counter this type of operation here in the United States, and do we even have insight into it? It was mentioned earlier, understanding Mandarin. The only way we found out about the pineapple farms was using, you know, large language models to break down after the fact the messaging coming from mainland China into Taiwan. It's happening, as the Admiral highlighted, right in front of us. I don't even know if we're aware of it and in a position to be able to counter it. I'd like your thoughts.
So I think this is why I highlighted at the very beginning of my testimony that we may understand that there's a United Front Work Department, usually referencing the one for the Central Committee, but there are provincial United Front Work Departments. There are local United Front Work Departments. There is a whole Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference system that has roughly 715,000 members, which is something that you could roughly describe as like a militia system, if you will, or a reserve system for the United Front that's mobilizing business people, retired officials, actually one branch of the Kuomintang that split off, and a whole range of other sort of actors that are outside of the party. There's also a United Front Work Department, by the way, in, say, the China Academy of Sciences. It's also in certain companies. It's even in sometimes Western companies that have full-fledged party committees. And as a result, you see something that is an entire system that is operating. And it's worth noting that the guidance that has been given to United Front by Zhou Enlai and has continued to be quoted these days begins with understand the situation, have a firm grasp of policy, arrange personnel, and that's the prerequisite for acting. So what the reason why this is effective and why it's so difficult to deal with is that the party has making very, very clear what its objectives are. You know, this is what our policies are. And then saying to all of these sort of hundreds of thousands of people, go do what you can to push that forward. And that's why it's such a difficult challenge, because in a military context, the United Front system is operating on mission orders, if you will.
That's right.
You know, we've equipped you for brilliance in the basics, we've given you the guidance, now go do it. And it becomes a question of how do you isolate the Uyghur cause? How do you isolate Taiwanese? How do you steal technology? How do you help us recruit intelligence sources? It is a capability in a sense, or if you're thinking of ends, ways, and means, United Front could probably be described as a way, right? Of a way of approaching politics and influence and creating this mobilizational capability that can be there. And that means it can be used for propaganda, but it can also be used for political action. And that's what makes it so difficult to deal with, because it's not a question of whether it's legal or illegal. The party doesn't care about that. It cares about its objectives and creating this ability to leverage to push those forward.
I would very much agree. Ms. Wang, in the time that I have remaining, I want you to know we're leading a bipartisan CODEL to Taiwan later this year. The intent here is not only to stand with our allies, but also to do some fact-finding, some discovery. I think both those in the United States, but also, I would say, in Taiwan, who've been on the front line of this for quite some time, are coming up with some really innovative ways that they're responding to this type of Chinese pressure campaign, political warfare to be very specific. Do you have any, early indications that we're able to find some kind of defense, some kind of countermeasure here to be able to put into this space, not only to help the United States, but as was noted, to be able to stand with our allies in pushing back against the false narratives coming out of Beijing, intending to both manipulate, conscript, and coerce allies in the region into falling into Beijing's sphere further?
I absolutely agree that it's important for the U.S. to stand by Taiwan and to coordinate, capacities and resources to be able to combat authoritarian influence efforts. I think the United States probably has some learning to do from Taiwan, who has been dealing with these issues for a long time. And I think it's important for the United States also to sort of continue its global commitment to combating foreign disinformation, to sort of make sure that alternative messaging through from the United States and its allies and partners gets out there, and that it's not and it doesn't leave a gap or a void for the CCP and its narratives to take root, especially in places where, there's relatively little knowledge of Taiwan and the complexities of these issues.
Thank you. I'd just like to close by saying, Admiral, you've seen this firsthand. I could not agree with you more. I'd like to be able to see, in an ideal world, a bipartisan voice at the White House. I don't know that's always the case, but certainly a National Security Council that can help orchestrate not only all of our instruments of government power, but also all of our instruments of national power. And if my 18-year-old daughter can be an influencer and do quite well in her ability to encourage young people in a certain way, we, as the United States, should be a force for good in the world and shine light on bad actors while also having the opportunity to project what's great about democracies like Taiwan, like the United States. Thank you very much for your service. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield my time.
Congressman Nunn, we'll work with you on my, before you head over to Taiwan, on my Stand with Taiwan Act. It's got a very strong bipartisan group of senators over here, and it's, I think, part of what you're talking about right now. We want to make sure it's got a strong bipartisan support in the House, too. Great. Senator Merkley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for your testimony. And I'm going to start, Admiral Studeman, with your phrase regarding the silent invasion of the United States. Freedom House has documented over 1,200 incidents of repression by China since 2014. And we've had previous testimony of transnational repression here in the United States, ranging from somebody walking up to a Chinese member of the diaspora and saying, we know who you are, we know where you live, to direct threats of their family members back in China. Do we have a sense, if in tracking the increase over the last decade of where we were a decade ago in terms of the number of incidents, the presence of China engaging in these types of acts of intimidation, affecting freedom of assembly, affecting freedom of speech here in the United States? How does 2015 compare to 2025, if you will?
Sir, I don't have the statistics on that. I'm sure somebody does. Maybe my fellow panelists have some data, but one can essentially say that there is pressure to continue to do more around the world, not just here, as part of the sort of the political direction from Beijing to deal with any anti-China voices that exist anywhere. I think if you go back historically, I think I recall in 1984 there's an assassination of a Taiwan person, and so done by, I think, some criminal gang that was working as a proxy for the PRC. And so, look, the idea of pressure in all forms up to killing, including rendering in a variety of different ways, all that stuff has happened on our soil. And we need to understand that that's sort of the brutal fact of our existence, that we're going to have to confront these dangers and figure out a way to protect those who are here that might face those kind of approaches by CCP and their proxies.
Thank you, and Mr. Mattis, thank you for your work on this commission and your engagement in this. It has been my impression that we are probably only seeing the tip of the iceberg, that most people who are affected through acts of transnational repression here in the United States don't report it. There's not a comfortable way to do so. One of the things that I've advocated for is for us to create a better pathway and better information on how folks can report such incidents so we can better track over time what China is doing. And if we aren't understanding what they're doing, it's hard for us to craft ways to deter it or respond to it. What's your sense of that last decade in terms of increase in Chinese activity here in the United States?
My sense is not necessarily about the number of incidents, because that's almost impossible to track. It is let's say, what they are willing to do on U.S. territory or in foreign countries that has steadily ramped up. So it might have been, let's call it a semi-polite notice of, we know who you are type thing, ramping up to physical altercations. Example that took place in the UK was they went after someone from Hong Kong They flew in at a private airfield. They intended to fly out with her, and it was disrupted, and they were caught on camera. But that kind of direct rendering or that kind of pressure is something that you know that has happened in the United States. Maybe not in quite that way, but certainly the kind of direct pressure of you will go to Beijing and be there in the next 48 hours or else. So those kinds of things have gone from, in a sense, relatively to minor. If you were in a criminal sense, you might call it a misdemeanor, up to things that are now, actual felonies.
Thank you. Ms. Wong, one thing that caught my attention in your testimony, in a paragraph where you're talking about TNR, transnational repression activities, consists of multi-pronged community and political mobilization. You mention the broader and public discourse on Taiwan through the positioning of pro-Beijing individuals as political aides. Are you referring that to happening here in the United States, or are you referring to that happening in Taiwan?
I was referring to that happening in the United States, as we see the recent arrest of Linda Sun, who is a former aide to the New York governor. She positions herself as a community liaison, but had, very close links to United Front and the CCP. So they're claiming to speak on behalf of the Asian American and Chinese American community, but actually propagating, Chinese government viewpoints and positions, and by extension, circumscribing the New York governor or other sort of politicians who were their aides to, right, and sort of shaping their views on what is permissible to say or not to say on Taiwan and Xinjiang and other cases.
Great. I'd like to have the staff of the commission follow up with you on the details of that. And your second half of that sentence was operating as a political machine to get pro-Beijing candidates elected into office. And this is what we're talking about, election influence in the U.S. and really wanting to understand the scope of that much more broadly. The last question I want to pose, because my time's expiring, and that's a question I've posed on every one of these gatherings, is what is an effective strategy to respond? There are one thing that I have pressed for is for the FBI to have a hotline with Chinese-speaking individuals and high security so people feel comfortable reporting incidents of transnational repression when they occur. The FBI has been very reluctant to have any sort of dedicated effort in that regard. A second is, so are there things that should trigger specific responses in terms of, for example, trade sanctions? And the chairman has mentioned that in the context of military aggression. But are there things that, in terms of transnational repression, that should trigger responses? If there's documented incident of the Chinese government engaging in some of these escalated events that we're starting to hear about, does that increase their tariff of products coming into the U.S.? Or what other leverage tools are there for us to really dramatize the unacceptability of China interfering in our freedom of speech and our freedom of assembly? Whoever would like to take a stab at that.
Senator, if you have a persistent, comprehensive, never-ending threat, then you need to deal with it with persistence, with comprehensive strategies that go up and down the chain. So it's both the depth and the breadth. This, to me, is one of the only ways to approach that kind of wicked problem that's being presented to us. And so we talked about education as a starting point. To me, this is something that has to be part of a continuing conversation with the country. But I do think that there are a variety, a family of things that we're going to have to do in concert with one another, because I don't think you're going to find a silver bullet, on this, but worth debating and worth figuring out, what actually is more effective. And I think we should listen to Taiwan, which has a lot of experience in these matters, and some of the techniques that they've been using, as well as others that have faced this kind of action from China. So instead of sort of figuring it out on our own, we should do a listening campaign, and I believe we ought to have the kind of dialogue that allows us to speak internationally about Chinese political warfare in a more regularized way with representatives from a variety of different governments. To me, that gets to both exposure of what they're doing. It also gets to best practices that people may be using that may be more effective in countering what we're talking about.
I think you mentioned, I'm over time, but I'll just say, I think you mentioned Australia has developed some interesting responses, and I'd like to learn more about that. And only with the chair's permission will I invite continued response. So I would love to hear what you have to say. Depends on.
So, Senator Merkley, first, I think we have to recognize that the United States is a federal government, 50 sovereign states that have their own law enforcement, and that you have your own localities that have resources, and that if you want to be effective in responding, it means that you're going to have to devote resources and training to state's attorney's office, district attorney's offices, right? We know that certain kinds of criminal investigations require certain kinds of expertise on the part of both prosecutors and police. A second is that we have to have a political willingness to arrest people when there are problems, right? There are all sorts of examples that you can go through where Chinese government officials have been allowed to come through the United States who have committed acts of intimidation or coercion, and they've been allowed to leave completely unscathed. Now, at the very least, we have to be careful with this because we're not going to hostage take the way that the PRC does. But I think demonstrating that we are going to follow our own rule of law and we're not going to allow these kinds of exceptions to continue is a starting point for leverage and pressure on the PRC. I think you were exactly on the right track of suggesting things that are not like for like, because we know that Beijing complains about us linking issues together like trade and human rights, but we know that they do this all the time. And if we're simply responding symmetrically, we're making it too easy for us to be predictable. We're putting us into a position where we would be saying, well, actually, we're just going to take hostages, when in fact there are other things that we should be doing. There are vulnerabilities that the PRC has, and we should be putting pressure on those places. And those issues at state government levels, right? There were, I think it was Newsweek, identified 24 state government officials in New York. The researcher who did that work is now working for Jamestown. But if you go around the country, you can find similar issues in almost every state. And unfortunately, in the state that I used to live in and that you represent, there have been issues that are there among sort of state government officials, state legislatures, because of the targeting. And I think this is that point of it's not enough to have a federal government response. It is actually something where you have to find ways, as we've done in many other criminal areas, whether it's fraud, whether it's sexual violence, that you actually have to have police and prosecutors that understand this to be accessible and to be a part of the communities that can be reported to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Merkley. I'm going to ask another round, if I can ask witnesses to be succinct. I'm going to go vote here, another round of voting, and then Chairman Smith is going to wrap this up. I'll have to leave to go vote. But I wanted to maybe just get a commitment from the three of you to, as the record's going to be open for the couple weeks after this hearing, to maybe get and I know I was reading, Admiral, your testimony, it's really, written testimony is great, but some really specific examples of Chinese actions on our soil intimidating American citizens or Taiwanese or Chinese citizens on our soil. I think Americans really need to know that. If you guys can provide an excellent, like Admiral, real quick, the police stations in New York and so what was that? That was kind of crazy.
Yeah, so those,
what the hell was that?
Senator, those were fronts to go ahead and be able to keep watch on the Chinese diaspora and be able to...
Physical buildings of Chinese communist officials in New York keeping track of American citizens?
That's right, and those... you
gotta be kidding me.
To apply pressure points on Chinese to behave, and those who maybe were considered too oppositional to be able to deal with those. So,
well, those kind of things, if we can get more specifics, if the average American knew about that, again, Democrat, Republican, doesn't matter. You know, we're a free country, and we should not have the gosh darn Chinese Communist Party trying to intimidate Americans on our soil. No way. Let me give you another example. It's a bill I had with Senator Warren to give you the breadth of sense of the bipartisan nature of this. Last year, when Senator Merkley was talking about effective strategy, our bill said, hey, if there's evidence of the Chinese Communist Party trying to manipulate American elections, again, they would never stand for elections, they're going to manipulate our democracy, then we, our intel agencies, you know a lot about this, Admiral, will do everything we can to get out all the information we can, break down the Chinese firewall, which we probably can do, on how corrupt all the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party is, and let the Chinese people know about that, right? I mean, I think Xi Jinping's sister is a billionaire. How'd that happen? So let the Chinese, you want to mess with our democracy? Here you go. What do you think about that? Like, we need to go on offense here, right? I mean, these guys are coming after our democracy. If we got the goods on them, we can let people in China know just how corrupt their leaders are. What do you think about something like that? That was a bill that Senator Warren and I had, very bipartisan. You know, she and I don't necessarily represent the different wings of our parties, or we kind of do, but what do you think of something like that? A little bit of offense here.
Sir,
Why are we the punching bag?
Senator, I agree with your sentiments and all this and the passion, and I wish more people felt it and were able to be empowered to get after it. We were able to set up in the intelligence community a Foreign Malign Influence Center. It began with Russian election interference.
Yeah.
It needs
Same
to
thing.
grow and expand.
Putin's one of the richest guys in the world. Let the Russian people know that. How did he get that way? He stole it from his people. You think that would be helpful, though?
I think that center that is witting to all levels of classification and knows what we should know about what's happening should compile it. They should synthesize, they should analyze it, and they should be reporting on it. And on top of that, not just within classified circles, I believe we need to be better at selective disclosure
get it out.
of classified cases that you're talking about, and while still protecting sources and methods, which we can do. We need to get this stuff exposed.
Yeah.
So that
By the way, this
aware.
wouldn't be, we made this code, this wouldn't be disinformation. We're just getting out the truth, right? If, you know, all these Chinese Communist Party leaders are all multimillionaires and billionaires, where'd they get that? They stole it from their people. Putin, he's one of the richest guys in the world. How did he get that? He stole it from his people. That's not a lie. That's not misinformation. That's just getting the facts out. I think we need to do a much better job of going on offense here, particularly when we're being attacked. Let me ask one final question. And Admiral, I'm going to ask you because you know a lot about the history. It's just astounding to me how well treated, it's kind of the Hollywood issue. Like, I try to read a lot about Chinese history. And one thing that comes back to me all the time is how Mao Zedong was somebody who, he literally was responsible for policies that killed, I don't know, you make the estimate, 50, 60, 70 million people, his own citizens, killed him, and had some of the most bizarre policies that the Great Leap Forward, the Cultural Revolution, these were just unmitigated disasters. And yet you have Xi Jinping modeling everything he does on Mao Zedong. That would be like a German chancellor kind of modeling everything they do on Hitler. So how come, why do you think that never comes out? Why do you think our media, our history kind of little kid glove with Mao Zedong's legacy, right? I mean, he killed more Chinese than any other foreign power probably ever. And yet he still lauded his portraits up in red, in the middle of Beijing. What do you think we can do with that, if anything?
I agree that we need to highlight Chinese history and to be able to describe exactly what the long arc of the CCP has really been for the Chinese people and those mistakes that could be made again given that system, but now on a global scale.
And let me ask one other, point that you'll know a lot about. We always talk about Taiwan in terms of China's territorial aggression, but you may have seen this New York Times article, very good, recently had a very deep dive intel report from the Russian KGB or whatever they call themselves now. And it was a whole document how the Russian intel services are worried that China's going to turn to and start trying to get back land that Russia took from them in the 19th century. You know, China used to have territorial domination of the Korean Peninsula. Do you think that as the Chinese Communist Party gets stronger, that they're going to view their territorial ambitions, not just with regard to Taiwan, which we know is obvious, but with regard to Russia, where they share a huge border, with regard to Vietnam, with regard to Korea, with regard to the whole 9-dash line in the South China Sea? Who's safe in Asia if the Communist Party of China looks at its history saying, hey, we owned that once, we owned this area once, we owned part of Korea once, we owned part of Russia once? Like, where is their limiting principle? Because the Russians clearly, I know we have Xi Jinping and Putin always hanging out together, but the Russian intel services are thinking, hey, we need to start protecting Russian territory because China's coming for us next. You think that helps us to get that word out, that they're so aggressive, they're going to be marching on all their neighbors, not just Taiwan here soon?
I think that China's been expanding its strategic spaces. It considers these are buffers or areas of influence that they've long held, rights to be able to influence, just like we might have a Monroe Doctrine here in the United States. At the same time, if you take a look 360 degrees along every border area of China, if you go to Ladakh or Sikkim or Bhutan or Nepal or Arunachal Pradesh, it's not just the South China Sea, it's not just increased pressure in Southeast Asia or Taiwan, East China Sea. This is a full 360-degree issue.
Where they're pushing.
Where they are pushing where they can, very opportunistic here and trying to do so slowly in a creeping fashion. But this is the nature of the CCP. Expand and control to protect ultimately their regime and themselves.
Great. Thank you very much. And I appreciate, again, the witnesses. Great job, Mr. Chairman. This is great work that we're all going to be doing in a bipartisan, bicameral way. And again, if the witnesses, if you have time, if you can get us that request I made about some specifics on American soil against Americans, boy, oh boy, I think American people really would want to know about that and some of the actions we need to take. Say, hey, you're coming to mess with us? All right, we're a big country. We got our own methods to make this very painful for you. I think we need to do a little bit more on offense. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership and for an excellent hearing. Let me just ask a couple final questions before we close. In March of 2024, we all recall that B. Kim, who was then vice president-elect, had an incident where in the Czech Republic, there was an attempt to foment a car accident, which is something that happens so often here. Wei Jingxiang, so many others have had it, but in this case, it was obviously Taiwan-related. And the Czech intel community mitigated that threat. But my first question would be, how much coordination do we do with other countries on the threat to the diaspora and to others, especially now with Taiwan, with our allies? I remember when Liu Xiaobo got the Nobel Peace Prize, I led the effort in Congress to give 3 people in China, Chen Guangzhen, Gao Zhejiang, and Liu Xiaobo, to award them the Peace Prize. We had multiple signers. Liu Xiaobo got it, the first Chinese person ever to get it. They wouldn't allow him to go, as we all know. They kept him in prison. They wouldn't allow his wife to go. He eventually died from cancer when they wouldn't even give him assistance in terms of medical aid. But my big takeaway from talking to lawmakers who were there, and I know a lot of them in Europe, was the worry about retaliation by the Chinese Communist Party for having awarded him that very prestigious award. I was kind of shocked. It's like, we should be lauding him and saying, here's the model for China. He wanted slow reform. He was part of the Charter 08 effort, as we all remember. Just a tremendous man. And yet there was almost like an apologetic view being taken. Well, we got to contain this, otherwise we have an economic downside. And I heard it from a lot of my colleagues because I have chaired the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly for decades. I'm now the special rep for trafficking, but I heard it. So I had friends there and they told me that. I won't name names, it was off the record, but it was like a consistent concern. In other words, Chinese Communist Party is doing a good job in intimidating even governments instead of all standing firm against them. So how well do we coordinate with them? Is there a country or countries that you would put at the top the UK, for example, or others that are doing a good job in standing with Taiwan. I know we are, but I don't think we do enough either, no matter who's in the White House, but we need to do more. Secondly, what role, in your views, does higher education play on human rights and democracy in Taiwan here in this country? I had a series of hearings on Confucius Centers. I had the chancellor of NYU come and testify at one of my hearings and took him to task. Very nice guy, very civil. I even invited myself, and he accommodated that, to go to the Beijing campus of NYU to give a human rights speech, and I did it, and he was very good to allow that to happen. But I said, when they buy your entire campus, and they kind of pick who comes and gets the imprimatur of a prestigious organization like NYU. How does that affect your teaching? Can anyone talk about the Dalai Lama here? Can anybody talk about human rights abuse? Can anybody talk about Taiwan? So my question is, how well or poorly are our universities doing? And Confucius Centers, in my opinion, were one of the worst things, soft power, Chinese Communist Party, and I so many hearings on it. Couldn't believe it. And there were hearings over here on the Senate side as well, which were great. And it was all to say, stop it. They're watching the diaspora. They're delivering a message that is pre-cooked in Beijing as to what they should say. And they're also keeping a sharp eye on the diaspora students, or the students that are visiting here. So I just, how well are they doing? And on the international side, are we coordinating with these other nations, State Department? The former chairman here was Marco Rubio. Nobody knows China like he does. So I'm sure he's got a lot on his plate lately, but it would be a great thing for us to better coordinate, if we're not already, with our allies. Peter.
So, the U.S. government can speak for itself in many respects. So what I would highlight are a couple of useful features about this. The first is the legislative discussions, the interparliamentary conversations, right? And it got a sort of a kick up with the Interparliamentary Alliance on China, founded in June 2020, right? And that's brought together dozens of countries, dozens of legislatures and an expert network associated with it to bring information and briefings, right, to now, I think it's roughly 40 countries, give or take. Right? And so that's one way in which you have democracy sharing. The summit for IPAC last year was hosted in Taiwan, in Taipei. I believe one of the staff directors was there at that event. And I would point out that as you yourself chaired a hearing on this with CECC in December 2017, one of the very, very first to draw attention to these issues, right? So this parliamentary piece of it is key, and it is really the democratic countries around the world, and it's not just European, it's not just North America, but you have them in Asia, and Africa, Latin America, where you find people trying to step up and share. The second is that in the NGO network that was there of researchers, of analysts, this, I can tell you from my own experience that 12, 13 years ago, there were about 5 of us worldwide. That's not what it looks like today, right? There are dozens. How do we know about the overseas police stations in New York, in Texas, some of the other places where these centers were? Because of a European NGO that chose to research and dig into this, right? And we're all friends, we all talk, and it's gone from, just a handful to, a workshop to you can't fit them all, even in, say, the Canon, Speaker Pelosi hearing room. And if you're going to pick out some specific countries that have really been above and beyond what's there, I think one of the first ones is Czech Republic. It's simply because they have an intellectual tradition of understanding communism, and they haven't forgotten, and they have an intuitive grasp of what this is, of what these problems are, and they've sort of naturally built connections with Taiwan that said, this is important, we understand this. I think Lithuania in the Baltics is another one that has recognized the value that's there. Some of the other NATO countries on the eastern flank have found it useful, for example, to talk with the Taiwanese about runway repair, because there's an issue there. But I don't think you have a really strong tier of a lot of countries that have really pushed really hard. And it goes kind of in line with different governments. Australia has played a critical role in terms of both its government and its civil society in bringing awareness and sharing these issues. But again, I think governments have been a little more inconsistent. But you've seen this body of researchers, this body of journalists that are now prepared to report on and discuss this in a way that just wasn't possible, even when you held that first hearing in 2017.
Just a quick response to your question about the role of higher education. I think in terms of university responses, right, you can separate it between the response of the administration versus responses of sort of faculty. And, I know my colleagues in the China field who are aware of these issues of transnational repression and sort of the complexities and the implications of freedom of speech. I think individually faculty have, attempted to address these issues and create a safe space for Chinese students on campus and to sort of ensure that there is still academic freedom around Taiwan and Xinjiang and other issues. I think in many university administrations in the United States and elsewhere, right, there is sort of a lot of financial concern due to reliance on Chinese students for revenue or sort of getting donations and sort of research institutes funded by donors with links to the CCP. And I think that has sort of impaired a more systematic knowledge sharing, coordination, and to sort of address these issues of academic freedom, freedom of speech, and transnational repression on campuses. So I think there definitely needs to be more done at the administration level to address these issues.
Sir, I agree with my fellow panelists. I think they covered both of those topics well.
Okay. And again, I think we need to do more to, just like we try to hold our corporate America to account, and this commission has done yeoman's work on that, to continue the work with our academics. I'll never forget in my first term here, 1982, a man broke a story who was going for his doctorate at Stanford, and he broke the news about the one-child per couple policy and the heavy reliance on forced abortion to achieve it. And a couple years later, I offered amendments on the floor that passed to defund those organizations that were enabling that. He lost his Stanford credentials. And matter of fact, the Wall Street Journal did a piece called "Stanford Morality," and got behind this researcher who broke that story. 60 Minutes did a piece on it. Nova did a piece on it, and Stanford didn't see clear. They said, "Oh, you're going to hurt our access." So we need to continue, I think, that positive pressure on our higher education, and that was 40 plus years ago, and unfortunately, I think it continues to this day. But I thank you very much, all of you, for your testimonies, for your leadership, and I do ask unanimous consent that the record be kept open for 7 business days to allow members to submit additional written questions for the witnesses and for the witnesses to revise and extend their remarks. No objections, so ordered. I want to thank all of today's witnesses for your time and, above all, for your wisdom. Hearing's adjourned. Be seated. All right, Ms. Jennings.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next family is the family of Xana Kernodle. And first would be Jasmine Kernodle, Xana's sister.
I want to say thank you to everyone who's been involved in this and just for all the hard work and dedication you guys have put into this. I also want to thank everyone for the support and just my family and friends who've been around through this time. I went back and forth on whether to speak today because the truth is you don't deserve power over my feelings, my words, or me.
Thank you. In the end, I realized this moment isn't about you. It's about justice for Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie. It's about honoring the beautiful people they were and still are in God's eyes. On November 13th, 2022, a piece of my heart was ripped away. There's no way to ever fully describe the weight of losing my sister, my best friend. No sentence or punishment will ever come close to the justice Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie deserve. Xana was everyone's best friend. She was kind, she was funny. She was a gift to each person she was able to make an impact on. Xana was someone I turned to when I needed direction or advice. Although I am her older sister, I often found myself looking up to her. She had a radiant energy that everyone loved, and she always knew the right way to approach a problem. She knew how precious and special life was, and she truly did live every day to the fullest. Yet her story was cut short by an act of evil. I believe in a God whose justice is not bound by this courtroom. I find peace knowing that judgment ultimately belongs to Him. For your sake, I hope one day you feel the full weight of what you did. I hope you take accountability. I hope you truly experience the guilt and you surrender yourself to Jesus Christ. Because no punishment on this earth can ever compare to the isolation and pain of eternal separation from God. Xana deserved more. They all did. But I come here to say this. I am strong. I am brave. I'm a fighter, just like Xana. And you don't get to control how I move forward or what I believe. I walk with the comfort of knowing I will see my sister again. Xana didn't get the future she deserved. She won't be the maid of honor at my wedding, the cool aunt to my future children. I'll never hear her laugh or see her light up a room ever again. But I will carry her with me for the rest of my life. I will live in her honor, fight to be the best kind of woman and someone she's proud of, to make sure the world never forgets who she was. Xana's story doesn't end with what was taken from her. It lives through the love she gave, the people she touched, and the legacy our family will protect. Her light still shines, and her voice will echo louder than this pain. You didn't take that from us, and you never will.
Thank you.
I just want to say before I start, I'm Xana's dad, Jeff Kernodle. It's been a hard road down, because she's gone. And I want to thank everybody, other their families that's speaking so far, spoke about things. I agree with everything they have to say. It all comes back to a lot of the same things that I've had to deal with and we as a family have had to deal with. And that brings me basis of what I'm talking about a little bit is on my way up here, flying up here in the plane, and about halfway through the flight, this little girl is calling out for her dad. Hey, dad, dad, dad. And then in my mind, I was kind of half asleep. It's dark on the plane. I heard Xana calling out for me like she did, back when she was little, 5 years old. And those times were hard. It was chaotic, but we always had something to work toward that was in a positive direction, compared to right now, which is necessarily not as positive as that for sure. And I know I miss Xana a lot. My life's been changed, and Xana had a great impact on me. And the impact was when she was gone, I realized how important she was and what she really did for me, influenced me, was way beyond what I ever thought. She'd call me up on the weekends, check on me, see who's with me. She's like accountability to your youngest daughter. And that really made a big difference. It made me really think about things and what it's all about, That's the things that I miss the most, is those calls on the weekends, the calls at 11 at night. What's going on? You want to meet my friend? Whoever she's with, a couple of her friends, I can meet them, talk to them. And she always did that. And it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I really miss that. And she made a big impact on me, on other people, her family. But the impact that she made is so extensive on what happened here. And it goes so far. People from everywhere in the world, are following things, and Xana has made a difference in their lives. So, countless people told me that. They might not even know her. They never knew anything about her. It's what they see, and they just love her and say how they wish she could have been their friend. Could have been their friend, could have hung out, and it's like, this is a blessing, this is the little kid was, and definitely was a big blessing in my life, and so is Jasmine, and basically, we worked hard to do the things we did, through the times they were growing up, and through those times, I realized that I wanted both of them to graduate college, and that'd be the ultimate thing for them to do to prepare for the world. Then it came back to me, Xana didn't get to finish college. He had it all figured out. And this all just came back to me when I was there, and that little girl was on the plane doing that. It's like where I was going, what I was going here for. And then I just realized and thought to myself about the wonderful life that she had and we had together. And I still get to have with Jasmine, but that's the part that really counted. It's the part that really counted, is those memories. And those are what I have left, the memories with her and the ones I can make with her, and the life that I can go on with now, which is what she wants. And I say that in present tense because that's what she wants, because I've been told that, I've had countless ways that she's out there and has a way to communicate, which I'm very grateful for. That goes to say that the impact of what happened to them, all 4 kids, goes so much further than just not me, the parents, the families, the community. It goes so far because a lot of kids, in the colleges, just for an example, they lock their doors now. The door wasn't locked in the back. Penn State or wherever it was, all the colleges, I know that I've heard they all lock their doors now. So maybe the impact that it's going to make is going to help out and maybe protect some people. Having this outreach and having the influence of what happened to these kids did, all I know is I was 7 miles away when it happened, and she wasn't feeling that good. It was 11:30, and I almost went over to Susanna's to say, and I would have been sitting right there on that couch, and you had to deal with me. So they would have had a chance, and I regret that, and I regret not going. But the reason why I didn't is because Susanna said, "Don't be drinking and driving. You got the rental car. Don't be drinking and driving." The week before that, so she was she would have been mad at me to do that. But I really wish I would have drunk and drove, because they would have had a chance, all four of them. At this point, I just have to go on. We're going to go on with everything and make things better in my life, because that's what it's all about. If I have closure in things, and the part that we miss is Santa, her influence, her smile, the things that she did, and we have the memories left, the great memories, and she just wants us to make more memories and not be sad or upset or shocked or taken for that, and that's what we're gonna do. We just have to. That's all I got.
Thank you for your words and your courage, and bless your family.
Next, Kim Coronado would like to address the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Kim Coronado. I am Xana's aunt. I was very blessed to have her in my life, in our family. And I thought I had everything in my head, what I wanted to say, but it kind of went out. And I'm always looking for the positive thing, because evil, hate can destroy people. And that's what it started doing with our family. It created anger with our family members. And then I had to look, because Xana was everything that the media, her friends said. She was that fun, loving, high-spirited, beautiful person. And I no longer get to get my nails done with her, have lunch with her. Sorry. But how I look at it now is this tragedy, this horrible tragedy on all of the 4 children, has brought us closer. You united us with your actions. We're united now, and we're stronger than ever. We have family and friends now that we never knew we had. And, this is probably going to bother everybody, but Brian, I'm here today to tell you I have forgiven you, because I no longer could live with that hate in my heart. And for me to become a better person, I have forgiven you. And anytime you want to talk and tell me what happened, get my number. I'm here, no judgment, because I do have answers or questions that I want you to answer. And I'm here. I'll be that one that'll listen to you. Okay? Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
My name is Stratton Coronado, and I'm Xana's uncle, Jeff's brother. Sitting here today listening to all the stories and feelings and feeling the pain from everybody is a pretty powerful thing. It's each time a statement was read, it sort of would tug into my center core as I felt everybody's anguish. And Xana meant a lot to us, and we loved her very much. But I started thinking about, instead of rehashing everything that everybody else has talked about, I wanted to direct it another direction toward Brian and what he's done to his family, his parents, his siblings, his friends, his universe. He has contaminated, tainted their family name, and pretty much made a horrible, miserable thing to be ever related to him. And I know that that's what he has to live with, and that has to be his pain. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Next, Your Honor, I believe Randy Davis, stepfather to Xana Kernodle, would like to address the court.
Hi, my name's Randy, stepdad of Xana. I just feel the same way we all do. All of us are united because of something that happened, and I am grateful to know and have met some new family because of this awful event. But this is probably the last time we're all going to be in the same room together, let's be real. So I can say, I love you all, and I feel your pain. And just God bless us all, you know? Just get through it. I had stuff wrote up. It was probably best I didn't read it out. Probably get kicked out of here, so. You know, I'll share one thing to you guys, not to you, with Xana. So I was working in North Dakota and came home, and Jazzy and Xana had taken our son Elijah and put him in a dress, makeup, and it was awful, you know. I was like, I don't know. She was funny. I told her she'd be in the movies and be somebody great one day like that. And now she is just above us as an angel with all the other beautiful kids. So let's hold that to our hearts, because this evil thing is not going to take nothing from us. You, man, I don't know what my limits are here, but I'm really struggling, dude. I am struggling. So I want to just be out in the woods with you just so I can teach you about loss and pain. I love God. I wouldn't take your life. That's up to him. But I guarantee you, you are weak. God, I would just give a moment, man, 5 minutes out in the woods. Oh, man. Ooh. You're going to go to hell. I know people believe in other stuff. You're evil. There's no place for you in heaven. You took our children. You are going to suffer, man. I'm shaking because I want to reach out to you, but I hope you feel my energy, okay? Go to hell.
Next is Kara Northington, Xana's mother.
I'm Kara Northington. I am Xana Kernodle's mother. This letter is to you, really. But it's for my daughter, who was murdered by you. Today I stand before you, the man who is responsible for murdering my beautiful daughter, Xana Kernodle. My daughter was beautiful both inside and out. She possessed love for those around her and had a light so bright it will live on forever in our hearts. She brought joy and laughter to her friends, her family, and anyone in her presence. Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, now has her in his loving arms in heaven, where she can never be harmed ever again for eternity. Because of her, I came to know my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Because of her, many will come to Christ. It is Christ who lives in me that has given me the strength to forgive you. It was of no power of my own. In return, the Lord has filled me with joy, hope, and peace that surpasses all understanding. Jesus has allowed me to forgive you for murdering my daughter without you even being sorry or asking for this. This is only possible because he who lives in me is greater than any evil in this world. For God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. I do not fear you or even let you rent space in my head anymore. This forgiveness has released me from any and all evil you have inflicted on me and my family. It has allowed me to let our Lord deal with you. You have accepted a deal that will prevent you from receiving the death penalty. Nothing man can do to you can ever compare to the wrath of God. Inevitably, you will stand before our Lord and will have to answer to him over the sins you have committed in murdering our children. I pray you come to the end of yourself before that day. Whether you like it or not, heaven is for real and so is hell. The innocent life of Xana that you stole from myself and my family, and the destruction it has caused. I am washing my hands of you and turning you over to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, whom vengeance belongs to. In closing, I want to read a passage from the Bible, Ephesians 6, King James Version. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, that ye may be able to stand in the evil day. I'm not going to share memories of Xana or any more of the goodness of her with you, because I do not want that to be in your head. I don't want it to be in your head. You don't deserve that. You don't deserve our good memories that we have. I do pray for you. I pray that you come to the end of yourself. I pray that before this life is over, that you ask our Lord and Savior in your heart and to forgive you. I do pray for that. But after today, I wash my hands of you, and you are no longer a thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't believe the state has any other victim impact statements.
Okay. Right, stay and argue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just as a housekeeping matter to start, there will be the issue of restitution. That is, the documentation is being gathered, and we ask if the court would defer that for 30 days so we can present it in an orderly fashion and make sure it's comprehensive for everyone.
Any objection to leaving restitution open in 60 days? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think it's necessary and appropriate to share for everyone here, including the court, the background that brings us in front of Your Honor today for these proceedings. As the record reflects, and as everybody in this courtroom knows, the defendant has pleaded guilty to all 5 counts charged in the indictment. Under oath before Your Honor, he has admitted that the charges against him are true. He has reassured the court that he has not been coerced or threatened to make those admissions. And Your Honor did an extraordinary job in taking the pleas back on July 2nd. We appreciate the court's discipline and insight. The defendant has also waived appeal on the multitude of rulings from this court and Your Honor's predecessor in Latah County on dozens, literally dozens of motions seeking to dismiss the case, seeking to control or limit evidence, seeking to offer evidence that would not be appropriate. And we appreciate the court's consistent rulings based on the law, based on the facts. As Your Honor will recall, on June 18th, it's just really not that long ago, we appeared before this court for arguments on what became the defendant's final motions to this court. Motion where they wanted to offer evidence suggesting that other people were responsible for the defendant's actions, and the motion seeking essentially an indefinite continuance of the trial. It was readily apparent to all of us in the courtroom from Your Honor's comments that those motions were not going to be granted. So we returned to Moscow and continued with what we had been working on for months in preparation for trial. We had no qualms about going to trial if trial was what was necessary and appropriate. The following week after we were in court, we were approached by the defense with an inquiry about a possible plea. And I can tell the court this is the first suggestion ever that there was any consideration, because indeed, the defense had maintained from the beginning that Mr. Koberger, the defendant, was factually innocent. It's clear that the reality of the evidence and the case that had been investigated and prepared and that we were ready to present in court became a reality. Our reaction, among other things, was to reach out to all the families. And in fact, later that week, on Thursday and Friday of that last week of June, we met with representatives by teams, virtual meetings, with representatives of all the families. And we talked about the status of the case, and the upcoming trial and things that related to the trial. And we also let them know that there had been an inquiry about whether there might be an offer for a plea. And we asked the family members for their thoughts and feelings. And they were candid. And they have been candid since, and we respect that. And we understand, recognize, and acknowledge that there was a difference of opinion among representatives of the different families. We understand that. One of the challenges of this case, one of the unique things about this case is we have multiple victims, each unique unto themselves, their families and friends unique unto themselves, and all of them entitled to their opinions, all of them entitled to their thoughts. Over the following weekend, our prosecution team, very skilled attorneys who were personally as well as professionally deeply invested in this case, met. And we talked, and the decision was reached. Well, to start with, were there to be any sort of plea offer or discussion, there's only one possibility. And that would be for the defendant to plead guilty straight up to all charges. There would be no bargaining about counts. There would be no bargaining about reduced sentences. And so we made the proposal to the defense that if the defendant was willing to plead guilty up front to all 5 counts as charged and waive appeal of the court's myriad decisions during the past 2.5+ years on all these motions that would have consumed years, if not decades, of time in the future. By the end of the weekend, we were notified the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged and factually acknowledge his responsibility in court for these horrible crimes. Obviously, those discussions and negotiations were confidential. And as Your Honor noted, I believe that was necessarily so, because if the defendant had decided not to plead guilty, it would have been devastating to our jury pool for there to be public information that there had been consideration by either party to a plea resolution. And protecting the prospective integrity of a trial after so many years was paramount. So, the end of the weekend came. We notified the victims' families of what had occurred. I recognize and acknowledge personally, and I respect the fact that of these fine, suffering people here, not everybody agreed with the decision we make. I accept that. It's my responsibility in the end. I recognize that that's the duty of the office that I hold. So now, it is time for the judicial system to impose final judgment and close the door on this chapter of these tragedies. As the court is aware, by the agreement of the parties, it is the state's prayer. Perhaps have the Elmo police turned on. Thank you. That on count 1, the felony burglary, that the court sentenced the defendant to the maximum period of 10 years fixed in the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. Then on count 2, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Maddie Mogan. On count 3, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez. On count 4, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Xana Kernodle. On count 5, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Ethan Chapin. And the state further prays that these sentences be ordered to run consecutively, back to back, not at the same time, to recognize and respect the unique individuality of each of these beautiful young people whose lives were taken brutally and for no reason. And hopefully now, as we have heard earlier this morning, it is time to afford the families and the friends and the community and the state of Idaho and the nation and the world to move forward. We can't undo, and we can never undo, the horror of what occurred on the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 at 1122 King Street in Moscow, Idaho. For a long time, the presiding district judge in Latah County was John Stegner, who eventually became a member and a justice of the Idaho Supreme Court. And Justice Stegner often observed that even God cannot change the past. But everyone in this room has the ability to take themselves forward. And we want the judicial system to afford them the opportunity today to do that. From today forward, our memories should be focused on these innocent victims whose lives were taken, on their families, on their friends, on the community. The court has heard discussion, talk today, reminiscences today about a special family that our victims shared, not just their natural, legal, and biological families, not just their university family within their sororities, for example. But this family. This is the picture taken on November 12th, 2022, of the special family of 1122 King Road. And you can see all 6 of these dynamic, vibrant, loving, special, innocent faces taken together just across the street from their residence, and barely 12 hours before 4 of them would be brutally murdered in their sleep. They've been described consistently as being bright, caring, vivacious, with futures we can only imagine now. But they were, and they remain, a special family that I think we should all recognize and appreciate. So it's time to move forward. There have been a number of statements directed specifically at the defendant today. I have one last thought. After Your Honor imposes judgment and sentences the defendant to spend the rest of his life in prison, in other words, sentence the defendant to die in prison, he's going to stand up in the belly chains and the leg irons that he's wearing today, and he's going to be escorted into the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. And the door will close behind him forever. That is the closure that we seek, that all of these people, these loving friends and family deserve, so that we can move forward. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, does the defense have evidence to present today?
No evidence.
All right. Does defense wish to make argument today?
Runner, we do not wish to make arguments. Mr. Koberger, along with his legal team, is prepared for the court to enter judgment.
All right, Mr. Koberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining.
I respectfully decline.
Well, please. All right, let me start this morning by acknowledging and thanking those that have come here today in support of their loved ones, and I appreciate your courage and your strength. And I hope that you are able to move on as best as possible. Thank counsel for the professionalism that they've exhibited throughout this case. It has been my great honor to preside in this case and to help bring, to the extent possible, some resolution and hopefully justice to this case. During the quiet morning hours of November 13, 2022, a faceless coward breached the tranquility of 6 beautiful young people and senselessly slaughtered them, 4 of them. Who committed this unspeakable evil was unknown for several weeks, but due to the killer's incompetence and outstanding police work by numerous local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, the person that slithered through that sliding glass door at 1122 King Road now stands before the world and this court unmasked. This unfathomable and senseless act of evil has caused immeasurable pain and loss. No parent should ever have to bury their child. This is the greatest tragedy that can be inflicted upon a person. Parents who took their children to college in a truck filled with moving boxes had to bring them home in hearses lined with coffins. The loss this killer inflicted was not just the death of these people's children, siblings, grandchildren, as we've heard today. It has ripped a hole in their soul, destroying a special part of their very essence. Any person who is a parent defines themselves foremost as such. It is their existence and purpose of being. And it has been stolen from these parents. None of us have experienced the loss these victims have in the unspeakable way that they have. And therefore, none of us can, nor should we, question the way in which they have handled their loss. Whether that be in private mourning, removed as far as possible from this media circus, or in front of a camera demanding retribution with the loudest megaphone. I've listened intently to the stories and pain that have been shared today, with great awe at the courage and resilience of the surviving family members of those wonderful children. I've listened also to the surviving roommates, both in person and through their friends. And I can't think of how, frankly, courageous they have been despite the hell that they have faced by uncaring people who have come up with all kinds of crazy theories about two kids simply being kids. The parents, siblings, and other family members who have spoken today are designated as victims in our legal system. But going forward, I hope that they can shed that label, as it gives too much power to the evil that condemned them to that role. They are and should be known as survivors, fighters, and foremost as witnesses to the tremendous lives of value and unbounded promise of these four young people. But those speaking today and those who did not speak, but who carry this same burden, this same loss, now carry forward the memories of these now perpetually young people, these forever children. These survivors carry the responsibility of ensuring that the voices of these children, Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, are never forgotten, and the positive impacts that they have had on so many lives are never minimized, and that the love they shared, the light that they shined onto others is forever celebrated. As we sit here today, this case is ending, and we are now certain who committed these unspeakable acts of evil, but we don't know, and what we may never know is why. I share the desire expressed by others to understand the why. But upon reflection, it seems to me, and this is just my own opinion, that by continuing to focus on why, we continue to give Mr. Kohberger relevance. We give him agency and we give him power. The need to know what is inherently not understandable makes us dependent upon the defendant to provide us with a reason, and that gives him the spotlight, the attention, and the power he appears to crave. Yet even if I could force him to speak, which legally I cannot, how could anyone ever be assured that what he speaks is the truth? Do we really believe, after all of this, he's capable of speaking the truth or of giving up something of himself to help the very people whose lives he destroyed? Rather, I suspect the so-called reason would be dished out in enticing, self-serving, and aggrandizing, untruthful bits, leaving people wanting more information, more insight, and thus enhancing even further the power he seeks to hold. Even if we could get truthful insight into his why, I suspect it would not in any way quench one's thirst for actually understanding why in the first instance. Because there is no reason for these crimes that could approach anything resembling rationality. No conceivable reason could make any sense. And in the end, the more we struggle to seek explanation for the unexplainable, the more we try to extract a reason, the more power and control we give to him. In my view, the time has now come to end Mr. Kohberger's 15 minutes of fame. It's time that he be consigned to the ignominy and isolation of perpetual incarceration. I know there has been concern about him collaborating on books or movies or other media projects, and I truly hope that someone does not stoop to affording him this spotlight that he desires in the name of clicks, royalties, or profits. While criminal behavioralists should study him away from the spotlight in an attempt to prevent other would-be killers from acting on their worst impulses, There should be no need for that to spill over into the public eye. The great Idaho jurist Edward Lodge was known for trying to find something positive about every person he ever sentenced. And with over a half a century as a trial judge, that was a lot of people. This was often challenging, and I recall in one case he said that the best he could come up with was the defendant had good penmanship. Truth be told, I'm unable to come up with anything redeeming about Mr. Koberger because his grotesque acts of evil have buried and hidden anything that might have been good or intrinsically human about him. His actions have made him the worst of the worst. Even in pleading guilty, he is giving nothing hinting of remorse or redemption, nothing suggesting even a recognition or understanding, let alone regret for the pain that he has caused. And therefore, I will not attempt to speak about him further, other than to simply sentence him so that he is forever removed from civilized society. And accordingly, based upon his conduct and based upon the record before this court, recognizing the standards that govern this court's sentencing decisions as set forth in State v. Toohill, I hereby sentence Mr. Koberger as follows. On count 1, burglary, 10 years fixed, 0 years indeterminate. I also impose a fine of $50,000. Count 2, first-degree murder of Madison Mogan. I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 3, for first-degree murder of Kaylee Gonsalves, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the victim of the family, or to the family of the victim, pardon me. On count 4, for the first-degree murder of Xana Kernodle, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 5, for the first-degree murder of Ethan Chapin, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. The sentences on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 shall run consecutively to one another. Restitution will be left open for 60 days. Defendant will be required to submit a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression to the Department of Corrections and comply with the DNA Database Act. I remand the defendant to the custody of the Idaho State Board of Corrections for to be imprisoned in an appropriate facility and execution of the sentence where he will remain until he dies. Though you have waived your right to appeal, you do have a right to file a notice of appeal, and any such appeal must be filed within 42 days of the date of the written judgment, which will be entered shortly hereafter. Though the appeal, you should be aware, may be deemed a violation of the plea agreement, and so I certainly suggest you discuss that with counsel if that is your desire. I ask the media and public present to allow the families to be escorted out first before they leave. Again, thank you to everyone for your stories today. I am strengthened by them, and I am encouraged by your humanity and strength, and God bless you. We're adjourned.
The hearing will come to order. Good morning and welcome to all of you. Today's hearing focuses on the challenges that America faces in meeting the increased demand for electricity, something that's gotten a lot of attention with good reason. Demand has been trending upward in recent years, and some expect it could grow by 25% just in the next 5 years alone. Data centers supporting artificial intelligence, advanced manufacturing, and the planned retirement of current production sources are just a few of the causes creating this increased demand. And as more people are drawn toward electric cars, that could put additional demand as well in play. America needs to put more electrons on the grid. We'll be hearing from 3 witnesses to better understand these issues today, and we're very fortunate to have them. They are, first, Peter Huntsman, the Chairman and CEO of Huntsman Corporation, Jeff Tench, the Executive Vice President of Vantage Data Centers, welcome, and finally, Rob Gramlich, the President of Grid Strategies. So thanks to all of you for being here. Now let's begin with a simple fact. America's electricity demand is surging. It's not creeping up, it's surging. For decades, power demand in this country remained relatively flat. Utilities planned for it, markets priced for it, regulators counted on it, but that era is over. We're now entering a new era of electrification. Data centers, AI computing, manufacturing, returning home, electric vehicles, all of it. Even conservative estimates suggest that we could see 2 to 3% annual growth compounded over the next decade. Now that number, 2 to 3% annually compounded, that might not sound like much, but it's like a two-way highway that was built decades ago that's now expected to carry rush hour traffic to and from a major city every day of the year. More cars, bigger trucks, constant congestion. And if the road hasn't changed, but everything around it has changed, that's going to be an issue. Now it's a fairly decent analogy, something to help understand our power grid and the challenges now facing it. Now here's the real problem. We have spent much of the last 20 years shutting down the generation that can actually meet that demand. Coal plants retired, nuclear blocked, natural gas tied up in endless litigation. And we replaced a lot of that capacity with wind, solar, and batteries, resources that by design don't work all the time, work roughly 1/3 of the time. 1/3 of the time, that's not enough to support the dispatchable baseload power that we got from the other sources I mentioned. These resources being non-dispatchable, it means that they cannot be dispatched at the exact moment that they're needed with predictability and the reliability that is required. They do not provide baseload power, and they do not build themselves. They require massive transmission overhauls, grid upgrades, and most importantly, in many circumstances, subsidies. So this isn't a free market. In many ways, it's a rigged one. The federal government has been investing heavily in certain green energy technologies for decades, handing out tax credits like candy. So naturally, developers follow these credits, and why wouldn't they? But what's the result? 95% of the projects waiting to connect to the grid happen to be wind, solar, and batteries, but only 10% of those ever make it online, onto the grid. Meanwhile, gas plants, nuclear reactors, geothermal, these things that can actually power a modern economy, providing predictable, reliable, affordable, clean baseload power, they get crowded out or delayed endlessly or blocked entirely. Why? Well, government red tape is responsible for a lot of it. And activist-funded lawsuits also have a fair amount to do with it, because a government that picks winners and losers and consistently picks losers creates a lot of this problem. Now look at what FERC tells us. According to FERC, between now and 2028, we're set to retire 24 gigawatts of coal-fired generation just in the next 3 years alone, and replace it with just 5 gigawatts of gas-fired power. That math doesn't work. Not in theory, not in practice, not now, not then, not anywhere, or at any time. The system was built for slow, steady growth. What we're facing now is a tidal wave. And if we don't change course, if we don't wake up to this reality, the lights are going out. We need utilities, developers, states, and Congress to start telling the truth about this. The grid is not ready. The system is not built for this. And the path that we're on will culminate quite predictably in rolling blackouts, rising prices, national vulnerability, and our inability to remain competitive in what many are describing as the AI global arms race. In fact, on only July 7th, the U.S. Energy Department warned that between the growth in demand and the retirement of some current sources, if we don't take steps to respond to the increased demand, the risk of blackouts in the United States will increase 100-fold. I repeat, increasing 100 times what we currently face in terms of blackouts across the country. We currently experience annual outage hours in the single digits, and if we don't take effective steps, the estimate is more than 800 outage hours per year in the next 5 years. We cannot allow that to happen. We've got too much riding on that. It's time that we face the facts, and that's what this hearing is about. And the chair now recognizes the ranking member, Senator Heinrich.
Thank you, Chairman Lee. Welcome to our witnesses, Mr. Gramlich, Mr. Huntsman, and Mr. Tench. As we'll discuss today, the scale and drivers of today's rising electricity demand are relatively unprecedented. It's not just that electricity demand is reaching record highs, it's that we're entering a new era of sustained load growth. The structural forces underlying today's load growth are converging. The growth of AI data centers, the electrification of vehicles, buildings, industry, as well as a resurgence in domestic manufacturing. And meeting this load growth will require structural changes to how we permit and build our energy infrastructure. In his testimony, Mr. Tench states that Vantage would prefer to source power from the grid, but that the system is out of sync. From interconnection timelines that are too long, transmission lines that take too long to build, and permitting that is too fragmented, the challenges that Mr. Tench articulates are the same ones that this committee has been trying to address for some time. As Mr. Tench notes in his testimony, no single business or technical workaround can substitute for a coordinated, modern, responsive grid. Fortunately, we sit on the committee that can help make that happen. The urgency isn't just about maintaining our edge in AI innovation. It's about affordability. As Mr. Gramlich points out in his testimony today, electricity bills are becoming unaffordable for too many Americans. And recent actions by President Trump and by the Big Bad Bill will make this worse. The reconciliation bill alone is estimated to increase annual energy costs more than $16 billion in 2030 and more than $33 billion by 2035. This is because at a time when we need every single electron we can get, the reconciliation bill is causing many clean energy projects to be canceled. And the president's tariffs are driving up equipment costs, raising the costs of all energy generation resources, all of them. This is leading directly to Americans spending more on their utility bills. And on top of this, an aging electrical grid is causing many energy projects to be stalled for years in interconnection queues. In June 2025, Grid Strategies released a study that found that investing in well-planned, high-capacity transmission could save U.S. households between $6.3 and $10.4 billion annually, and that's even after accounting for the cost of actually building those transmission lines. The amount of energy currently in U.S. interconnection queues substantially exceeds the existing electricity demands. if only the grid could integrate it. According to the Energy Information Administration in 2024, the U.S. installed nearly 49 gigawatts of new grid capacity, 95% of which was for renewable resources. This year, the EIA estimates that developers will build 63 gigawatts of new capacity, including 32.5 gigawatts of new utility-scale solar, 7.7 gigawatts of wind power, 18.2 gigawatts of energy storage, and just 4.4 gigawatts of natural gas-fired generation. Clean energy is the most affordable, and it's the fastest type of energy generation to deploy, outpacing natural gas, which is facing years-long backlogs in turbine availability. If you order a combined cycle natural gas turbine today, you'll be lucky if it puts its first electron on the grid before 2032. Meanwhile, states like Texas and California are demonstrating that high levels of renewable energy do not compromise grid reliability. In fact, they improve it. After Texas added 9,600 megawatts of clean energy, including 5,400 megawatts of solar, 3,800 megawatts of energy storage, and 253 megawatts of wind, ERCOT CEO Pablo Vegas said that the risk of grid emergencies dropped to less than 1%. That's down from 16% the previous year. NERC's 2025 Summer Reliability Assessment confirmed this trend, showing that the risk of rolling blackouts in Texas fell from 15% to 3% as battery capacity came online. I'll close by saying that I am deeply disturbed by the recent Department of Interior policy that requires Secretary Doug Burgum to personally review and sign off on wind and solar projects on federal lands. This nakedly political decision will risk delaying new generation additions to the grid when we need them the most. And consequently, it will drive up costs. According to the Department of Energy, federal lands in the contiguous United States could support more than 7,700 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. And with that said, I look forward to discussing how we can meet the rise in electricity demand and lower energy costs for households by integrating the most affordable and rapidly deployable energy resources today, while also investing in long-term modernization. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Heinrich. We'll now hear from each of our witnesses. Giving you 5 minutes to make your opening statements. We'll hear first from Mr. Huntsman, then from Mr. Tench, and then from Mr. Gramlich. Mr. Huntsman, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Chairman Lee, Ranking Member Heinrich, members of the committee, my name is Peter Huntsman, and I'm Chairman, President, Chief Executive Officer of Huntsman Corporation. For the first time in a generation, America faces an increase in electricity demand that will have far-reaching consequences if not managed appropriately by elected officials in both parties at federal, state, and local levels. This may sound like hyperbole, but it is not. Look no further than Germany, the United Kingdom, and much of Europe, and see how quickly great powers can implement policy to kill productive and thriving industries that form the backbone of modern economies. Just a decade ago, these nations were great industrial powerhouses. Today, they have the highest electricity prices in the industrialized world, shrinking economies, and factories being shuttered almost daily. Sadly, I've experienced this firsthand as our company has laid off thousands of employees in Europe. Facilities that were globally competitive just a few years ago have been closed and are no longer operating due to ruinous and unrealistic net zero and decarbonization policies, and the failed ideas that you can power a modern economy without developing oil and gas resources. In the chemical industry, we use large amounts of energy and electricity, take molecules mostly derived from oil and gas, break them apart, and then put them back together to make the physical building blocks of virtually everything you see, touch, and consume in modern life. Our entire supply chain employs millions of Americans and is mostly domestic-based. From transportation, technology, food supplies, medical equipment, building materials, pharma, and textiles, none of this would be possible without the chemical industry. None of it. Technology companies perform similar functions, taking energy and electricity to create data that enables every one of us to tap our mobile phones, by the way, another product that contains over 100 different chemicals, to build and access the world at our fingertips. Virtually every step in the tech world, from chip manufacturing to data generation, storage, transmission, computing, and consumer interface, use petrochemicals and enormous amounts of electricity to not just maintain, but to grow this vital industry. The advent of artificial intelligence is fast changing the face of modern society and global competitiveness. AI will bring an enormous wave of societal benefits similar to every past industrial and technological advancement. However, it is simply impossible for this to happen in a society that does not have the basic hydrocarbons to both construct the physical materials needed to build and the electricity required to power this great advancement. The challenge before us today is real, but the opportunities are even greater. The United States has both the raw material and the technological base to not just compete, but to continue to lead. Our greatest challenge will be to balance the enormous demand for more electricity while being able to keep prices affordable and supplies reliable for both consumers and industry, especially those who do not benefit from trillion-dollar balance sheets. If our growing demand for electricity being consumed by data centers and a growing tech industry are not met with additional reliable and affordable energy sources, we risk losing both our manufacturing and consumer affordability. It is simply impossible to build a modern industrial and technological economy on an energy base that is neither reliable or affordable. We can talk all we want to about nuclear ambitions that are decades away or intermittent wind and solar dreams that are operable 25 to 40% of the time and require even greater investment in more reliable backup and unrealistic battery storage. But these dreams will never solve today's problems. The demand for power and raw materials are here today and growing tomorrow. If we continue to build out more tech industry consumption than production of electricity, while at the same time prohibiting the reliable and affordable production of largely hydrocarbon-based energy sources, we will look more like Europe and less like the continued model of growth that has made the United States the envy of the world. Senators, now's the time for ambitious and bipartisan planning that will allow the American industry, capital markets, and innovation to meet the needs of these exciting times and opportunities. Our company, our industry, and most importantly, the millions of people who rely on our operations look forward to being a part of the needed solutions and innovations that will be required for our continued success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huntsman. Mr. Tench.
Chairman Lee, Ranking Member Heinrich, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jeff Tench, and I serve as the Executive Vice President for North America and Asia Pacific Advantage Data Centers, a Colorado-based developer, owner, and operator of hyperscale data centers for leading U.S. technology companies. I'd like to briefly summarize my written remarks that have been submitted for the record. While I do not claim to be an expert on energy policy, I have spent my career building businesses and leading teams that construct and operate the most efficient, secure, and resilient large-scale digital infrastructure in the world. And I appear before you with one message based on what I have seen from my position. The greatest barrier we collectively face to our country's leadership on artificial intelligence today is timely access to reliable electric power. Demand for the AI and cloud infrastructure that Vantage provides is accelerating. Over the past decade, I have seen the scale and speed of hyperscale data center development grow dramatically. 5 years ago, a 30-megawatt facility was considered large. Today, 100 megawatts is the starting point, with campus developments commonly reaching 500 megawatts or more. And we have multiple customers seeking 1 gigawatt or more for AI infrastructure, which is the equivalent of all electrical power used here in Washington, D.C. In market after market across the U.S., our development teams all report the same issue. We cannot get the amount of electricity we need in the time frame to build our data centers. Without electrical power, it is not possible to build digital infrastructure. The infrastructure that supports AI, data centers, transmission lines, generation facilities must scale rapidly if the U.S. is to remain the global leader in AI innovation. We are asking for your leadership to drive a more modernized policy framework that reflects today's growth, aligns with investment timelines, and ensures that the power system is ready when and where it is needed. From Vantage's perspective, the challenge is clear. We cannot access power on a timeline that aligns with customer demand. First, interconnection timelines are too long, both for new load and new generation resources. Second, we must develop new transmission for a more scalable and reliable grid. Third, permitting is fragmented and sequential, resulting in both increased costs and delays in projects that are otherwise ready to proceed. If we do not act decisively, we risk ceding AI leadership to countries that are moving faster to modernize their energy infrastructure. The United States is at a pivotal moment. The United States is looking at an AI era that is not coming, but is here. We have the capital, we have the customers and the talent, but we will not lead if we cannot power it. By prioritizing infrastructure for high-growth sectors, strengthening federal leadership, enforcing interconnection reforms, and incentivizing high-impact transmission, these policies can unlock the power system needed to support America's digital future. Vantage is prepared to invest and deliver. We bring development and operational expertise, capital, and long-term commitments to the communities where we build. Let us work together to build an energy delivery system that is ready to meet the scale and the importance of this moment. Thank you for the opportunity to share our experience. I look forward to your questions and working together on solutions that can keep the United States at the forefront of digital infrastructure, innovation, and investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tench. Mr. Gramlich.
Chairman Lee, Ranking Member Heinrich, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Rob Gramlich. I'm founder and president of Grid Strategies. We're a power sector transmission and power markets consulting firm based here in the DC area. Thank you for doing this hearing. This is about one of the most important topics, I think, facing the country before one of the most, if not the most important legislative committee. Power demand growth is sudden and significant, and it will be a challenge to meet. And affordability is equally important, as I'm sure you're hearing from your constituents. I'll focus now on how we can meet demand growth affordably. Basically, we need both transmission and generation. I'm going to start with transmission because that's the one that is largely in federal jurisdiction and has a federal role, while generation is largely reserved for the states under the Federal Power Act. Transmission is also the main thing we need right now. It has the highest impact. It's the great integrator of all resources. It may seem like it's a renewable energy piece of infrastructure, but that's just because over the last 5 years, that's all anybody was trying to connect to the grid. Right now, we're seeing a lot of other things trying to connect to the grid, including Jeff's data centers and data centers around the country, other large loads, manufacturing, and other types of generation. And whether it's nuclear, CCS, other types of generation, guess what? It's going to face that same constrained grid. So we should really focus on the grid. Transmission is also a great deal for consumers. The economies of scale are massive. There's a 75% discount if you do it at the higher voltage, like 765 kV lines, as opposed to 230, like 4 regions are doing. Transmission can also help in the 2020s. It's not just the 2030s or 2040s option. There are a lot of ways to expand transmission. Some lines are actually quick, and there are advanced transmission technologies and other ways to use existing corridors. Transmission supports reliability and resilience more than any other resource. The availability of transmission lines is 99.85% or above for all voltage classes, meaning it's much more available than any type of generation. With severe weather events in recent years, we've seen tens of gigawatts, like up to 10% of a region's power, served from large-scale movements of power across the regions of the country because of interregional transmission, which is why Congress directed the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, NERC, to study interregional transmission, which it did, and it found we have a need for 35 new gigawatts of interregional transmission. The U.S. is falling far behind competitors. China is doing 80 times what we're doing here on high voltage transmission. So I do think transmission really should be the bipartisan and the unifying force that commands Congress's attention. But in addition to transmission, we do certainly need to expand generation as well. There are three general types. There's sort of low-cost, plentiful energy. There's sort of the fast, flexible, balancing type of generation. And then there is firm power. So I'm not saying all resources provide all of these things. We do need firm power to meet peak loads. Resources provide varying levels of contributions to meeting peak loads. Nuclear has the highest contribution at 95%, but we're not able to get much more very soon. Gas CTs, at least according to PJM, are around 60% in terms of their ability to serve peak loads. Combined cycle is a little higher in the 70s. Offshore wind is actually 69%. And so none of these resources are perfect, but the point is when you put them all together on the integrated grid, that's how you get nearly 100% reliability of the power system. By the way, flexible loads, flexible data centers and other loads will help alleviate the need for that capacity. The good news is we have two working processes in this country to get the generation we need. We have utility-owned planning, sort of regulatory planning under states, and we have some regions have markets. It's up to the state whether they want to be in a market or have planning. Turns out both are working. Older plants are staying online longer than anybody thought, and new plants are coming in, both in the integrated resource planning context and in the market context. Look at the PJM prices that came out yesterday. Markets are screaming for generation to either stay on or be added, and that's working. The interconnection queues do need some improvement to get those there. So in my final 20 seconds, what can Congress do here? I really would focus on transmission. I have some specific ideas in my testimony. Regional planning, like FERC Order 1920A. Interregional planning, like this committee's EPRA. By the way, congratulations on a bipartisan and decisive vote on EPRA last year. It had a lot of great ideas, and I hope that's a starting point for further bipartisan cooperation on legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gramlich. Okay, we'll now begin 5-minute rounds of questions, alternate between Republicans and Democrats. I'll lead off, followed by Senator Heinrich, and then we'll alternate between Republicans and Democrats in order of seniority, subject to the early bird arrival rule. Let's see, Mr. Tench, let's start with you. In comments filed in response to the AI Action Plan, RFI, issued by the White House, Vantage noted its development of an on-site utility-scale gas power plant in Virginia to power a data center in that region. Can you explain why Vantage decided to use gas for that on-site generation?
Well, the shortest answer is that we were left no choice. The planning cycles for our data center developments can sometimes span multiple years. And in this particular case, we were subject to a change in the demand algorithm from the local utility. It had been planning on having allocated to us 100 megawatts or MVA worth of power to power our data center project there in Loudoun County, when suddenly, after we were under construction, we were told that power was no longer available and would not be available for 5 to 7 years, at which point we had already committed hundreds of millions of dollars into the development project. So in this particular case, we were fortunate in the fact that our property sat on top of a high-volume, high-pressure natural gas line, and we scrambled, we designed, built, and commissioned a power plant operating completely independent of the grid within 18 months, and that data center is up and running with a very important customer of ours today.
Great, and I assume you didn't go with others for various reasons. Nuclear would have taken too long. Why not wind and solar?
Well, in this particular case, our option was only to be able to develop a power solution for that site that was not grid dependent at all. Gotcha. And that was the choice we made. People may refer to that as island mode, but it effectively has no connection to the public grid.
right? But wind and solar wouldn't provide the continuous.
Not in that particular case. It's, the parcel was only big enough to handle a turbine plant, and there would have been no way to bring in wind and solar in that particular case.
Gotcha. Mr. Huntsman, in testimony that you provided, I believe last year to the Senate Finance Committee, you argued that affordable, abundant, reliable energy is foundational to American manufacturing dominance. America has abundant resources like coal, gas, geothermal, in some cases hydroelectric. We also have expertise to build advanced nuclear, which I'm optimistic about as far as it becoming commercially viable in the coming years, assuming we can overcome the regulatory hurdles, which we're anxiously trying to do. Now, there have been some anti-growth forces, including environmental NGOs, that have helped capture many of our Fortune 500 companies. In some cases, big energy companies, in other cases, big tech companies, to endorse a net zero framework. Now, I believe a lot of corporate leaders know that such goals and commitments are impossible to achieve, not to mention they're harmful to the many of the very industries they represent. Can you elaborate on how these sustainability commitments harm energy affordability and reliability?
Well, so many of these commitments have a longer-term objective. We're going to be carbon-free by 2050 and so forth. You'd be shocked at the number of CEOs I've spoken to that have said, I don't have to worry about that. I won't be around. I can make the commitment today, but I'm not going to be around then. There is no viable path when you look at, on a global basis, when you look at it, just replacing hydrocarbons with renewables. Again, renewables have a very important role to play in certain areas, in certain fields. We make the raw materials that go into the wind blades and solar panels and so forth. I'm not anti any of that. I want to be very clear on that. But as far as they're reliable, the reason why you're building gas turbines is because you don't have the reliability. Nobody knows a week from today if wind turbines are going to be turning or not. Nobody knows exactly how much power you're going to be getting out of solar panels a week from today. They can tell you what you're going to be getting out of a gas turbine. So I'm more concerned about the today and how we get to the issues of today and how we get to the issues over the next 5 or 10 years, because that'll dictate where we are in 2040 and 2050. And coming up with unrealistic goals that we just hope that eventually we'll come up with some means or some mechanism, just as it's not plausible and it's not realistic. That's what we're seeing in Europe.
So they've got their place, certainly, and there are good things that can be accomplished with those. But some of those areas, including those areas that are growing fastest within our economy, things like AI data centers, you can't really rely on that because it doesn't provide baseload power. What would happen if you tried to do that, whether it's manufacturing or an AI data center that needs consistent baseload power? What would happen if you had to rely on something that's intermittent?
Well, you're shutting down. And facilities like ours, if they go down unexpectedly, they can take as long as 30 days to restart, costing tens of millions of dollars. So unexpected shutdowns, that's why I mentioned, I think 4 or 5 times in my oral testimony here, the word reliability.
Right.
That's very key here.
Right. And some of the emerging nuclear technologies certainly hold a lot of promise in that area, offering zero emissions alternatives. Those are coming, not yet here, in a way that's commercially deployable. Okay, my time's expired. We'll go to Senator Heinrich.
Mr. Tench, you may be aware the Department of Interior recently released a memo that's going to require the Secretary to review all wind and solar projects on federal lands. It adds just one more layer of red tape. Do you have opinions on what the potential business impacts of energy projects just being delayed in that regulatory process, how that further delays impact the business prospect?
Our observation and our requirement is for more electrons, as you called out in your opening remarks. Vantage is relatively agnostic as to the source of those electrons. So in the case of rulemaking or regulatory action that slows down the process of approving new generation or new transmission would definitely be a negative for our business.
Should, in the sort of 5-year window, like 2025 to 2030, shouldn't we be focused on putting as many electrons agnostic of generation source on the grid as possible to be able to meet the kind of demand that you represent?
Yes, our position is that efforts to move electrons around through enhanced transmission is important, necessary, but insufficient relative to the overall demand. We need more energy.
More generation and
more generation, and we need more transmission independent of source. That said, it does need to be a reliable, grid dispatchable source, which I believe, can be accomplished with the right combination of energy source for generation and energy storage.
And storage. One of my concerns is we have an existing pipeline that is the result of decisions that have been made over the course of the last decade. That pipeline is 95% clean energy plus storage. It's about 5% gas. A year or two ago, we had a couple of nuclear plants come online, which are great. I support that, but that's kind of a one-off. In the next 5 years, if we start building new nuclear today, whether that's SMRs or traditional light water reactors, that's going to take longer than the 5-year window. If I order a combined cycle natural gas turbine today, it's probably going to come on the grid in 2032, 2033 if we're lucky. So if you don't allow the existing projects that are in the queue today that are renewables plus storage, what does that do to the price pressure on the grid? What's the impact of that?
As it relates to price pressure, I'll probably defer to Rob on that question as more of a grid expert. But in the broader context, our goal are to encourage speed of change in regulatory process to bring more electrons on the grid. And again, depending upon the site in which we're developing, our access to proximate energy sources varies. And we are being very pragmatic about how we approach that and make available to ourselves whatever we can in order to meet the demand.
Mr. Gramlich, do you want to address the price pressure issue?
Sure. Basically, it's supply and demand. There's scarcity of generation. So anything that is limiting new generation from coming on, whether it's interconnection queues, permitting holdups at interior, or anything else, that's cutting off supply, and that is definitely raising prices. And
we're actually seeing prices go up as
we are seeing prices go up. Wholesale power prices are going up. That is required. Those higher costs are required to be incorporated by state public utility commissions into retail bills. So retail consumers /
Are there
voters
places where
more.
prices have actually come down in recent years that you can point to, and what was the reason why those prices came down?
Sure. Well, if you just look at, say, the supply stack for someplace like Texas, just over the last couple of days, has had a majority of their peak demands, not just, overnight, not just winter, peak afternoon air conditioning driven demand served by a majority renewables plus storage.
And were there rolling blackouts?
There were not. Reliability.
Has reliability gone
is
up
better. Yeah, you
down?
probably heard about rolling blackouts in California like 5 years ago. Honestly, they got behind on resource adequacy, but what did they do? They built a lot of solar and batteries. So same dynamic there. I'm sure we're seeing a majority renewable energy any hour now. It's going to kick in, and then when the air conditioning load this afternoon is high, there's going to be solar, and then the sun will set. Air conditioning load will still be high, but the batteries will then kick in and serve through the evening. So again, they don't do everything.
One last question, because I'm running out of time here, Mr. Gramlich. What could we do as the Congress to improve the interconnection queue process? Because that's preventing a lot of resources, a lot of electrons from getting on the grid in a timely way to meet the kind of demand that Mr. Tench represents.
Yeah, so FERC has been working on interconnection queues, and each RTO is kind of doing it in their own way. I think there's some great models like the Southwest Power Pool, where it's more just a simple entry fee. You pay it, you get in, and you don't have to do a 4-year-long study. Congress could encourage things like that, encourage FERC to undertake activities like that. And, you have probably a couple of nominees coming before this committee pretty soon. You could ask them about that.
I will.
We will now turn to our colleague from Mississippi, Senator Hyde Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you to all of our witnesses that have come to share your testimonies. It's great to have the resource that we have to you, and I appreciate your willingness to do that. My question is going to be directed to Mr. Tench. You mentioned in your testimony that Vantage prefers to connect to the grid for power, obviously, but there may be a need to deploy outside generation at the start of the project, which makes sense. And as you point out, beyond company building schedules, adding to the grid can take a long time. It can take years, and usually taking around 5 years for the most traditional baseload power that you're looking at there. What short-term solutions has Vantage explored for initial builds, and do you think other companies would follow a similar pattern, waiting to connect to the grid?
In the case of Vantage, we have, coming out of the experience I described in Virginia, been far more planful in terms of the expectations of delays as it relates to the interconnection that we apply for to receive load from the grid. And the form that has taken, for the most part, has been in investing in a supply chain of turbines and reciprocating natural gas engines, which we increasingly plan to deploy in a mobile setting so that we can deploy them on trailers for, let's say, 2 years, 3 years, until we can get the interconnection from the grid. And that's proven to be an important part, but only one part of our overall plan for how we make our way through the wait, if you will, as it relates to the electrons that we need.
And do you think other companies may follow a similar pattern to that?
Well, I think that'd be up to them, but certainly for us, we found it to be a way of reducing our risk and smoothing out the gaps in availability.
And from a connectivity standpoint, what would Vantage's plan be once utilities meet electrical generation demand, once you get there?
Well, our plan would be to connect to the grid and operate according to the regulations that exist in any of those states in terms of having a firm commitment from the utility through an electrical services agreement. And then we would use that as our primary source of power to our data centers, coupled with emergency generation backup, which we deploy in most of our sites as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll yield.
Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is an important panel, and let me begin by saying I don't believe we got in this predicament by osmosis. The fact is the Republicans have been doing favors for their big oil buddies at the consumer's expense, and that is why, a major reason why, energy bills are going through the roof. And I'm just going to take a minute to look backward and then talk about where we ought to be going. We had 50 years worth of gridlock on climate. No pricing, no regulatory reform, no nothing. In the Senate Finance Committee, we put together an alternative, and it was based on markets. It was based on technology neutrality. Underline those words, technology neutrality. Everybody's part of the market. You get choices. And the more you reduce carbon, the bigger your tax savings. And in a couple of years, we got hundreds of billions of dollars committed to making sure that we had those renewable choices. Now, along come the Senate Republicans, particularly in the last couple of weeks. And when the natural gas folks, these are not the environmentalists, these are the natural gas folks, basically said, we'll take electrons if they're from Mars. We got to have electrons. We'll take them from anywhere, not just because of AI, but because of growth, because of innovation. And regrettably, the Senate Republicans said, we're not for choices. We're not for options. We're not for alternatives. And of course, that doesn't let us meet the challenge of demand. So my view is, and what I'm going to keep pushing for as a senior Democrat in the Finance Committee, is working with anybody across the political spectrum to get us more choices. And particularly, as my colleague from New Mexico said, the gas industry, not the League of Conservation Voters or the Sierra Club, will tell you that the cheapest alternatives now are solar and wind, and they need them today, not tomorrow. They need them today in order to drive markets. So apropos of your good work, Mr. Gramlich, I'd be interested in what your ideas are to kind of resurrect a choice-based system rather than one that just hands out the goodies to the big oil companies. And by the way, people tell me, you all are welcome to add this, fossil fuels cannot meet our demand today. If we're going to meet demand, we need solar and wind. We need these alternatives. And after 50 years of gridlock on this issue, we broke up the inertia, we broke up the lack of progress, and we were making a lot of progress. And I want to see us get back to something that has as many of those choices, the technological neutrality principles that we wrote in the Finance Committee, because I think that is America's energy future. By the way, nobody knows what the big alternatives are going to be 30 years from now. We need a science-driven kind of approach. And when we talked to Joe Manchin about putting this together, which he backed, he said, we need more science, and we'll get that with a technology-driven kind of system. So tell us about what you'd be working on in terms of more choices for the days ahead.
Well, Senator Wyden, thank you for your leadership on the technology-neutral tax credit. I think that's a perfect example of something that provides the support to any and all technologies that meet the performance standards that Congress can set out. And so I thought that was a great idea. Glad to see it enacted. Sad to see the early phase out. I think at this point it's important for Treasury to implement at least what Congress passed recently.
So you want to make sure that there's no more stalling around, because as you know, we got a modest bit of the current system into the final bill, and now it looks like a bunch of people in the House are trying to roll that back. You tell the administration, suck it up here and stand in there for choices and alternatives. Is that one of your messages?
Certainty is critical for investment, and uncertain IRS regulations kill certainty. You can't invest if you don't know what the rules are.
What else would you do? More choices?
Well, I think, generally, as I was saying before, the transmission grid really is in the purview of this committee and Congress and FERC, and that is the great integrator of all resources that enables choice of whatever a state may choose, and
Good.
generation is largely...
My time is up. That was the one thing that we weren't able to get in the 2022 election. And had we been able to negotiate a compromise with more choices, I would have put transmission number one as our challenge for the future. And we're going to try to get those choices back, and we're interested in working with you on transmission. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Wyden. We'll go next to Senator Cortez Masto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, for all three of you, for being here. In many ways, Nevada has really led the way in developing new energy capacity over the last several years. And quite honestly, with the help of the tax credits and the Inflation Reduction Act, Nevada was able to attract new businesses hoping to use our natural resources, one of them being solar, geothermal, in the great state. I assume that's one of the reasons, Mr. Tench, you were there. And I am excited to hear that not only has Vantage has pushed for new data centers to be sustainable by design, you're including an AI campus in Nevada, which was announced July 15th, that also seeks to use a closed-loop chiller system to minimize the need for large volumes of water, again, in the West, where there's a lot of drought. Can you talk a little bit about why renewables are important, depending on the region where your data center is?
Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship to order. Before we get started with the business before us, I would like to take a moment to present a Senate 20-year service award to the committee's clerk, Catherine Eden. Would you come forward, please, Catherine? Catherine came to the Senate in 2005 to serve as the scheduler for her home state senator and later served as the operations director for the Senate Committee on the Environment and Public Works. Catherine has served as the Small Business Committee's chief clerk for 10 years under the leadership of numerous chairmen and ranking members of the committee, including Senators Vitter, Cantwell, Shaheen, Rubio, Cardin, Paul, Markey, and Ernst. As a non-designated staffer of the committee, the chief clerk works for both the Republicans and the Democrats, which can be extremely challenging to navigate at times. Catherine makes being nonpartisan look easy, and we all appreciate her expertise, strong judgment, attention to detail, responsiveness, and dedication to our members, staff, and constituents. On behalf of all of the members of the committee and our staffs, I want to thank Catherine Eden for her service to the Senate. Congratulations, Catherine. Congratulations. You are very welcome. So, and Ranking Member Markey, do you have any comments?
I do have a few comments to make while you make this presentation, and that is that the Democrats join the Republicans in thanking you, Catherine, for 20 years of service, your attention to detail, your tireless work ethic, your years of experience have shaped the very way this committee operates. Nothing we do here is possible without you and your team. You represent the very best of public service, committed, capable, and always professional. And I know I speak for all of our members when I say that we are enormously grateful for your 20 years of service. It's been outstanding. We're grateful for all you've done, and we're looking forward to the years ahead. So,
great. Ranking Member,
okay, can we go? Sure.
For a photo.
Let's do that.
And then we have two former chairs.
Yeah, two former chairs.
Yeah.
I'll get on the other side of you. Let me get on the other side of you here. Yep. Come on in.
Come on, ladies. Okay.
So nice. I'm never in pictures.
Here we go.
So nice.
Good, good.
So we just tilt the top of your one forward, it's more perpendicular to the ground. There we go. All right, everyone. Hold that for me. Great. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your
service.
service.
Very nice. So thank you for pausing just for a moment as we presented that award. 20-year pins are very hard to come by here. And so, Catherine, thank you very much for your service. Today's hearing comes at a pivotal moment. America has consistently been at the forefront of technological innovation. Nonetheless, our adversaries, especially China, are working overtime to undermine us. Over the past 100 years, the United States of America has catalyzed the world's most consequential technology breakthroughs, from putting mankind on the moon to unlocking a whole new digital frontier. Americans didn't just invent, we built. We turned those big dreams into real-world breakthroughs, securing a long and prosperous period of economic might and global leadership. But after a century of wins, we cannot become complacent. Over the past 20 years, those in power in Washington have looked the other way as China initiated a comprehensive industrial espionage strategy. They're not hiding it either. The Chinese Communist Party, through its Made in China 2025 plan, has made crystal clear its goal to eliminate U.S. technological leadership in critical industries. We need to be more clear-eyed, folks. China desires nothing more than to surpass the United States technologically and militarily. They want to impose their authoritarian ideology on the world and destroy the West. If we want any shot at preserving America's leadership and warfighting capabilities, we have to lock down our innovation pipeline. The truth is, America has left its door wide open, effectively inviting our adversaries to take advantage. As a result, sensitive industries have become vulnerable to exploitation, allowing countries like China to use well-known techniques, including talent recruitment programs, to steal our innovations. The CCP forces innovators across our vibrant startup economy to hand over trade secrets and intellectual property as a cost of doing business. They invest in American firms, not to help, but to scheme, snoop, and steal. The United States Trade Representative and FBI estimate intellectual property theft by China costs our economy between $225 to $600 billion per year. The Small Business Innovation Research, or SBIR, and Small Business Technology Transfer, STTR, those programs are no exception. In 2021, the Pentagon first sounded the alarm, revealing the pervasive exploitation of the SBIR program by foreign bad actors, and recommended a foreign ties due diligence review process for applicants. That's why, through the SBIR STTR Extension Act of 2022, I fought to establish a framework to identify the extent of foreign risk, vet each company coming through the doors, and stop awarding awards to malicious actors. It was a strong start, but it isn't enough. Congress must take further action to secure the critical technologies being cultivated in these programs. In fact, my recent report on this subject showed that 64% of applications flagged for foreign risk were still eligible to receive taxpayer dollars. That's unacceptable. I ask unanimous consent to enter this report into the record. We cannot afford to keep investing taxpayer dollars to develop and deploy our best homegrown technologies while failing to safeguard them against theft by our adversaries. This is why earlier this year I introduced the Innovate Act. It would tighten our defenses, standardizing foreign ties, due diligence, and SBIR across participating agencies, and giving agencies more muscle to claw back award dollars when our national security is threatened. It's just common sense. Let me be clear. This is only a first step. The disturbing reality is that China is already conducting economic warfare in our homeland by targeting our farmland and critical infrastructure. Excuse me. If we want to win the next century and beyond, we must protect our innovators, our intellectual property, and the technologies that will shape our future. I'm looking forward to hearing from our expert witnesses today on the scale of these threats and response measures for Congress to consider. I now recognize Ranking Member Markey for his opening statement.
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair, very much. From the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, Massachusetts has been at the epicenter of innovation for our country. Although I will say that I'm only here because Thomas Markey left County Armagh to go to Dover, New Hampshire, where the Industrial Revolution was raging, and ultimately moved to Lawrence, Massachusetts, where even larger plants are being built. And over the years, Massachusetts has been powered by the world's top universities, research institutions, strong public and private investments, and the best trained and brightest individuals that can be found in our country and around the world. The biggest threat to our innovation ecosystem, both in Massachusetts and across the entire country, is not coming from abroad. It is coming directly from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. It is coming directly from the White House. We all agree on the importance of research, security, and protecting our technology from China's espionage. There's no doubt that American technology needs to be protected from foreign adversaries. But right now, it is President Trump himself who is killing American innovation, and China is reaping the benefits of those decisions. Over the past 7 months, President Trump has launched an all-out attack on higher education, threatening to withhold billions of dollars from universities that do not bend to the will of the administration. Proposed dismantling the Department of Education, beginning with laying off half of the department's workforce. gutted programs, grants, and staff for research and development at the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the Department of Energy, the Environmental Protection Agency, slashed the National Institutes of Health budget by 40%. That's research in Alzheimer's and in diabetes and Parkinson's, cancer research, and laying off thousands and thousands of researchers. And it has gutted the National Science Foundation by 57%, and NASA by 24%. Repealed the Inflation Reduction Act for wind and solar, all-electric vehicles, battery storage technologies. China looks at us and they are saying, why are you gifting us with the clean energy future for the world and the biotech future for the world? Those are the industries of the 21st century. Why? What did we do to deserve this gift from the Trump administration? And it has also even canceled previously awarded research grants, including one to Boston Children's Hospital that was searching for a vaccine to fight all coronaviruses. And he is restricting foreign students from enrolling in universities and creating such a hostile environment that future innovators and researchers are choosing to take their talents elsewhere, including just staying in China. President Trump is taking America's crown jewel and handing it to China on a silver platter. Federal government plays an outsized role in ensuring America has a competitive edge against the rest of the world, including China, whether that be through grants, contracts, funding for universities, friendly immigration policies, or robust agency funding. In 2022, 41% of basic research in the United States was federally funded, while only 35% was funded privately. Additionally, nearly a third of this federally funded research was performed at universities. These attacks and cuts to innovation will not result in a greater, stronger, wealthier America. In fact, President Trump's proposed 22% cut in research and development funding could shrink the U.S. economy by almost 4%. The last time we saw such a setback was during the Great Recession. With China on our heels, instead of attacking universities, gutting science-based agencies, canceling research grants, and dissuading the best and the brightest from around the world from moving here, we should be doubling down to ensure that the United States can continue to lead the world in innovation. So yes, I agree with my Republican colleagues that we must protect our innovation and research that is being produced here in America. But we also must make sure that we have something to protect. And I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today about the importance of investing in and protecting American innovation. And thank you, Chair Ernst, for holding this hearing.
Yes, and thank you, Ranking Member Markey. And again, my apologies to our witnesses. They have called a second vote, and because we don't have other members present, I think we will go ahead and recess. We will come back. Have you voted, Josh? You have voted. Would you rather we go ahead and do?
Going.
Okay, we'll go ahead if Senator Hawley will hand the gavel to you so we don't have to recess, and we'll have the witnesses proceed. So if you want to go ahead and vote, Ed, I'll read our introductions here so that we can start with our witnesses. I apologize. We've got a lot of votes lately. Again, I want to extend a warm welcome to all of our witnesses, and I'll go ahead with introductions of those witnesses who are testifying here today. And I'm thankful that you did take time out of your schedules to join us. First, Miss Emily de la Bruyere is a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies with a focus on China policy. She is a co-founder of Horizon Advisory, a consulting firm focused on the implications of China's competitive approach to geopolitics. Emily holds affiliations with think tanks focused on national security and competition with China, including as a senior visiting fellow at the very good, okay, Institute for Tech Diplomacy at Purdue, and as a non-resident fellow at the National Bureau of Asian Research. Ms. de la Bruyere holds a bachelor's degree from Princeton University and a master's degree from Sciences Po, Paris. Next, Dr. William Hannes, did I say that right? Hannes, I want to make sure we get everyone's names right, is lead analyst and research professor at Georgetown Center for Security and Emerging Technology. Previously, Dr. Hannes was a member of the Senior Intelligence Service at the Central Intelligence Agency. He started his career in the United States Navy as a cryptanalyst. Say that for me. I know, okay, well, he was, cryptanalyst. Thank you. I'm sorry, we're having a hard time today. Of foreign codes and ciphers, and later served with the Joint Special Operations Command at Fort Bragg. And thank you very much for your service to our country. Dr. Hannes holds a bachelor's degree in Chinese history from Temple University, a master's degree in Chinese from the University of Chicago, and a PhD in East Asian languages and linguistics from the University of Pennsylvania. And our minority witness today is Dr. Shivakumar. And Dr. Shivakumar directs the Renewing American Innovation Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, where he also serves as a senior fellow. Previously, he directed the Innovation Policy Forum at the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine. And Dr. Shivakumar holds a bachelor's degree from Carleton University and a PhD in economics from George Mason University. And thank you very much for joining us today. So we'll start with our testimonies. And in front of you, you will have a system of lights. Please press speak to speak. And that green means you're good. But once you hit that yellow button, you've got a minute left and we need to start wrapping up. And when we hit red, your time will be expired. So, Ms. de la Bruyere, we are going to start with you. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. China is winning the technological competition against the United States. China is not winning by out-innovating the U.S. Beijing isn't besting us at the game we assume to be underfoot. Rather, the Chinese Communist Party is winning because they aren't racing. The CCP weaponizes the interdependence of the global system in order to acquire advanced technologies at low cost and low risk. Beijing then focuses its resources on the areas where it sees actual competitive advantage. First, applying those technologies, including to scale global systems and control international supply chains. And second, placing targeted, risk-adjusted bets in potentially paradigm-shifting domains where first-mover advantage actually matters. The strategy is working, and it is asymmetric. It plays perfectly to China's strengths, including of scale, centralization, and industrial capacity. China's strategy also converts core U.S. characteristics into weaknesses. Beijing is able to benefit from U.S. innovation and investment. China preys on the openness of the American system for access and its decentralization for control. The risks and the threats of this approach are particularly acute today because, and this is core to the CCP's approach, the contemporary tech revolution is transforming the global order. Modern advances in technology are creating new markets, new methods of production, and new forms of control. If China can win the tech contest, it can capture production, markets, and control. Avoiding as much requires first understanding Beijing's strategic orientation, and second, fighting back. That orientation begins with access to technology, from the academic and especially from the commercial sectors. To access commercial technology, Beijing leverages illicit means, like industrial espionage and, in China, forced data localization. But Beijing also, and in particular, takes advantage of entirely licit means. Beijing is manipulating, not attacking, the international business environment. Government-backed, and government-guided Chinese entities go out into the international system to obtain technology through acquisitions, joint ventures, direct and indirect investment, talent programs, and personnel recruitment, and even lawsuits. Those Chinese entities benefit from government support and guidance, freeing them from market forces, and therefore allowing them to redeem strategic value from counterparts who are bound by economic logics. Alongside those go-out vectors of tech acquisition, Beijing deploys a parallel and compounding bring-in program, leveraging the appeal of the Chinese market and Chinese industrial base to attract foreign IP, research and development, data, personnel, even capital. This strategy and positioning put all U.S. technology at risk. They ensure that the U.S. approach to tech development and leadership is not only a losing one, but in fact fuels America's strategic adversary. America needs to change its game. First, the U.S. government needs to shift from protecting American technology from China to defending the U.S. market from China. Washington needs to impose real and rigorous restrictions on Chinese commercial entities operating in the United States or seeking to access the U.S. market. Such restrictions should cover direct and indirect investment, joint ventures, including minority stakes, and tech licensing. They should also cover construction and deployment of information systems, components, and softwares. Those restrictions should adopt presumptions of denial. They should also adopt definitions of Chinese entities that are robust enough that China cannot circumvent them through localization and shell companies. Second, the U.S. needs to activate its private sector to stop forfeiting critical U.S. resources to China and to start investing in the actual competition at hand. The private sector should have to choose between the U.S. and Chinese markets. Businesses that localize data, research and development, production in China, invest in Chinese entities, or maintain tech licensing deals with Chinese entities should not be eligible for federal procurement, defense industrial-based procurement, federal tax credits, or other incentives. Those are all sticks. At the same time, the U.S. government needs to ensure that those companies that are opting for America and for the American market can invest, produce, and partner profitably in the United States. To do so, Washington should provide the infrastructure necessary for production, including through expanded provision of domestic energy and upstream resources, a favorable regulatory environment, and a skilled workforce. We have the chance to reclaim our core strengths and reset the playing field. America's market can serve America's interests if we protect it from China. American innovation can fuel us, not our adversary, if we direct it at the actual competitive arena. And our agility as a country can throw the deliberate, slow, centralized PRC system on its heels if we take the initiative. But all of that has to happen now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Shivakumar, you are recognized for 5 minutes of testimony. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Hawley and distinguished members of the committee. I'm honored to share my views on this important topic concerning our nation's innovation strategy. Just a quick note that CSIS is a bipartisan non-profit policy research organization dedicated to advancing practical ideas to address the world's challenges with a core mission to define the future of national security. Please note that CSIS does not take any institutional policy positions, so the views represented here are my own. So as we begin our discussion today, I think it's important to keep in mind that the global strategic environment has changed fundamentally. In fact, the world's innovation landscape today is multipolar. Others can quickly grab US ideas and run with them, as my colleague has just pointed out. Competitors and rivals are also rapidly developing their own ideas and have invested in scaling them up. So there's an important fact here that we need to pick up our own pace in this global race. U.S. innovation leadership depends critically on our own country's ability to invest in research, make new discoveries, and then bring those to the market faster and at competitive cost. So when competitive technologies aren't developed or can't reach scale because commercialization tools are underfunded, others will seize the opportunity. So this means that we must reinforce key elements of our own innovation ecosystem. A key point that I want to emphasize is that U.S. innovation, and by extension our competitiveness and national security, depends on sustained and substantial support to our federal R&D agencies and research institutions. Importantly, it also depends on our ability to convert the results of this research into products to meet the needs of the American people. While the U.S. remains an innovation powerhouse, it produces more IP than through our research, universities and corporations than any other country in the world. That edge is shrinking, and not least because our competitors and adversaries are advancing. Proposed cuts to our leading science agencies and research universities further erode that advantage. In the past, there were few places where inventions could be developed and rapidly commercialized. That reality has changed. So to maintain our competitive leadership and national security, we must surge investments into our domestic R&D technology, including scale-up, workforce development, advanced manufacturing to ensure that the results of our research advantages and advantages U.S. security and everyday Americans. My second key point is to affirm that the SBIR program is a proven national security asset and that we must continue to strategically support and expand it. As someone who's directed multiple independent assessments of SBIR at the National Academies of Science and Engineering, I can affirm that the program is sound in concept and effective in practice. It enables startups and small businesses to bridge the valley of death, which is the gap between research or proof of concept and the commercial production. It allows agencies like DoD to procure cutting-edge innovations far faster than conventional programs that the Pentagon has. And SBIR has catalyzed the success of companies like Qualcomm, which have transformed our daily communications and today continues to support breakthrough technologies, including drones, next-generation reconnaissance, quantum technologies, and missile propellants. At a time of intensifying technological competition, SBIR awards contribute directly to our economic growth, technological leadership, and capabilities. Our adversaries and competitors have recognized the value of SBIR program for its proven outcomes and the technological leadership it has helped secure. As Chairman Ernst pointed out in her remarks, the DoD's internal report in 2021 documented efforts by state-sponsored Chinese firms targeting DoD SBIR companies, and that merits serious attention. But let's be clear, if a competitor is stealing your playbook, it's probably because your playbook works. To be sure, steps should be taken to defend small companies against cyber attacks and foreign efforts to acquire ownership or to steal technology. But SBIR supports small businesses that often lack the tools to protect themselves from this espionage, and they're often without in-house counsel, threat intelligence, or cybersecurity teams. So we need to provide active support for their cybersecurity awareness and defense. In other words, our response should not be shut down or weaken the successful program, but in fact to fortify it. For SBIR to work, it needs to be stable and substantial and yet flexible. First, it needs long periods of reauthorization. A strong program can't thrive in a climate of fiscal and legislative uncertainty. Secondly, we should strive to avoid over-regulation. Micro-level legislative requirements on the program tend to be less effective than coordination and encouragement at the program manager level. And third, we need to strengthen and encourage the transition to commercialization. SBIR helps companies cross the valley of death in phase 1 and phase 2, but in many cases, that bridge ends halfway across the valley of death. There are different paths to add an additional arch, including perhaps an active agency-financed phase 3, particularly for agencies that don't have a procurement function. So in conclusion, I just want to say that innovation without commercialization is in fact a lost opportunity. And in a world of accelerating competition, potential gifts to our adversaries. SBIR works, but it must be buttressed with cybersecurity support, flexible flow-on funding to facilitate commercialization, and programmatic stability. Most importantly, it must remain embedded within a strong ecosystem, one that is supported by sustained and substantial investment in our federal R&D agencies and research institutions. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Dr. Hennes, you're recognized for 5 minutes for your testimony. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Chair Ernst, Ranking Member Markey, distinguished members of the committee and staff, I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify on this topic. I'm a founding member of Georgetown University's Center for Security and Emerging Technology, where I track Chinese threats, technology threats posed by China. Prior to that, I was a senior intelligence service officer at CIA managing the same portfolio. These efforts led to 2 books, on Chinese industrial espionage in 2013 and 2021, and to other studies on the topic. My interest in Chinese foreign tech transfer began as a graduate student preparing a thesis on China's cultural predisposition for holistic thought, which has served China well in practical terms, but hinders progress in basic science that has plagued China since antiquity. I bring this up to emphasize that China's reliance on foreign ideas has historical roots not easily overcome. Another factor that drew me to the topic was the discovery that China treats foreign technology acquisition as an academic discipline. 科技情报学, literally S&T intelligenceology, on a par with other scientific fields, replete with degree programs, how-to manuals, academic journals, and career positions supported by legislation and an army of some 100,000 S&T intelligence operatives. That's the term they use. So the notion that China's informal transfer of foreign technology is done by opportunistic individuals is pure myth. This is a state-backed, soup-to-nuts system that has been running at the central government's direction since the 1950s and is not abating even as China's indigenous accomplishments grow. It's impossible to condense volumes of research into 5 minutes, but here are the basics. China uses 3 types of transfer practices: legal, illegal, and extra-legal. Illegal transfers run from insider operations, patent infringement, reverse engineering, to the hacking and clandestine exploits we read about in the press. These tech espionage cases are so numerous that the ODNI issues 2 annual reports, one for China and one for the rest of the world. Legal transfers done through China's U.S.-based subsidiaries, startup accelerators, targeted hires, direct and indirect investment, mergers and acquisitions, and tech for trade agreements are easy to spot but hard to counter because U.S. participants and oversight officials often confuse legal with in the U.S. interest. Finally, there are a dozen categories of extra-legal venues that China uses, including front organizations for deniability, paid short-term visits to state debriefing centers, overseas technical support guilds, online recruiting, and, of course, China's human talent recruitment programs. In a 1923 book on artificial intelligence, we gave examples of U.S. firms in China, including Microsoft, Intel, and IBM, working with China on AI developments and credited by the Chinese alumni of the programs as critical to China's success. In the same book, we named 10 types of venues used to effect transfers from foreign academics, such as school-to-school partnerships, co-authorship, and a practice called using foreigners to draw in foreigners. These practices threaten U.S. businesses large and small. The latter are especially vulnerable owing to a scarcity of research funds and investment capital, shrinking talent pools, fewer opportunities to commercialize breakthroughs, inadequate due diligence, and limited venues for redress. So what can be done? First, we must appreciate that the reason this is a problem at all is because our lead has shrunk to the point where theft matters, whereas before we were so far ahead it didn't matter. Rebuilding U.S. research, entrepreneurship, and productive capacity independently of whatever China is doing or stealing is the only sure way out. Meanwhile, we propose 5 common sense measures. Data on China's transfer practices should be gathered and shared with U.S. firms and academic compliance offices. 2, clear guidelines on what is legally permissible should be communicated to foreign actors contemplating research in the United States and to U.S. persons doing research, doing business in China. Members of China's overseas support guilds, talent recruitment programs, lobbying groups, and other United Front operatives should register as foreign agents. 4, recipients of U.S. government funding should report contacts with or travel to China to minimize China's ability to benefit from U.S. federal and state level investment. Finally, there are opportunities for U.S. authorities to stand China's transfer apparatus on its head by seating these venues with persons disposed to support U.S. interests. We're past the point where this problem can be ignored. The gap between tech breakthroughs and consequences is measured now in weeks, which puts a premium on keeping what we invent. Thank you for this opportunity to address this issue.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and we will now go into our question and answer period, and each member will have 5 minutes. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions. And Ms. Dula-Bruyere, let's start with you. I was a proud leader in the creation of a new foreign ties due diligence process for SBIR in 2022. My Innovate Act would create a clear and consistent definition of foreign risk to improve agencies' analysis of adversarial threats. Which methods does China most commonly use to exploit technology of innovative startups, and how can we best restrict the flow of those taxpayer dollars to compromised entities?
Thank you for that question. I obviously can't answer without first prefacing that China has an immense arsenal and it's adaptive. So when we put up protections, China tends to find or try to find ways around them. That said, common methods include first investment, including both directly via Chinese companies and funds and indirectly as, for example, limited partners in U.S. funds. Second, China uses both customer and supply relationships as well as the information sharing that those create, and personnel. Including, as have been mentioned, talent programs, talent poaching, and embedding of personnel. Protecting against this requires top-down measures from Washington and also expectations put on companies that are receiving federal funding. From the top down, general U.S. restrictions on Chinese investment and presence in the U.S. should be strengthened. For instance, CFIUS should be strengthened to respond to China's indirect investment methods as well as directed ones. But also, federal funding mechanisms like the SBIR program should include due diligence requirements. And those due diligence requirements have to be best in class, and they have to be updated for the realities of China's adaptive and indirect ways or means. It's not enough to say what's first level ownership or what are direct investments coming into a funded entity. It's also not enough to say just what are its first tier customers. Due diligence has to look at the indirect investments. It has to look, for instance, at customer as well as tiered down suppliers. And due diligence processes have to be adaptive or proactive so that they're looking at what China's going to be doing next, not what it's already doing. These should be the case. They're largely not in the due diligence approaches and ecosystems that exist, so that has to change. And then also from the bottom up, companies that are receiving federal funding should be expected to be doing and refreshing their due diligence throughout their lifespans. So that should include looking at who they're taking money for and really vetting that for Chinese ties, who they're supplying to, who their customers are, who their partners are. There should be no entity, whether a research university or a two-person startup in a garage that's getting U.S. federal funding that's also partnering with Chinese entities. And that should be fundamental, and the penalties should include clawbacks because there has to be an actual risk in there.
No, thank you. That was very good. A lot of solutions just in that one answer, so I appreciate that. Dr. Hannes, in your testimony, you discuss how U.S. oversight officials often confuse legal with in the U.S. interest. Can you elaborate further on how to get our federal officials to stop awarding taxpayer-funded grants and contracts to companies that have clear ties to CCP espionage?
Simply said, but hard to implement, you need data and access to the data. Let me share a war story. Some years ago, I was part of a team reviewing bids of a large U.S. government contract. We had necked down some 200 bidders to a dozen and rank ordered them. And by pure chance, I noticed that one of the companies, which was in the top rung, was pitching a professor at a U.S. engineering college, whom I remembered as a China Talent Program member, who wrote software for China's bio industry. So we drew the money line just above that company. This is not the way to operate. The event should have happened by design, not luck. It's entirely possible for the U.S. government to build detailed lists of persons and venues affiliated with China's technology transfer programs against which grant proposals can be vetted. In fact, we spearheaded a pilot a few years ago that enjoyed some success, but access was restricted, it was limited, which didn't do corporate America much good.
And thank you for that. It's a clear demonstration of why my Innovate Act strengthens the denial authority and provides clarity to our program managers that they can't move forward with awards if there are clear threats out there. So I really do appreciate it. We will go next to Ranking Member Markey for his questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Shiva Kumar, as you know, the Small Business Innovation Research and the Small Business Technology Transfer programs will expire in just over 2 months. And these programs have played an essential role in driving our country's innovation, resulting in at least 70,000 patents and 700 public companies. Since its inception in 1982, the program has resulted in more than 207,000 awards, totaling more than $72 billion. And you are one of the few researchers who has done extensive analysis of these programs. So could you speak, Doctor, to how multiple award winners are important to the growth of certain industries? And could you provide an example of a technology that would not exist without multiple award winners?
Certainly. Well, I was just last month in Colorado looking at the emergence of a quantum innovation cluster in the Mountain West region. There are a number of SBIR companies among those, and they're a limited number. So if you think about the need to actually grow our quantum industry, and if you think of the particular solicitations, there are only going to be a limited number of these companies that can respond to any particular solicitation. So the idea of those companies will by nature need to garner multiple awards in order to build scale and to grow the industry in that region. So it's not just there are concerns about whether there's a problem with multiple award winners, people coming gaming the system. There are cases to be made where multiple award winners are actually important to our national security. If we need to build up our quantum industry, for example. On the other hand, we have program managers at the various agencies who are best positioned to actually monitor any abuse of the program by gaming the system to get multiple awards. My recommendation is not for this for the Senate or the Congress to sort of manage the program from here, but provide the program managers the resources and the confidence to actually manage their programs. If there are problems, let them document the award if they are going to give the award.
Could you speak to the impact of the 2022 due diligence program in protecting our SBIR and STTR programs?
So I think there is obviously an important aspect in protecting our IP, but there is also the consideration that it's a global race now in terms of innovation. There are multiple countries in the world, including China, that have strong innovation systems. And as the old football saying, you can't win purely on defense. You need a very strong offense, which means that we need to supercharge our innovation system, by making sure that our universities churn out, our research institutions churn out new ideas, by making sure that programs like SBIR take those ideas and bring them into businesses, build prototypes, get them ready for the market, and then to scale those technologies further up so that we can be competitive internationally while also creating new opportunities for Americans. So it's yes, we need to defend, but I think we need to look at both sides of that equation as well. We need to have a strong offense in terms of a very vibrant innovation system.
Yeah, and that strong offense would be not cutting the National Institutes of Health, not cutting investment in batteries and solar and wind, not cutting investment in the National Science Foundation, investing in our young people to compete. Here's a headline from just last week. China puts new restrictions on EV battery manufacturing technology. Okay. Now that they've made the breakthrough, now that there are companies like BYD, Build Your Dreams, are way ahead of Ford and General Motors and way ahead of Tesla, they're now going to put restrictions on the transfer of any of their battery technology around the world. And they invited us in, but their condition was we have to share our technology with them. Now that they're sprinting ahead, they're going to put restrictions on. So it looks like they were playing us for Uncle Sucker the whole way, and we just have to be realistic about it. But the way to respond is not to cut our research in these critical areas. There's going to be 20 million all-electric vehicles sold around the world this year. We only sell 17 million total vehicles in the United States each year. And so we're seeding the future, and basically what China is doing is putting up the walls to protect not just against us, but anyone else now being able to compete effectively with them in the marketplace. And we just have to be ruthlessly realistic about that reality. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ranking Member. And Senator Curtis, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really proud to represent Utah. Like some of my colleagues, Utah represents 99% small businesses. This is just a really important committee and topic. It's the lifeblood of our state. Utah is a major entrepreneurial hub for innovation as well. A lot of our businesses have seen their intellectual property stolen, and Chinese entities frequently copycat their products. They see them on places like Tenmu and other things like that. I'm actually convinced that our small businesses have a disproportionate burden here because they don't have compliance officers, they don't have layers of lawyers and accountants. So I guess my question for all three of you is, how vulnerable are our startups, specifically to these Chinese espionage, and are there specific industries that are more at risk? Please.
The short answer is highly vulnerable, and not only because of the resource constraints that small businesses face, but also because of the dearth of resource constraints that Chinese entities face. The way Beijing positions in the international commercial ecosystem is to a state-led, enterprise-driven approach where Chinese agents, companies go out, they have state backing in the direction, and that means that they're not bound by market forces, which lets them reap strategic advantage off of entities that are bound by economic logics, especially those like small businesses that have serious resource constraints. And ways that Beijing does this include targeting distressed companies, companies on the verge of or after bankruptcy, ones that really need to raise investment rounds and will take investment from anyone that's willing to give them money, in short, that have strategic value but aren't necessarily on a commercial trajectory or one that gives them the freedom to choose between long-term strategic interests for them or the country and Beijing. And that's a massive difficulty, and you can't solve that without having restrictions on China's role and the role of Chinese entities in the U.S. system.
Thank you.
So I made some notes on that point, and yes, indeed, there are especially vulnerable small businesses for a number of reasons. You know, one being the scarcity of research funds and investment capital. So it's not available here, so they look at China, even if they don't know they're looking at China. Shrinking talent pools, ditto. Plenty of talent available through China's diaspora community, but less and less within the indigenous American population. Fewer opportunities to commercialize breakthroughs, that's big. They have discoveries, how do they bring it to market? Not easily done. And it was pointed out, inadequate due diligence. They don't have the wherewithal to determine who are friendlies and who are not. And finally, limited venues for redress. You discover something that you're an agreed party to an agreement, and what do you do about it? Very little you can do about it as a small business. So yeah, they are very vulnerable.
The FBI said that China is, quote, the world's principal infringer of intellectual property, and that it uses laws and regulations to put foreign companies at a disadvantage and its own companies at an advantage. Earlier this year, I introduced the Combating China's Pilfering of Intellectual Property, CCP-IP Act, which holds China accountable for stealing American ideas. This bill would enforce sanctions and visa restrictions on Chinese officials and citizens engaged in intellectual property. Can any of you walk us through how intellectual property theft transfers into long-term economic or national security losses for the United States? Go ahead, yeah.
I mean, I think to answer that question, you fundamentally go back to what China's trying to do with intellectual property. Beijing's not just developing cutting-edge technology. Beijing is stealing cutting-edge technology and then focusing on its applications, so the commercial and the industrial returns that come from that. And Beijing's doing that for two primary objectives. One is to control international supply chains. If you control batteries were mentioned, for instance, the global battery market, you control automobiles. And also, you make sure that the U.S. depends on you, which gives you leverage in economic and geopolitical environments. And second, perhaps most importantly, offensively, Beijing's working to build and to scale the global infrastructure for a new technological environment. In information technology, for instance, a unified information network that collects all data and transmits all data. And if Beijing is able to do that, and it's directly applying technology to this end, then Beijing can control how markets work, how militaries work, how people perceive.
Thank you. I'm sadly out of time. Appreciate your expertise, and I yield back.
Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to each of our witnesses for your testimony today. I have to say I agree with the premise that each of you have outlined about the threat that China poses to our innovation and the importance of the SBIR program and reauthorizing it in ensuring that we continue to innovate. I want to point out that last week the minority on the Foreign Relations Committee issued a report on China that talks about the threat from China and the decisions that have been made in the first 6 months of this administration that cede America's leadership in a whole range of issues. And one of the report's findings highlighted how America's withdrawal from international organizations cedes influence to China, which is in response has increased its contributions and personnel across a whole range of international bodies. And by proposing a near zeroing out of U.S. contributions to international organizations like the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, the administration risks allowing China to be the dominant voice in international discussions about the future of IP protections, including patents, copyrights, and trademarks. So I would ask each of you how America's small businesses benefit from participation in international bodies like the World Intellectual Property Organization. One of my favorite statistics about small businesses is that they create 16 times more patents than large businesses. So what happens around the IP protections that you all have outlined is critical. So why is it important that the United States participate in those kinds of bodies that provide those protections for our small businesses?
There's an interesting quote from Chinese leader Xi, who said that the country that controls standards and patents controls the world, and they understand that very well. And they have a national strategy, a 2035 strategy, to be a world leader in setting the standards. If you think about standards, they're in many respects they're like language. They set the grammar, they set the vocabulary, the idiom, and the country that sets is in control of the language, controls the dialogue, controls the thought, controls the innovation in the sphere. So it's extremely important that the United States, which has long dominated the standard setting, environment, the institutions, sort of wake up and reassert itself. It's sort of, we have been in the lead for so long, like the proverbial story of the rabbit and the hare, we have sort of taken a nap. And so, the relevant agencies need to be, prodded, hopefully from here, and to sort of take a leadership and make sure that we are ably represented, that the people who are in these standard-setting organizations are trained, and that we take a much more active, proactive role in the IP. We have a very strong still in our innovation system research IP. We're an IP machine in many ways, but we need to also have a standards, part of that equation to make sure that our ideas are dominant and that we have that advantage of being the standard setters.
So if we don't pay our dues to WIPO by the end of this year, we run the risk of not being able to participate again. And what kind of a disadvantage does that put the United States businesses in if that happens?
Well, if somebody else is writing the rules by which you have to play, that certainly puts you at a disadvantage. So that's not a situation where you want to be.
Thank you. Yes,
if I may add, I think one of the underestimated risks of China's approach is that Beijing has co-opted international organizations, including and especially standard-setting organizations and intellectual property organizations. And Beijing does so with the benefits of its centralization and scale that means that even an activated U.S. approach to those organizations doesn't have any hope. China floods the ITU with members who are paid. They've pre-decided what standards they're going to form, which means that just by engaging in these standards, the U.S. in these organizations, the U.S. will be at a disadvantage. So the hope that the U.S. can claim is by extracting China from a system that has manipulated and restoring its integrity such that activities go in a way that follows their actual rules and intent.
But if we're not at the table, how are we going to extract China and how are we going to hope to compete if we're not even there?
We need to establish organizations that don't have China in them or find ways like...
But again, how do we do that if we're not there to address the rules of those organizations and to establish that ability to make sure that China doesn't participate?
You don't have to be part of an organization to launch a new one.
Are we in the process of doing that?
I think that the most strategically significant move with international organizations the U.S. could make right now would be to revoke China's permanent normal trade relations status. It's a World Trade Organization move, not a WIPO.
Oh, I wouldn't disagree with that at all. I think that is not a bad move.
And then you could have trickle-down effects throughout other organizations that Beijing has co-opted.
Very good. Thank you. That'll be our next project. So thank you. I recognize Senator Young for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. As chairman of the National Security Council on Emerging Biotechnology, I have dedicated a significant amount of effort on the topic of making sure that we have a vibrant small business sector that can commercialize the many innovations we make in this country. And one of the key recommendations we have in that report is the urgent need to mobilize the private sector by enhancing the reach and the effectiveness of the small business innovation research and small business technology transfer programs. These programs are essential for advancing early-stage innovation and scaling U.S. technologies. They are proven. They have been bipartisan, but we think they certainly can be improved. Mr. Hanas, you've been closely involved with the NSCEB. Thank you for your assistance. You helped us shape recommendations. From your perspective, how critical is it that we emphasize and incentivize the commercialization of emerging technologies? Just touch again on that, but as importantly, how might your recommendation to make China's United Front operatives register as foreign agents help advance that cause?
So, the first point, yeah, I mean, this is where China excels in commercializing technology. They never set the world on fire in coming up with abstract indigenous theoretical discoveries, but what they do exceptionally well is commercialize what anybody in the world finds. We seem to have exported or lost that ability to commercialize, and there was a time when we could get along okay with royalties from patents for inventions that we created, but those days are gone. You need to commercialize. And here we might draw a lesson for once from China, something they're doing. I was kind of shocked to discover a few years ago that they have what are called commercialization centers, which are anything from a storefront with two people in it to acres wide and stories tall complexes that exist solely for the purpose of commercializing technology, both foreign and indigenous. They don't discriminate. If it's technology, they'll commercialize it, getting it to market and or weaponizing it before anybody else does. I don't know that we have anything like that, and I think we might be able to learn a lesson from that. And your second question, Senator?
If you could very briefly, because I have limited time, but just touch on your recommendation pertaining to making China's United Front operatives register as foreign agents.
Well, clearly they are. No one's held their feet to the fire to this extent. And again, it goes back to data. We need to understand, what groups of people are involved. We already do understand that at a certain level, but we need to get this information into a database where it's scrutinized and made available to other people who can make these analytic judgments and execute these decisions that we make in determining, who are actually China's unpaid actors, China's influence operators. It's not done. It's done. It's hit and miss.
You know, it seems to me a sports analogy is applicable here. A good defense is also a good offense, right? In this case, if we cut down on the theft of intellectual property, we leave it to our own market, our own investors and entrepreneurs, if we up our game with respect to commercialization, to deploy, whatever business model they think appropriate to take advantage of those breakthroughs, creates jobs and prosperity and helps our national security. So I think the two are very much linked. Ms. Della Bruyere, I'm sorry if I butchered your name. How can we better ensure sustained U.S. leadership in the development and deployment of emerging tech through your proposal to prohibit certain businesses from eligibility for federal procurement if they run afoul of any of the proscriptions that you suggest, data research, procurement localization, investment in Chinese entities? How would that work?
That starts with defense, right? Part of that is then we're trying to defend our technology from China's access.
Yes.
Perhaps more important than that, because fundamentally defense will only work so well against China, is that moves like that send a message to the private sector. And they tell the private sector that you have to make a choice between the U.S. market and between China. And also that you can profit from investing in America, and investment in the U.S. and countering of China can be a profitable thesis. The U.S.'s greatest strength is our private sector, but that has to be what's activated for the contest against China. It can't just have the government impose restrictions and think that that will work. So moves that force a choice and make U.S. government support contingent on a competitive approach to China send a signal to the private sector.
Thank you. I'm out of time. Dr. Shivakumar, good to see you. I've enjoyed our work together. Chair?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Young. Senator Justice, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member and all these wonderful witnesses. And I'm not going to attempt to butcher your last names. No, there's no way. So for me, we're going to go with Emily, Doc 1, Doc 2. Okay. So let me just start off by making a little bit of a statement, because I've got a lot of white hair. I'm a new kid on the block. Really, I came here for the right reasons, and period. I don't want anything. I don't want a thing in the world for me. But with all that being said, I can't for the life of me understand why all the smarts around this table, all the smarts here, all the smarts back there, why we can't just realize where we are. I mean, we have known forever and a day what China's doing, and we haven't done anything about it. And America believes that no matter what in the world happens, and I'm a believer too, no matter what in the world happens, it's all going to be great, and we can go to Wendy's and get baby dog chicken nuggets this afternoon. We know we can. But now just think about this just for a second, and let me just take you back just in time. Jimmy Carter was the president. We'd given away the Panama Canal. We had interest rates and inflation rates at levels that nobody could ever fathom. We had gasoline lines. We had 100 hostages in Iran. The Soviet Union was running so strong it was unbelievable. And to be perfectly honest, a lot of us were afraid. At that point in time, who could have ever dreamed that the Soviet Union could stumble? And then all of a sudden we elected Ronald Reagan, and just in a very, very, very short period, almost no time, Ronald Reagan was standing in front of the Berlin Wall saying, Gorbachev, tear down this wall. And the Soviet Union collapsed. Why do we not believe and move with the light speed that we should be moving with, that it could happen to us? And it can. We're right on the cusp right now of needing energy like you can't imagine. Absolutely, we're going to have to decide between homes and industry. We are, if we don't really get moving. Now, So why in the world does the smarts of this room that is unbelievable not solve the problem? We've got to solve the problem. I mean, for God's sakes, a living. I mean, if in Madam Chairman's home state, if people are out digging up seeds and stealing our technology of how we grow these phenomenal crops that yield beyond belief, and I'm a farmer too, I mean, what will they not do? What in the world will they not do? So all I can say to you is just this, is to the small business folks, and my only question would be just this, that's already been asked 14 times. How do you protect them? They don't have a host of accountants or lawyers or whatever it may be, or advisors. How do you protect them? And literally, for all of us, a lot of y'all are really young and don't have white hair, but it'll probably happen to you sometime. I was skinny and had brown hair for a long time. And now look. But anyway, all that being said, absolutely, we have got to solve the problem. We've got to solve the problem right now. How do you protect the small businesses? Let's go with Emily, Doc 1, Doc 2. Go very quickly. I've only got a minute, and I've said exactly how I feel. But at the end of the day, come on, guys. Come on, all of us. All of us got to pull the rope together. We have everything at stake. It's not time to be Democrats and Republicans. It's time for all of us to pull this rope together. Emily, please.
We remove China from our market, and we incentivize companies to invest in making. We remove China from our market, and we incentivize companies not just to develop research, but to produce.
Doc 1.
So the SBIR is a huge asset that we have to accelerate technologies using our small businesses. We need to arm them with the wherewithal, the resources to inoculate themselves and to be aware, so that they're not susceptible to this sort of theft.
Doc 2.
You level the playing field so China can't continue to do what it has been doing.
100% right. Madam Chair, I defer my 5 seconds. I'm over time.
Thank you, Senator Justice. And thanks for bringing up the Chinese theft of seeds in Iowa that happened in 2013, I believe, and they were sentenced in 2016. But yes, it does happen. They steal our intellectual property and reverse engineer. So we will next go to Senator Husted for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks to the witnesses for joining us today. Complicated issue. It seems, in listening to you and from the work that I've done in my life, it seems like we've got a situation where our freedom is being used against us. We allow Chinese students to study in our universities many times, not many times, but sometimes, to our detriment, stealing intellectual property, our ideas, outright espionage. Anytime a small business sells into the Chinese market, I don't know how many times I've talked to a small business, said, look, I was selling it. Next thing I know, they're selling it. They stole my IP. I have no recourse in their courts. We have recourse they have recourse, though, in our courts. We treat them, we give their businesses the same protections we give our businesses, but yet that's not reciprocated. Not to mention, some of their advances clearly have also come from stealing technologies in other nations, from other innovations that go there. And I know in talking to small businesses since the tariff issue has come up, that they say, a lot of times they say, well, I don't necessarily like them. However, how in the world, it's about time somebody stands up and protects me from what's going on when I try to sell into China and what they sell into our country and other countries. I'll ask each of you to comment on that. What recommendations would you make to the Trump administration as they're looking at the issue of trade with China, and how can we use our trade relationship or the bilateral conversations that are happening to address some of the issues you've discussed today? Dr. Hannes, you can start with you and go down the line.
Again, my apologies. I'm not good at solutions, but there is one point that needs to be brought up that is germane, I think, to your question, and we didn't touch on it enough before. This is not solely a U.S. problem. China does not discriminate among the countries that it exploits. Our book on Chinese industrial espionage was translated into 2 languages. Guess which 2? Japanese and Korean, because they're suffering the same problems we are. So one of the things we can do is ally ourselves with our allies who are suffering from the same depredations and come up with a common front against the problem. That would be my major recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
A fantastic entrepreneurial culture, but the scale-up part of our innovation system, infrastructure has eroded over a number of years. We need to rebuild that so that we are the ones who are first and foremost absorbing the IP that's coming out of our research universities faster than anybody else in the world.
What do you think the barriers are to that? Because we have a lot of capital in this country. What is the barrier? Why aren't we scaling it up?
Well, it's a sort of more time I can come back and brief you in detail. But we have basically hollowed out our manufacturing sector. So as a result, our ecosystem is incomplete. The Chinese have large state-owned enterprises. They have deep pockets. They're able to take ideas and scale them up. And we don't have, we are kind of weak in that area. So what we need to do is actually rebuild our innovation system so that it's the most competitive in the world. Go back to when it was.
It's very capital intensive.
It's very capital intensive. It requires a lot of coordination across. It requires a strong, it's a multifaceted innovation system. It has, worker training aspects to it. It has, capital markets aspect to it. It has research and development aspects to it. All of these parts of the innovation system have to all work together independently as well as connect with each other. In fact, one of the advantages of the SBIR program is actually it takes ideas that may be formed at a university lab, but the venture capitalist doesn't know whether it's a great idea. And so by creating a two-phase validation of the commercial potential and the technological potential of the technology, it basically flags to venture capitalists, our deep capital markets, that this is an idea that you need to invest in. That helps to bring the technology pathway across.
Well, our financial system's like sure bets, not speculative.
Well, the financial system, it's a market, and like any market, it works well when there's more information, and this is what SBIR does.
Give a chance for our last guest.
I'll be sure. On the trade front, we need to stop assuming that China is going to play by the rules or will ever compromise. And we should levy significantly higher tariffs on China. We should encourage our allies and partners to do the same, but with a coherent message that says that the international free trade system works. We should all be part of it, but not let China abuse it. And then we should accept that a message to the American people that all of this will come at a cost in the short term, but that cost is far more palatable than the long-term cost of not defending against China's manipulation.
So thank you. And Madam Chair, the three things, that I heard from the answer: work with our partners, Japan, Korea, others who are experiencing the same problem, help Made in America work by reestablishing our manufacturing base in this country, and use tariffs against China as a tool to help get this accomplished. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. I think this has been a very good hearing and a lot of good suggestions coming from our witnesses as well. So I am grateful for the recent positive coverage that my Innovate Act has gotten from a number of people, including from the CSIS scholars, including provisions to draw in new entrants and focus on SBIR funding on companies that successfully scale innovations to market for private or government users. And I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article by Philip Singerman, Senior Advisor with Renewing American Innovation at CSIS. Not my favorite picture, but we'll have that entered into the record. So without objection, so ordered. And Ranking Member Markey, did you have closing comments?
Well, if I may, I just have a couple of more questions, if I may. And
yes, you may.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
As I mentioned in my opening statement, President Trump has single-handedly decimated our innovation ecosystem. As one professor has noted, over the last few months, an elaborate plan to ensure that China prevails in our global economic competition has taken shape. The plan's chief architects, however, are not China's leaders. They are U.S. politicians. And the professor goes on to say, the Trump administration's cuts to federal agencies are undermining the United States' ability to innovate. Hostile immigration policies are making it harder for U.S. firms, industries, universities to attract the best ideas and talents. Wild threats of tariffs and restrictions on foreign supply chains are terrifying investors. President Trump has created the perfect storm to destroy our competitive edge. So, Dr. Shivakumar, how will gutting our innovation ecosystem benefit China?
Well, it'll benefit China by taking us out of the race, clearly. But I think what we need to do is to actually supercharge our innovation system by reinforcing all the things that do work and fixing the things that don't. There are a number of connection points, and our research system is something that we have been investing in for decades now. And it's a legacy system, and it requires reform. But at the same time, you reform it, you don't destroy it. It's an important facet of our innovation system. It requires care and renovation and resources.
Yep. So over the Boston Public Library, it says, the education of its people is the best defense of a nation. And that's been a bipartisan agreement that Democrats and Republicans have had over generations, that it benefits our national security, it benefits our innovation culture. And in 1957, President Eisenhower enacted the National Defense Education Act. Sputnik was up in the air, giving us an electronic finger from outer space. You're behind. You're behind. We're ahead of you. So I went to college on a national defense student loan, as did millions of other kids. We got to get in this race. We got to educate people, because President Eisenhower recognized that the only way the United States was going to win the space race and protect our national security was to invest in education, invest in those institutions, provide financial assistance to students. Now in 2025, President Trump is doing the exact opposite, taking a sledgehammer to our world-renowned innovation ecosystem, dismantling our education system, and undermining America's competitive edge. And these impacts will be felt for generations to come. As one researcher said, if this continues, we are going to lose a generation of scientists. So, Dr. Shivakumar, what impact will President Trump's attacks have on American innovation, our national security, our ability to attract the best and the brightest?
Well, I think you have described what the impacts will be. So I would agree with you. It's our innovation system is tightly coupled with our research and development system, and attacks on if you undermine that research and development part of our ecosystem, you slow down all the other parts of it as well. So this is going to be a long-lasting negative impact if in fact the proposed cuts to NSF and so forth do take place. But this is what the president has proposed. I think it's for the president to propose, for Congress to dispose. So I'm hopeful.
Yep. So I've been in Congress for a while. Mm-hmm. I did not vote for most favored nation status for China. I was always very suspicious of them, especially after I went to China and I could see how they were stealing our intellectual property. When in the year 2000 there was a vote on making it permanent, normal trade relations, there's nothing normal about trade relations with China. I voted no each time. But there was a bipartisan consensus, Democrat and Republican presidents, Democrat and Republican leaders in the House and Senate. I was in the vast minority saying, no, we're going to be handing over our intellectual property. But they wanted to play, they were smart people thinking big strategic cards. They wanted to play the China card. And when we ultimately turned over the card, it was a deuce. We didn't get anything in return. They didn't help us strategically. They just helped themselves economically. And now that they have the lead, they're putting up barriers. They have a battery that can recharge for 5 minutes, and the car goes 400 miles. They're not going to allow that to come to the United States for manufacturing, because they are now going to actually finish off this plan which they had to take advantage of us, and then in turn have us not be able to compete with them on all of these key innovation technologies. That's why SBIR is so important. That's why all of the investment that we make in innovation and R&D is just so critical. And we're just, unfortunately, increasingly just leaving the playing field. And China, I'm sure, is in a state of shock that we're doing it, not receiving anything in return from the Chinese. As a reciprocal concession that is made to us. Okay. I thank you, Madam Chair. I just think this is such an important area for all of us to be able to focus on.
Thank you, Ranking Member Markey, and thank you to our witnesses for your insight today to inform this discussion. Obviously, we all care very, very much about this issue. Our response to China's targeted exploitation of American innovators is of critical importance for America's competitiveness in the years to come. To maintain our edge, we have to do two things: ensure taxpayer dollars are invested in the best and the brightest innovators with a plan to scale ideas from lab to market or to our war fighters. That's very important. And number two, eliminate loopholes by which CCP compromised firms gain funding. And I do want to be very clear here. There is a difference between companies who have won a handful of SBIR awards versus SBIR mills with hundreds of awards over 40 years in the program. While it is a positive step that we have the foreign ties due diligence program in place, this data has revealed a concerning reality. 6 of the 25 largest recipients of SBIR awards at the Department of Defense have clear links to China and still received nearly $180 million from the Pentagon in 2023 and 2024. And that was after the implementation of foreign ties due diligence. Rather than focus on funding on a very select, few well-connected companies who pursue joint ventures and other business ventures with China, my Innovate Act would target funding on firms looking to build and commercialize technology here for the benefit of Americans. I will continue to shine a light on this issue and work towards reforms. And with that, I will
If I may.
You had 5 minutes, Ranking Member Markey. And I would also ask that if anybody would like to take a look at the information, my report is on our Senate Small Business Committee website. You can go to the Republican tab, go under press releases, and you may read it for yourselves. So
may I
we
make
have
a
that.
unanimous consent
Yes.
request? Yeah. I make a unanimous consent request that the independent Government Accountability Office evaluation of the due diligence program that focuses on the Small Business Innovation Program and the Small Business Technology Transfer Program that found that all 11 agencies have successfully implemented the due diligence program, and I congratulate you on that, in 2022, continues to be successful. They're working, and they've identified the potential foreign risk, and they've addressed them. And I would just like to put that report in the record.
Without objection.
So that all of that information is made available.
And with that, I want to thank our witnesses for being here with us today. I ask unanimous consent that the record of today's hearing remain open for 2 weeks for members to submit questions, revise and extend their remarks, and submit additional information into the record. And without objection, so ordered. And again, we want to thank our witnesses for being here today, and obviously an issue of great, great importance to all of us. And with that, the Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship stands adjourned.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. The Senate Foreign Relations Subcommittee on the Near East, South Asia, Central Asia, and Counterterrorism will come to order. The ranking member, Senator Rosen, and I, this is our first subcommittee hearing of the 119th Congress, and I'm so grateful to you, Senator Rosen, as well as the committee chair, Risch, and ranking member Shaheen, for working together with us to convene this hearing with such distinguished guests at such an important moment in the history of the Middle East. Before we begin, a bit of housekeeping. For those of you in the audience, we are so glad to have you here. You are very welcome. This is a public hearing, and we appreciate your attendance, but participation is not allowed. And any interruption, is this the tradition of Senate Foreign Relations, any interruption of the proceedings or of the witnesses in any way will result in your immediate removal and being charged, and you will be banned from the committee for a year. So thank you for respecting that rule. Now on to the business of the day. It's been 655 days since Hamas's murderous and barbaric attacks on the people of Israel that changed the Middle East in irreversible ways. When Dean and I visited Israel in the weeks after October 7th, the moral depravity of that day and Hamas's intent to ignite Iran's ring of fire determined to destroy Israel and destabilize the region, those goals were very clear. Instead, those dastardly attacks set in motion a chain of events culminating in a strategic blow to Hamas's patron, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and unleashed seismic shifts in the geopolitical landscape unseen in recent memory and which provide enormous opportunity. Israel's brilliant campaign against Hezbollah in August and September of 24 neutralized their senior leadership and destroyed its terror infrastructure, weapons depots, including over 100 anti-aircraft batteries and tens of thousands of missiles and rockets that were aimed at Israeli civilians. In December of 2024, Iran and Russia's longtime crony in Syria, Bashar al-Assad, abandoned the country and the regime collapsed like a house of cards. These events, combined with Israel's successful air campaigns against Iran's air defense systems in the fall and the spring of 2024, they set the stage for one of the most dramatic events to date, Operation Rising Lion and Operation Midnight Hammer. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel preemptively struck dozens of targets across Iran, neutralizing their nuclear infrastructure, military command, control sites, ballistic missile production, launch, and storage sites, as well as target assassinations of top political, nuclear, and military officials. And this conduct was an unparalleled success, with Israel destroying over 40 years of Iranians' military buildup, and set the stage for Operation Midnight Hammer, where President Trump executed a decisive and devastating blow, led by brave American warfighters against 3 of Iran's key nuclear facilities. These strikes secured regional safety, upheld the non-proliferation regime, and reshaped the regional balance of power. Soleimani's so-called Ring of Fire, a network of terrorist proxies and militant groups in Lebanon, Yemen, Iraq, Syria, Gaza, and Iran, designed to pressure and deter Israel and the United States, turned out to be little more than a flicker of a match. And far from retreating from the region, the success of Midnight Hammer is a case study for how a capable U.S. ally can defend itself in tandem with a credible deterrent from the United States. The strategic implications of this should not be lost on us or adversaries who continue to wage wars of aggression in Ukraine or who seek to sow instability in the Indo-Pacific. Today, because of U.S. and Israel's joint operations during the 12-day war, Iran has suffered an historic and humiliating strategic and tactical defeat. The regime is at its weakest point, politically and militarily, since the revolution of 1979, and Israel is in its strongest position since its sweeping victory in the Six-Day War. Despite our successes, we know, however, this fight is not over. Last week, Tehran's Houthi allies in Yemen struck 2 commercial ships traveling in the Red Sea. Iran's proxy militias in Iraq remain a threat and are suspected of disrupting oil production in Kurdistan. Instability reigns in Syria as the new regime struggles to show they are willing or able to protect Druze, Christian, and other minority groups. And just this week, an American citizen from Oklahoma and members of his family were brutally gunned down in the street. I agree with my friend, U.S. Envoy to Syria, Tom Barrack. Al-Shara risks squandering the moment and will have to adapt quickly if he expects U.S. support. While we know the new government in Beirut is making good faith efforts to disarm Hezbollah, we also know that Iran is dead set on reconstituting Hezbollah's capabilities in Lebanon, especially through the shipment of rockets. And perhaps most significantly, Iran seems unwilling to take up President Trump's generous offers of direct nuclear talks. And Hamas continues to hold 50 hostages in Gaza, including 2 Americans. And so the challenge going forward is how to translate these dramatic military achievements into diplomatic, economic, and political peace that will benefit the United States, our regional allies, and our partners. And I know that Senator Rosen and my colleagues that will come today share my interest in building on the success of the Abraham Accords, which I know you, Mr. Hook, were involved in, to strengthen the relationships between the United States, Israel, and the Arab partners. I was just on a code out to Israel and the UAE in May, and it's clear that our partners in the region share President Trump's vision of forging, and we overlap there in Israel, forging a future where the Middle East is defined by commerce, not chaos, cooperation, not conflict. Now, to help us navigate these complex issues today, we have an incredible panel of former U.S. officials and expert practitioners, and we are truly looking forward to your insights and recommendations. I am so happy to recognize the ranking member and my friend Senator Rosen for her opening remarks.
Well, thank you, Chair McCormick, for holding today's important hearings. And like you said, this is the subcommittee's first since you and I were named chair and ranking member, respectively. I am really excited about the work we're going to be able to do together to support U.S. interests across a broad swath of the globe, from the Middle East to North Africa to Central and South Asia. And I want to thank you. I will send a thank you as well to our witnesses for taking the time to offer your insights today. And now I'd like to build upon your remarks, Senator McCormick, because as you illustrated, the Middle East is at a critical juncture. It's full of risks as well as opportunities. How we engage in the region in the coming weeks and months has the potential to alter its trajectory for decades to come. In just the last few weeks, we've seen hostilities between Israel and Iran. We've seen increased Houthi attacks on maritime commerce in the Red Sea, skirmishes between Israel and Syria, and a lack of progress of ending the war in Gaza, bringing home all of the hostages held by Hamas home and addressing the humanitarian crisis. But since the beginning of the year, we've also seen the decline of Iran's nuclear and ballistic capabilities, Assad's regime beginning to crumble in Syria, Hezbollah be diminished to a shell of its former self in Lebanon, and the significant weakening of Hamas. To help set the Middle East on a path towards peace and prosperity, we not only have to deter our adversaries from engaging in harmful actions, we must also work to advance our interests by implementing a coherent strategy and assistance plan for the region. So I'm going to be clear. Iran can never be allowed to acquire or develop a nuclear weapon. I couldn't be more clear than that. And I'm hopeful that our targeted strikes on Iran's nuclear program earlier this summer will pave the way to a negotiated agreement that makes this a reality. But it is critical the administration works hand in glove with Congress on what comes next. We must also ensure that terror groups, especially Iranian proxies, cannot operate freely and threaten stability in the Middle East. And so to that end, I've led bipartisan efforts to freeze Iranian assets, tighten and renew sanctions, and integrate air and missile defenses throughout the region. But we must do more to bolster regional stability and deny extremist groups the instability on which they thrive. An integrated Middle East of like-minded partners and allies is essential to advancing our interests, which is why we must widen and deepen the Abraham Accords, including through economic integration and other people-to-people bonds that provide tangible benefits to the region. In Gaza, Hamas remains an impediment to peace and poses a threat to both Israelis and Palestinians. We must continue to support Israel as it works to free the hostages, defeat Hamas, and protect itself against future threats. And at the same time, we must also allow for more humanitarian aid for civilians in Gaza and do everything possible to prevent the loss of innocent lives and support a negotiated end to the war. In Syria and Iraq, we cannot cede ground where the U.S.-led coalition has made significant progress in eliminating the ISIS threat. To consolidate our military gains, we need to ensure that terrorists are held accountable for their horrific crimes. We must also make sure that there is a thoughtful plan for reintegration and rehabilitation of individuals from Al-Hol and Al-Roj camps. If we fail to reintegrate these populations, it will be at our peril. This leads me to my last point. Former Defense Secretary Jim Mattis once said, "If you don't fully fund the State Department, then I'll need to buy more ammunition." Diplomacy and foreign assistance is vital to the future of this region. When people don't have access to food or jobs, terror groups recruit them. When children don't have access to education, they're more easily radicalized. And as this administration slashes our diplomatic corps, expert civil servants, and foreign assistance programs, we are undeniably less safe and less prosperous. So to set the region on the right path, we can't be afraid to leverage our military strength, but we must certainly also leverage our diplomatic and foreign assistance tools. I thank you again for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to discussing this with all of you today.
Very good. Thank you, Senator Rosen. Thanks for organizing this hearing with me today. Let me introduce our witnesses. We have an all-star panel, and I really mean it. We have terrific expertise and experience at this table, so thank you all for coming. Let me start with Mr. Brian Hook, who has served as a key diplomat and senior advisor to the Department of States under President George H.W. Bush, President George W. Bush, and President Donald J. Trump. During the Trump administration, he served as director of the State Department's policy planning staff and a U.S. Special Representative for Iran, where he was the lead architect of the maximum pressure campaign against Iran. Brian's also a key official in the team that negotiated peace agreements known collectively as the Abraham Accords. He also held a number of senior positions in the Bush administration, including Assistant Secretary of State for International Organizations, Senior Advisor to the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, and Special Assistant to the President for Policy. It's nice to have an old friend back before the committee. Thank you, Brian. Great to see you. We also have Ambassador Dan Shapiro, a distinguished diplomat, foreign policy expert with over 2 decades of experience in senior U.S. government positions. Ambassador Shapiro served as President Biden's top Middle East policy official at the Pentagon as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East. He also served as the Department of State's Senior Advisor for Regional Integration in the Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs and as Senior Advisor to the Special Envoy for Iran. He is also, notably, the former U.S. Ambassador to Israel, having served in that role from 2011 to 2017. He's had a number of senior roles at the National Security Council and here on Capitol Hill. In addition to his incredible government service, Shapiro was a distinguished fellow at the Atlantic Council, a distinguished visiting fellow at the Institute for National Security Studies in Tel Aviv. Ambassador Shapiro, thank you for being here and welcome back. And last but certainly not least, from the great city of Pittsburgh, Ms. Shelley Culbertson, who is also a neighbor in Squirrel Hill, senior policy researcher at RAND, a nonpartisan research institution. Ms. Culbertson's research focuses on disaster and post-conflict recovery, refugees, and international development. Her international development work has focused on the Middle East, including in Iraq, where she led a study on post-conflict stabilization in Mosul, Iraq, after coalition operations against ISIS. She previously served in the RAND Homeland Security Research Division Management Team as Associate Director of the Disaster Management Resilience Program, also Director of the Infrastructure, Immigration, and Security Operations Program. So welcome, Shelley. Thank you for being here. I'd like to remind our witnesses to try to keep your opening remarks to 5 minutes. Your submitted testimony will be entered in full, and we're looking forward to a great discussion. Mr. Hook, you are now recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to be with you, an old friend, and to Ranking Member Rosen, good to be with you as well. I very much enjoyed your opening statements, which I thought nicely captured the risks and the opportunity that we have before us. I believe that the old order in the Middle East is passing away, and a new, better order is coming into view. We have too much proof of a better order to return to the failed strategies that perpetuated the old order. American diplomacy should support the new and dynamic Middle East, which is the subject of today's hearing. In broad strokes, I think this means diplomacy that stands by our allies in good times and in bad. It means deterring our adversaries, and it means sustaining the incredible gains made over the last 2 years, especially during the recent 12-day war against the Iranian regime. I have never been more optimistic about the future of the Middle East than I am now. In the aftermath of October 7th, Iran's imperial expansionist project has come undone. The U.S. and Israel are systematically dismantling the architecture of Iran's malign influence. We are no longer managing the nuclear threat, we are resolving it. Unprecedented joint actions against Iran's nuclear facilities, as well as its missile program and its proxies, have changed the balance of power in the region. If we continue the current strategy of deterrence and diplomacy, a new and better Middle East will follow. The United States can help midwife a regional dynamic of sovereign states anchored by Israel and Arab Gulf nations, who together counter extremism, invest in their own citizens, and recognize the right of the Jewish people to live in peace alongside their neighbors. President Trump described this vision in his 2017 Riyadh speech. He deserves great credit for realizing this vision across his first term and into the second term. He recognizes that peace is helped by maintaining escalation dominance, and diplomacy is helped by focusing on common interests with our allies. We should help organize our allies around shared interests. For example, countering Iran's threats to the U.S. and the region, advancing the peace process through the Abraham Accords, and deepening economic and cultural ties. But continued success in the region is not inevitable. American leadership, coupled with burden sharing by our partners, is essential for this vision to become a reality. We should convert the military gains, the recent military gains, into an enduring balance of power that favors America and her regional allies. The U.S. and its partners should continue resisting Iran's expansionist, anti-Semitic designs in the region. We must ensure that Iran's proxy Hamas is uprooted from Gaza. I very much hope that this can be conducted by Israel in a way to maintain support here in the United States, and that Israel will continue to ensure the safe delivery of humanitarian assistance to the Gazans who are suffering under Hamas control. We should ensure that Hezbollah remains degraded in Lebanon. The United States should continue enforcing oil sanctions against Iran, including by implementing the SHIP Act, which I encouraged Congress to pass last year when I testified before this committee. Easing pressure now would allow Iran's oil revenue to fund terrorism and finance the reconstitution of its nuclear program. I want to close by noting that the combined efforts of the United States and Israel against the Iranian regime have deeply weakened an engine of anti-Semitism in the region. Regrettably, this evil is not confined to the Middle East. We hear echoes here at home of the anti-Semitism that animates Iran's regime. It is on college campuses, in online echo chambers, and increasingly in mainstream discourse. It was seen tragically in Pittsburgh in 2018 at the Tree of Life Synagogue, blocks from the home of Senator McCormick. Those who traffic in anti-Semitism often present themselves as bold or provocative contrarians, but they perpetuate an ancient hatred. In every form anti-Semitism takes and in every place it emerges, we must continue to confront it with moral clarity and principled opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hook. And Ambassador.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Rosen, distinguished members of the subcommittee, thanks for the opportunity to testify at this very timely hearing. We are, as you both have stated and Mr. Hook did, at a critical moment for U.S. policy in the Middle East because we do have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to help reshape the region in ways that will bring more peace and prosperity and less conflict and violence to those who live there and significant benefit to the interests of the United States. In my opening remarks, I'll make 3 points about the opportunities and risks we face. First, since Hamas launched this war in the vicious terrorist attacks of October 7th, a combination, as you've both noted, of Israeli and U.S. military power has dealt blow after blow to the Iranian-aligned axis of resistance: Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis in Yemen, Shia militia groups in Iraq and Syria, and ultimately Iran itself. And along the way, Iran's regional partner, the Assad regime, crumbled. All told, Iran, owing to its own miscalculations and aggression, is at its weakest point in decades. President Trump was right to seek a nuclear deal with Iran through diplomacy, but given how close Iran was to a nuclear weapon and its proven willingness to attack Israel directly, I believe a military confrontation was necessary and inevitable. Israeli and U.S. operations caused severe damage to Iran's nuclear facilities. They'll be unusable for a significant period of time, and that's time we can perhaps extend through a range of means. Now, none of this means the threats posed by Iran and its proxies are eliminated, but the significant gains produced by military power now give us the opportunity to use all the tools at our disposal, deterrence, but also diplomacy, to consolidate those gains. Second, we must now prioritize diplomatic tools to advance our regional objectives. In my full statement, I describe a range of initiatives in 3 categories. I'll briefly summarize them. Category 1 is developing a comprehensive day-after plan for Gaza that includes the release of all hostages, protection of Israel's security, removal of Hamas from power, relief for Palestinian civilians, and a regionally supported reconstruction for Palestinians who want to live in peace with Israel. This work includes enabling a vastly improved mechanism to provide humanitarian aid to Palestinian civilians in Gaza. Hamas bears much responsibility for the hunger crisis in Gaza by hijacking aid for its own benefit. But the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation alternative is also vastly insufficient, and it's flawed and dangerous in its design, which has led to far too many deaths. The day-after plan should also include exile of remaining Hamas leaders and fighters from Gaza, an interim security mission for Gaza from Arab states with U.S. support, improved leadership of the Palestinian Authority, new leadership in Gaza linked to the PA and supported by Arab states such as the UAE and Saudi Arabia, articulation of a pathway to a future Palestinian state, and opposition to Israeli moves toward annexation in the West Bank. Category 2 is continuing and expanding the regional integration process launched by the Abraham Accords, one of the great events of recent Middle East history. This includes prioritizing discussions with Saudi Arabia on the timing, conditions, and mechanism of normalization with Israel, including the bilateral U.S.-Saudi agreements that can undergird it. Saudi officials have consistently said they also require a clear pathway to the establishment of a Palestinian state. But this work also includes reconvening and expanding the Negev Forum as soon as possible after the war, appointing and confirming a special envoy for the Abraham Accords, and working toward a non-belligerency agreement between Israel and Syria. Category 3 is capitalizing on the damage to Iran's nuclear program and the weakening of the Iranian-led access to secure a long-term improvement in the regional security environment. That means seeking renewed negotiations with Iran to sustain the gains of the military strikes, prevent the nuclear program's reconstitution, secure full access for IAEA inspectors, locate and remove Iran's enriched uranium stockpile, assure zero enrichment going forward, and achieve meaningful limits on Iran's ballistic missile inventory. It also means maintaining pressure on Iran by coordinating with European partners on the snapback of JCPOA sanctions, increasing efforts to scale back Iranian oil exports to China, and making clear that additional military strikes by Israel or the United States are possible. We must also prepare for the possibility of internally driven regime change, not as U.S. policy, but as something the Iranian people take into their own hands. But we should be providing appropriate support to the Iranian people now and develop a plan to support a transition so we're not caught flat-footed if the Iranian people do take matters into their own hands. Finally, I'll just flag 2 areas that cause me concern that could cause us to miss this opportunity. First, none of our goals for expanding regional integration can really get off the ground until the Gaza war ends. A 60-day ceasefire would bring much-needed relief, but it really must transition directly into the end of the war.
That will require Israeli agreement to certain terms, but also intense pressure on Hamas by Qatar and other actors. If we miss this opening to end the war, the risk is that we'll slide into the only alternative, a full-scale Israeli occupation of Gaza, something the IDF has consistently told us they do not want to do. That will mean more dead hostages, more dead Palestinian civilians, more dead Israeli soldiers, no positive involvement by Arab states in Gaza's future, and deepening isolation of Israel. President Trump can help by withdrawing his Gaza Riviera proposal, which has emboldened some of the most extreme members of the Israeli cabinet to press for full-scale occupation, and I hope he would do that. That idea is widely rejected in the region, and it will discourage Arab states from helping stabilize Gaza. Second, the Trump administration is also dismantling, as Senator Rosen mentioned, critical capabilities that we need to advance U.S. interests in the region. Right after the war with Iran, the State Department imposed drastic cuts to personnel, including experts in nuclear diplomacy, sanctions enforcement, counterterrorism, post-conflict transitions, and Israeli-Palestinian relations. Just when we need to help stabilize Syria and Lebanon, the elimination of USAID means we don't have functional and adequately resourced foreign assistance programs that can help. And just when we need to counter the propaganda the Iranian regime feeds to its population, we've decimated our international broadcasting capabilities so they don't hear from us. And meanwhile, China is deepening its activity and influence in all these areas everywhere the United States pulls back. I feel that's a serious own goal, and it's going to harm our ability to seize these opportunities in this dynamic Middle East. I hope it'll be reversed. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ambassador. And Ms. Culberson, I'll turn to you for your opening statement, and then Senator Kaine, we're going to be here for the whole hearing, so I know so we'll turn to you for questions as soon as we finish with this opening statement.
Man, nobody ever lets me jump to the head of the line. It's the first time in 13 years here.
We haven't heard your questions yet. Thank you. Thank you. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Chairman McCormick, Ranking Member Rosen, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today. I'm a senior policy researcher at RAND, a nonpartisan research organization. We meet at a pivotal moment for the Middle East and for the role of the United States in shaping its future. Operation Midnight Hammer and the military activities leading up to it have set back Iran's nuclear capabilities and weakened its proxies. Hamas has lost capacity and credibility. Hezbollah is diminished, opening the way for the Lebanese state to reassert authority. In Syria, the United States lifted sanctions on the new government to enable recovery. Iraq is preparing for elections that could further erode Iranian influence. The common thread, Iran's ability to project disruptive power across the region, is waning. But Iran is down, not out. We now face a strategic opportunity to set a new course for the Middle East. This opportunity cannot be secured by military means alone. It requires a renewed approach grounded in diplomacy, economic facilitation, humanitarian leadership, and strategic investment. The United States can reestablish itself as the partner of choice, as the country that helps people in the region solve problems and realize their aspiration for security, prosperity, and even normalcy, instead of Iran, Russia, China, or extremist groups. It is in U.S. interest to do so. This means rethinking what constitutes U.S. interests. Civilian displacement, state collapse, and economic despair are not peripheral. They're central to long-term global stability. These are, of course, primarily the responsibility of regional governments, but the United States has powerful tools to support progress. Doing so is not charity, it's strategy. The U.S. has repeatedly sought to reduce its footprint in the Middle East, only to be drawn back in again and again. Every administration since Jimmy Carter has launched new military operations there in response to threats to American interests. This has meant chasing symptoms instead of solving underlying problems. We now have an opportunity to break that cycle. Here are 5 steps the United States could take. First, mediate the ends of conflicts. In Gaza, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, and Libya, conflicts continue to destabilize the region, fuel humanitarian crises, and create vacuums for malign actors. U.S. diplomacy has already shown promise, including through the Abraham Accords. We can build on this by helping to end the war in Gaza, brokering Saudi-Israeli normalization with meaningful provisions for Palestinians, and mediating local disputes in Syria, as we once did successfully in northern Iraq. Second, address long-term humanitarian crises. The Middle East has over 24 million displaced people, many with no realistic path to return home, integrate, or resettle. Displacement on this scale is not just a humanitarian concern, it's a driver of instability. Global refugee systems are broken. New solutions, especially for the 6 million refugees, won't materialize without U.S. leadership. Third, support post-war recovery. To prevent the return of violence, conflict-affected regions need visible, sustained progress: jobs, schools, hospitals, justice systems, and functioning markets. Recovery won't happen fast enough without targeted support. The Marshall Plan succeeded not just because of money, but because it coordinated conditions to restore trade, public finances, and private investment. Fourth, help improve governance and create jobs. High youth unemployment and poor governance were major drivers of the Arab Spring and remain sources of unrest. These are not just internal challenges, they're regional risks. U.S. support for better policing, public services, vocational training, and economic reforms can reduce the appeal of extremism and show that we are a partner in progress. Fifth, focus on strategic priority locations. Iraq, Syria, the West Bank and Gaza, and Lebanon each face serious challenges, but each could become a model of recovery and partnership. A focused effort across them, anchored in civilian tools, can prevent return to war and reinforce U.S. leadership. None of this requires the U.S. to act alone or bear every cost, but we can lead where others cannot. We can align incentives and coordinate allies, multilateral institutions, regional partners, and the private sector. Let me close with two futures. In the first, conflicts grind on, economies remain stagnant, Iran, Russia, and China fill the vacuum, extremist groups like Hamas and ISIS exploit social gaps, refugees flee, and the United States is pulled back in again and again. In the second, the United States steps forward with strategic leadership. We help end wars, we support government in rebuilding, cities recover, youth find work, the region stabilizes, and draws closer to us and our allies. We can choose, at least in part, which future unfolds. We have willing partners. While recovery is the region's responsibility, it's in our own national interest to stand with them. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Culberson. And Senator Kane?
Thank you for hosting this hearing. It's really important, and I think I'll hopscotch around a little bit because there's so many different topics. I think it's at the end of this week, maybe the day after tomorrow, that France, Germany, and Britain are going to meet with Iran and Turkey to talk about the imposition of snapback sanctions under the JCPOA for Iran's bad activity. I view that as a positive that these three European nations are considering the imposition of snapback sanctions. Would you generally agree with that?
Senator, I do agree. I think it's very important that that leverage be used to try to move Iran in the direction we need them to go, which is to relinquish their highly enriched uranium and their any residual enrichment capability. I believe those meetings are coordinated between the Europeans and Secretary Rubio, as they really need to be, because the Europeans are the ones who hold that key, and that needs to be a partnership.
And again, we don't know the outcome of these, so the proof's in the pudding. But do Ms. Culbertson and Mr. Hook, do you generally agree these allies trying to use the tools of the JCPOA to snap back sanctions could be effective leverage?
Yeah, I supported snapback in 2019, 2020, because we believed that Iran was in sufficient breach of its nuclear obligations that it justified triggering snapback sanctions. The E3 were not with us then. I am very heartened to see them with us now. I think that...
Had we already pulled out of the JCPOA in 2019?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was a little bit hard to convince them to, use the JCPOA when we had backed away from the table. But it is, and I agree with you, it would have been better had they done it earlier. But at least it is a tool. So we'll cross our fingers that maybe
Agreed.
The discussions might be helpful. A couple of you just mentioned, but really didn't give us a report on Iraq. What's going on in Iraq right now? So as Iranian influence is weakened with Syria, the Hezbollah being weakened, the Houthis they're sort of weakened, but sort of maybe sitting back and waiting. But what's going on in Iraq? Has the Iranian weakening weaken their hold in Iraq, or is that still something that the committee needs to pay a lot of attention to?
Iranian weakening is evident in Iraq. I think we can see this in the muted response from the Iranian-backed militias during the recent fighting between Israel and Iran. It seems that the younger generations in particular want something different in their future rather than increased fighting, and they also recognize their weaker position and inability to be as effective as that could be. And so therefore, they're becoming more and more engaged in interest in domestic affairs. Iraq's prime minister has been somewhat effective in keeping stability and starting improvements on better development of public services in the economy, and there's momentum there that merits U.S. support to continue in that direction.
Please.
If I could just add, Senator, during the Biden administration, we negotiated with Iraq a 2-year transition of Operation Inherent Resolve, our counter-ISIS mission, with the ability to extend that further by mutual agreement. And so I think it's something I hope the administration will turn to, since the Iraqi Shia militias have largely been deterred from additional attacks against U.S. forces after some early attacks in the first months of the war. I think there's a good opportunity to find a more stable basis to maintain a U.S. presence that supports the Iraqi security forces continuing the counter-ISIS mission, provides some reassurance to our Kurdish partners, and also gives us a presence, quite limited presence, but a presence that nevertheless allows us to balance Iranian influence and compete with them.
Let me ask this. With Hezbollah weakened, how important is it that the United States continue to support the Lebanese armed forces?
It's critical. The Lebanese armed forces are the state institution that has the legitimacy for maintaining the means of force, and the United States is now quite invested, first from the end of the Biden administration and into the beginning of the Trump administration, to help this new Lebanese government, the president, who's the former commander of the Lebanese armed forces, and prime minister, really build up their capabilities. But critically, it's going to have to include disarmament, complete disarmament of Hezbollah, which is not a completed process just yet.
Let me just say, as I hand it back, Mr. Hook talked about anti-Semitism at home and abroad, and it's very, very serious from whatever direction it comes. We had a hearing yesterday with the president's nominee to be ambassador to Belgium, and we didn't have huge attendance at the moment I was asking him questions, but I pointed out that he was reposting material from a Belgian far-right leader who had been convicted and imprisoned for Holocaust denial and other offenses that were sort of in the anti-Semitism space. When we get to a business committee markup on this individual, I'll present that material when all of us are around the table, because again, whether it's from the left or the right, or whether it's in this country or somewhere else in the world, we got to take it seriously. I yield back. Thank you for allowing me to jump ahead.
Thank you, Senator. So I'll do 5.
Yes,
perfect. Well, thank you again, panel. Let me begin with a comment Secretary Rubio made before this committee. I asked him about Iran's proxies and how the administration's approach to the nuclear negotiation would be influenced by that. And he made it clear those are 2 separate tracks, which made sense to me at the time, not to conflate the negotiations of Iran's nuclear program with their state sponsorship of terrorism, including the Houthis and Hezbollah and the militias in Iraq and so forth. But that sort of begs the question, how important is it, in your opinion, I turn to you, Mr. Hook, and Ambassador Shapiro, how important is it to maintain pressure on Iran's support of those terror proxies? How would you assess the degree of that support today in light of the recent attacks? And how do you recommend we continue to bring the Europeans and regional allies on board with this approach? Maybe I'll start with you, Brian, and then you, Ambassador.
Senator, I think it could be a very good strategy to have the nuclear talks limited to the nuclear talks while the United States, Israel, and its partners address the proxies as they have been doing over the last couple of years, essentially since October 7th, where Israel and the United States has done historic work damaging Iran's projection of power through its proxies. And when I think about Iran's military strategy, it doesn't really depend on an army or an air force or even much of a navy. It's proxies and missiles. And then the nuclear program would be something that moves it to a much more significant threat. But until that day comes, they have to focus on proxies and missiles. Both have now, with the exception of the Houthis, have been so, I don't want to overstate it, but to say that they're neutralized. But Iran's power projection is nowhere near where it was. And my hope is that this becomes the new normal for the region. And that you have this strong, I think the Abraham Accords, it originally, a lot of the work was around the UAE and other Gulf countries working with Israel to counter a common threat of Iran. And that work should continue. This is, I think, part of the burden sharing. If we can increase cooperation between Arabs and Israelis to counter extremism, to counter threats presented by the Iranian regime, that is a very good strategy for the United States to get behind. And so I support continuing the work to stabilize the region by addressing Iran's proxy warfare in the gray zone, which they have been remarkably successful at. Those same proxies killed 603 Americans in Iraq alone. And so it has been at enormous cost to the United States. But I believe that and then the missiles, obviously in a much different place, taking out the missile production, the missile launchers, and the missiles themselves, takes away another power projection capability that the regime has. So the Europeans, I think, are much more alive to the Iranian threat through the war in Ukraine. And I think the Europeans the E3 especially, are in a much better place in some ways because Iranian drones are flying in Ukraine.
Thank you. Mr. Ambassador, I'm sorry, you only have about a minute before I turn to the next question.
Sure.
But please.
Well, I agree very much with what Mr. Hook had to say, but I'll just add, Iran remains motivated to try to rearm these proxies. It's going to be very difficult for them initially, but they will look for those openings. If there is chaos in Syria, they will try to find their way between the cracks. They will try to restore. It requires intense focus and day-to-day management by expert teams at the State Department and the Treasury Department in order to get to the right port operators, ships, front companies, banks, et cetera, because once that revenue is going down, as it did during the first Trump administration, and it's come back up, and neither Biden nor Trump at second two has been able to bring it down yet, then you force the Iranian regime to make choices between whether they'll use that revenue, what they have at home, to deal with a very restive population, or if they'll continue to try to squander it on these foreign adventures.
Great. Thank you very much. Senator Scott and then Senator Rosen.
Okay. Well, first off, thanks.
I'm going to defer my time. So
Well, you're very nice.
To do that in our subcommittee, and people make the time to come, so we have to be there till the end.
Well, first off, thanks both of you for hosting this. Thank you guys. Thank each of you for being here. President Trump is the most pro-Israel, pro-peace president of our lifetime and has made all the difference in the Middle East, which is why I'm glad we're having this important discussion how we can protect American interests throughout the region as we continue to stand with our great friend and ally, Israel. Over the years, Israel and the Jewish people have faced countless obstacles in unimaginable persecution. If you look at what happened on October 7th, when Iran-backed Hamas terrorists brutally murdered and kidnapped Americans and Israelis. I think all of us have met with families. They're still being held hostage, and it's pretty heartbreaking. Every day these hostages are held is another reminder why we must continue to stand with our good friend Israel, our one true democratic ally in the Middle East. Mr. Hook, with this and your experience as your special representative for Iran in mind, how important is it that America stands with Israel in countering Iranian aggression?
I think it's indispensable. It's absolutely indispensable for us to, as I was saying earlier, there is a favorable balance of power now in the Middle East, and the Iranian regime is facing its worst crisis in its 45-year history. As Chairman McCormick was saying, the challenge now is how do we translate the military gains into political wins, into an enduring sort of greater peace? I think a lot of that comes through Saudi normalization and helping to bring an end to the Arab-Israeli conflict. You can do it through obviously working with the Palestinians. You know, Jared Kushner put out a very credible and good peace plan in the first term. That created, I think, an opening when the PA walked away from the table for the Emiratis to come to the table. And then we had our first Abraham Accord, and then Bahrain and Sudan and Morocco. I think that that should continue. And I think that it'll be very good for Israel. It'll be very good, I think, for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. At some point, I hope the political space exists for Saudi to do that. I think we've seen UAE and Bahrain and the other countries in the Abraham Accords have enjoyed great benefit from it, and I think more countries will follow.
Bottom line is we need to stand with Israel. Unfortunately, we know it's not just Iran that's the problem. We have terrorist groups like Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood fueled by our enemies, and countries like Qatar and Turkey claim to be an ally to the United States, but aligning with terrorist groups and against our true allies. So again, Mr. Hook, do you think the United States should be helping these countries that enable terror?
Right now I saw today that it looks like Qatar had said to Hamas that they need to have a better response to the proposal that's on the table. And so it would be very good to have Qatar to continue to pressure Hamas so that we can bring an end to this war. I worked very closely with all of our Gulf partners and believe that the Gulf is the heart of the new Middle East. Where you see high levels of Iranian interference, there's a perfect correlation of misery and terrorism and poverty. And so I think the Gulf is the future of the Middle East. And as I said earlier, we need to work with our partners in the region and stand with them in good times and in bad.
So what do you think about Turkey? Well, first off, I look at Qatar that, they've supported Hamas all along. They've given money to Hamas. They have the Hamas leaders in their country. They live in luxury, and they don't put you can't see any pressure to bring these hostages home. It's disappointing. And in Turkey's, it doesn't seem like they're much better.
Turkey is always complicated. We had, obviously, our bilateral issues with them when I served in the first term. With the fall of Assad, obviously that was a win for Turkey to expand its influence, which could very much, come at cost for the Kurds. And so, from everything I see, there's a lot of effort to try to work through these bilateral issues in the second term of the Trump administration.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you again for letting me go. Thanks, Jackie.
Senator Rosen.
Well, as protocol goes, we always defer to the chair of ranking member. So I have to be here till 4. So we appreciate that everyone comes to this important subcommittee, and happy to take my questions before we gavel. So Senator Shaheen, please.
Thank you very much, Senator Rosen and Chair McCormick. Thank you both for holding this hearing, and thank you to each of our witnesses for testifying. I think it's fair to say that there's general bipartisan agreement on this committee, and I think probably in Congress, that a stable Syria is in the best interests of the United States. So as you're thinking about what we should be doing in Syria, what are the resources that are needed to bring greater stability there, and what security guarantees are needed and that the United States could be helpful with? And I will throw it open to whoever would like to answer.
Syria also is at a pivotal moment, coming out of war, but with a very fragile government and society. And I think there are a number of steps that we should be taking now that Syria's met the criteria to lift sanctions on them. They're not perfect, but it's important that Syria succeed. The first is stability and mediation among various sectoral groups. The U.S. was very effective in solving sectoral disputes in the Kurdistan region of Iraq. I think that's one of the keys to their stability in the long term, working between the KDP and PUK. In Syria, we have an opportunity to help Syria become a united country as well. The next is a recovery strategy. There's been a tremendous amount of physical infrastructure destruction, social destruction, public services. 2.4 million children are out of school. A quarter of housing is damaged or destroyed. This will not be rebuilt on its own without financing, accountability, and a lot of coordination. So having a strong recovery strategy that looks broadly at infrastructure, social services, the economy, et cetera, is key. The third, I'll give four. The third is working on refugee return. What we've learned from studies globally is that the vast majority of refugees never return. And I think if we want to see something different in Syria with returns, something different will need to happen. And that will require enabling conditions in Syria so that refugees can return and find stability and education and jobs. And then finally, Al-Hol and Roj and the ISIS prisons are a remaining sore spot in the northeast. Some 9,000 fighters are in prison, probably likely will be incarcerated for a long time, if not in perpetuity. But there are 40,000 family members, the women and children. Right. Many of the women are criminals also, but the children are not getting adequate education, and having growing up in that environment is a long-term risk to them as well as to future radicalization issues. So those are the four steps that I'd recommend.
I'm surprised you didn't mention lifting of sanctions. Did I miss that?
No, the sanctions lifting that happened last week, and then or a month ago or so, as well as other steps to do so.
But I think that there has been rhetoric about lifting the sanctions, but the actual implementation of that is ongoing. So how important do you think that is?
I think it's crucial. Syria is not going to recover without funds. They need to rebuild buildings, and that costs money, and that money has to go through banks. And in order to give Syria a chance at not devolving into chaos again, there needs to be funding flowing into it, but done in ways that manage accountability so that it's being spent as intended.
And how challenging is the continued bombing from Israel into Syria in terms of preventing the ability of the country to come together?
I think all of the violence, the intersectoral violence with neighboring countries, et cetera, is putting Syria in a very delicate spot. It could devolve back into civil war and stay that way for a long time, or it could weather it and go forward. And I think a lot of that depends on U.S. leadership and making sure that some of these conditions are in place, including internal stability, relations with neighbors, recovery, and helping the refugees return.
Thank you. Last week, the minority on this committee released this report on China, The Price of Retreat, and it addresses policies that have been put in place since the Trump administration came into office at the beginning of the year. And it talks about ceding ground to China. In the Middle East, we know that Huawei is developing 5G networks in Kuwait, Egypt, and that China has held its first ever joint military drills over Egyptian pyramids. It also serves as an intermediary for dual-use products used by Houthis for their drones. So what does China want in the Middle East? Again, Ambassador Shapiro.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. China clearly wants to establish influence, both economic but increasingly also military footprint and relationships. And so it's one of the reasons ensuring that we remain the security partner of choice for our partners in the region is critical. when we've been negotiating over the last couple administrations the possibility of normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel, the Saudis have come to us and said we'd like a security guarantee from the United States, which I think is reasonable to grant, but it must be coupled with clear limitations on Saudi-Chinese military cooperation. That I think would not just help us with the Saudis, but it would actually set a frame for others in the Gulf, and that should be critical. Now, we also have these other presences. We have a small presence in Iraq, small presence in Syria. Those support partners like the Kurds, obviously help continue the counter-ISIS mission. If we were to precipitously remove ourselves from all those areas, it would raise a lot of questions in the minds of various partners, and the Chinese would certainly be looking for opportunities to show, maybe not initially militarily, but economically or with cultural or other kinds of programming, that they are an alternative to us. That's something that is very dangerous for our interests.
Well, thank you. I recommend the report to each of you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member.
Thank you. Senator Rosen, then Senator Daines.
Well, thank you. I want to think a little bit about the future. We know what's going on now. We know what we need to do, but I believe we have a big future with the Abraham Accords. And as one of the founders and co-chairs of the Bipartisan Senate Abraham Accords Caucus, I firmly believe that the Abraham Accords is a vehicle for regional integration and transformation. Potential Abraham Accords countries, like we've talked about, Saudi Arabia, have made clear that future expansion of the Accords hinges in part on a durable day-after plan. As for Gaza, it ends in a two-state solution. Ambassador Shapiro, could you just expand on your testimony to discuss the value of increasing the number of Abraham Accords countries, whether they're in the region or outside the region? What countries do you think we could bring next into the fold? And the impact of the day after in Gaza and the West Bank by increasing regional integration and enhancing Israeli security.
Thank you, Senator. The Abraham Accords, I want to repeat, were one of the great achievements of the first Trump administration, really of modern Middle East history. They fortunately did not recede, but also sort of stalled during the war. Negotiations continued all through the war with the Saudis on a normalization agreement, and I believe they continue to this day in the second Trump administration. I don't think the Saudis are likely to come to that agreement until the war in Gaza is over, and they have said, the Crown Prince and other Saudi officials repeatedly, they would like to know that there is a pathway to a future Palestinian state. That can be defined lots of ways, but that should be part of this. But I do think there are indications that as long as their public and other Arab publics are seeing the scenes of combat and hunger and deprivation out of Gaza, even though they put as much of the blame on Hamas as anybody does, it doesn't create the political context for them to move forward. But we shouldn't just focus on the Saudis. I mentioned the Negev Forum, which has sort of gotten lost in the story.
Negev Forum is amazing.
I used to chair I used to be the U.S. chair of the steering committee of the Negev Forum, which is the U.S., Israel, UAE, Morocco, Bahrain, and Egypt. And so, as soon as possible, coming out of the war, we need to reconvene that group and show that this is a multilateral organization that can drive the benefits of regional integration and normalization to their citizens with the working groups on water, on health, on education, on tourism, and the like. But it needs to be expanded. Jordan, we were right on the verge of bringing them in before October 7th. They should be brought in. There should be a role for the Palestinians, not maybe as a full member, but the Palestinian Authority should be present. But I wouldn't stop there. Mauritania, Indonesia, some other smaller Arab League members in Africa have expressed interest previously in joining the Negev Forum and building out that sense of a community of U.S. partners, Israeli and Arab, all working together on those regional problems, but also in the context of a day-after plan, some of those countries coming to Gaza to fund reconstruction, others coming as the troops of an Arab-led or U.S.-partnered security force to provide the security in that interim phase. That's a real opportunity.
Yeah, as been to the Abraham Accords countries multiple times and multiple trips to the region. Everyone discussed the possibilities and the all the things that we could do based on the Negev Forum in so many of those areas: water, energy, transportation, cybersecurity, education, and, well, even tourism, right? And so I really look forward to that. I have just a minute left. I'm going to just ask you, Ambassador Shapiro, about the U.S.-Israel Memo of Understanding. You highlighted in your testimony the current 10-year MOU between the U.S. and Israel, key part of our bilateral relationship. The current MOU underscores our long-term security commitment to Israel, facilitates robust military-to-military cooperation, and provides Israel with the platforms and systems it needs to maintain its qualitative military edge. The MOU expires in 2028. So can you talk about how the MOU and re-upping it or modifying it, whatever we need to renegotiate that, it will advance our mutual security interests?
Sure. Thank you, Senator. It obviously remains a U.S. interest that Israel be able to defend itself. We've seen the kinds of threats they've faced from multiple fronts. And as an ally that brings major capability to deter and defeat common adversaries, this obviously serves American interests as well. Now, it is important to start that process now so that if an agreement can be reached, let's say a year from now, that's 2 years before the expiration of the current MOU, that means you don't have a gap in the acquisitions necessary. But there needs to be a full analysis done as part of that negotiation of the threats really of the next 2 decades, because that's when this MOU, what it produces, will actually bear its fruit. We didn't, when we negotiated the one from 2016, fully anticipate the drone threat that has emerged. Clearly, a major part of this is going to need to be refurbishing and replenishing and upgrading Israel's already excellent missile and air and missile defense, Arrow and David Sling and Iron Dome, and now Iron Beam. But we see the proliferation of those threats, so that's going to need to be rethought. And there are opportunities to think about how Israel, as now a partner to a number of these other Arab states that it has normalized relations with, and we hope there will be more of that, under the umbrella of CENTCOM's convening ability, can actually maximize, get more bang for its buck as the leading partner, but together with others that they are interoperable with, that they train with, that they share radar and other data with. That's something that could also be countenanced and embedded within the MOU discussions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Daines.
Thanks, Chair McCormick. A few weeks ago, I made a swing through the Caucasus. This is a question for Ambassador Shapiro. I had the privilege to meet with President Aliyev. We had a very productive conversation. I think one of the undertold stories of what's happening certainly in that region of the world is what they've done to support Israel in terms of energy resources. I also had a chance to meet with the Israeli ambassador to Azerbaijan, Ambassador George Deek. It was a unique opportunity to explore the long-standing diplomatic ties between Azerbaijan and Israel, a relationship that only looks to grow stronger with the announcement of the SOCAR oil deal, which I think is going to help diversify the Israeli energy opportunities. Ambassador Shapiro, do you believe that Azerbaijan's relationship with Israel, which I think is an undertold story, might stand as an opportunity for other Islamic nations to expand diplomatic ties and work to normalize relations?
Thank you, Senator. I do. I think this relationship, as you said, is sort of underappreciated. Sometimes people would say, how can we expand the Abraham Accords? Maybe Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan has had diplomatic relations with Israel for many years, but it's one of the leading Muslim countries that has done that long before the Abraham Accords came on the scene. And because of their proximity to the region and even to the threats Israel faces from Iran, they've been a security partner because of their energy resources. They're an energy partner because of their Muslim population. They have
and I might add with that is it's the only country in the world that borders Russia and Iran.
So
very strategic.
Their strategic importance is really impossible to deny, but they also have that sort of cultural convening capability and able to build bridges to strengthen Israel's relations with other Arab and Muslim countries, including some in South Asia or Central Asia, which already have relations, but not as deep and as rich as Azerbaijan's. But as we've thought about ways of broadening those regional convenings to really have the sense of an European Union or an ASEAN-style organization or gathering of countries in the Middle East, Azerbaijan most certainly should take part in something like that.
I think Brzezinski described Central Asia as the wine bottle and Azerbaijan as the cork. Becomes a very important part of that east-west type corridor that you want to see happen here with Central Asia embracing, moving more in this direction when you think about who they're surrounded by and their neighbors to the north and to the east. Mr. Shapiro, in your testimony, you also laid out several things that have changed over the last 7 to 10 years regarding Iran's nuclear production and weapons delivery capabilities. I'd argue that Iran's intent is, and has always been, regarding the nuclear capabilities, to create a nuclear weapon. If they were trying to create peaceful nuclear operations, why are they doing it way underground, why it took the B-2s to destroy that versus something on the surface? So I think we've settled that question. I think under the Obama administration, we had a big fight up here on Capitol Hill. What's Iran's intent? And I think we've been vindicated in terms of it was to build a nuclear warhead. Looking at their current capabilities, behavior, and rhetoric, do you believe that the U.S. should be concerned about their space program? Just in the last 24 hours, there have been news reports about the Iranians launching a rocket here for their satellite program. They're saying it's for peaceful purposes. As somebody who's from a state that's a third of our ICBMs, I think differently perhaps around the importance of space is to deliver an ICBM. Do you think their space program is a means for perfecting an intercontinental weapons system?
Senator, I'm not expert in the technology, but I do understand that there's not a huge difference between a space launch vehicle and an ICBM. And if you're able to master one technology, it's quite applicable to the other. What we clearly know about Iran, and of course we knew this in 2015 when the JCPOA was signed, and we knew it in 2018 when the U.S. withdrew from the JCPOA, is that Iran has unbridled hostility. They express it openly. It's their ideology. It's the kind of organizing principle of the regime toward Israel, which they've called for its destruction, toward the United States. They have, of course, pursued a nuclear weapons program. We understand that, but also a ballistic missile program. And we even saw the danger that program in its current state can cause in the destruction that Israel endured.
Which I think is part of the undertold story as well. Israel having to take preemptive action here was around those ballistic missiles, even absence of a nuclear warhead.
And they were on a
overwhelm the systems, the defense of Israel.
Exactly. They were on a path to produce 3,000 a year. Really couldn't have been sustained. And so the same risk with an ICBM.
Thank you. Mr. Hook, I want to give you a chance to maybe to weigh in on this as well.
Yeah, the Iranian regime has been using its space program as a cover for its ICBM program for 10, 15 years or longer. And so I remember when I was working on the UN Security Council, passing resolutions condemning Iran's use of its space program for these purposes, to develop an ICBM capability so they can threaten the United States.
Thank you. I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
There's a lot more to talk about here. So,
there sure is. Senator Van Hollen, you made it just under the wire. You are our last set of questions for this expert panel.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Rosen, and to all of you, thank you for your testimony today. Ambassador Shapiro, it's good to see you. I think, as you've indicated in your testimony, it's very important at some point to convert military gains into sustainable political strategic gains. And that also is true with respect to the changes in Syria, and I want to get to that in a moment. First, I do want to focus on Gaza, because President Trump came to office saying on day one he was going to end the war and get the hostages released, and here we are many months later, and we're not there yet. And in fact, more civilians are starving to death in Gaza today than at any point previously during this war. And you testified with respect to this entity that's been established, the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Clearly not working, clearly broken. I'm just looking at the headline, the UN chief slams US-backed Gaza aid operation, quote, "It is killing people." Mr. Chairman, I'd like to include in the record a very short statement from the World Food Program about an incident just the other day where they were trying to deliver food into Gaza.
So included.
People got killed. And just in today's Haaretz newspaper, they say that this centers have become death traps. Every day, dozens of people are killed, usually by Israeli soldiers who try to control the mobs with live fire. To date, more than 1,000 Palestinians have been killed at distribution centers en route to them or near trucks carrying food. Ambassador Shapiro, I saw your testimony. I agree with your point that we need to replace this with a system where we kind of flood the zone with food. Could you just elaborate on your idea?
Thank you, Senator. So the problem the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is trying to solve is a real problem. That is Hamas hijacking food for its use and to use as a method of political control. I think Hamas bears the lion's share of blame for the hunger that many Palestinians are experiencing. But the way the foundation is designed, it's in very limited locations. It requires Palestinian civilians to transit long distances over land and near Israeli military positions. And as you said, it's caused numerous incidents where people have been killed, probably sometimes by Hamas, but sometimes by Israel's own admission, by Israeli fire as well. So it's not working. It can be part of a broader solution. The Flood the Zone strategy could include more distribution points for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. One of the problems is those distances people have to travel, and they're only really clustered in the south with one central location. But if they were across the full territory of the Gaza Strip, and it was accompanied by an additional zone flooding by other resources, what it does is it reduces by market value the monetary value of that aid, and it reduces Hamas's ability to use it for political control, as well as making more aid available to people. It's not going to completely solve the problem because Hamas will always take its cut. And that is a legitimate problem that the Israelis have highlighted. But the way this is structured, it's just too dangerous, and it isn't working the way to solve the problem the way it needs to be solved.
Yeah, look, nobody wants to see any food aid diverted to Hamas for its gains. There's no clear information that somehow this food is not also getting to Hamas, and I would just refer you and others to the statements of our former Ambassador Satterfield and Cindy McCain, who said that there's been in the old system, there was no systematic diversion to Hamas. They found no evidence of it, despite asking the Israeli government for proof many times over. Quickly turning to Syria, I was glad to see the Trump administration lift the embargo, the blanket sanctions, but I did argue that we should put in place immediately snapback provisions tied to making sure they hit standards, including protecting minority populations. We've seen these awful killings in the South and other parts of the country, Alawites, Druze, Christians, and others. So do you think that the Trump administration should do a better job of being clear as to what activities will cause the sanctions to go back into place?
Senator, I do. I think the gamble, it is a gamble to lift sanctions as quickly and as fulsomely as President Trump announced in Saudi Arabia. But I think it's the right gamble to give this transitional government a chance to find its footing. But it has to be held accountable in all the ways you described, how it treats minority populations, inclusive governance, obviously corruption, and things of the like. And when we see what happened recently with massacres of the Druze population, and maybe earlier there were some in the Alawite areas, that needs to be properly flagged as something that if it continues, there has to be maybe some off-ramp or some trajectory that will not lead to the full lifting of sanctions. Of course, Congress will have its say, and you might be able to build in some off-ramps or some rather snapback provisions on those congressionally instituted sanctions that you'll have to legislate to remove. So you may have an opportunity there. It also, when we see that kind of brutality against one civilian population or one minority population, it raises doubts about for all of them, and in particular the Kurds who manage the counter-ISIS efforts and the detention facilities in northeast Syria and are to help sustain them. Their willingness to take that next step toward peaceful integration into Syrian national institutions will clearly be up for grabs and maybe not be able to happen if the Syrian central government is not living up to those commitments. So I do think it should be very clear what our expectations are, and there should be some conditionality for the full implementation of the lifting of sanctions.
Thank you, and I appreciate your bringing up the Syrian Kurds who have been our allies in the fight against ISIS, and we need to keep our commitments to them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you to our star guest. I'm going to step away and give the gavel here to the ranking member. I want to thank you for your participation. She has a couple more questions. We're grateful for you to be here. I think a very good discussion. Thanks to the committee staff for making it happen, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had such great participation today, so we slated for an hour, and I just have two more things I want to ask, so I figure I will stay and close out the hearing. So if you indulge me, I just want to actually this is just a statement for the record. I agree with the panel and my fellow senators that we have to have strong diplomatic engagement. It's more pressing now with Iran in order to build upon the military success we've had to ensure Iran never develops or acquires a nuclear weapon. And of course, as Senator Daines talked about, we have to watch what they're doing in space, because we know space is an integral warfighting domain. Well, real space and cyberspace, but those are that's for another hearing. I want to ask two things. One is, they're both to Ms. Culbertson. One is about the Iraq reintegration program, and the other is about Gaza reconstruction. So I recently returned from a trip to Iraq. I was in Erbil and Baghdad. I was struck by the complex integration challenges that's facing the state. A large number of internally displaced persons still residing in the Kurdish parts of the country, also tens of thousands of repatriated individuals from the Syrian camps. So, Ms. Culbertson, after you followed Iraq through your career, you're an expert in migration and refugees. Can you talk about the importance of thoughtful reintegration of these populations and how we can use that thoughtful reintegration so extremist groups don't take advantage of these populations if they're not provided life-saving care?
Iraq still has about 1 million internally displaced people, along with hosting a lot of Syrian refugees. What we've found in a number of our studies is that it's very difficult for host countries in the Middle East to absorb the refugee populations that they have. And some of that is based on policy. So a couple of the policies are not allowing refugees to fully participate in labor markets. There's not enough aid to go around, so not being able to work and have jobs then puts these people in a bind and leads to a lot of poverty. The Kurdistan region of Iraq is one of the few places that actually allows the refugees and the IDPs to work, but its economy is pretty constrained, and they have not been able to do so as much. So for refugees to integrate into the Kurdistan region of Iraq, the issue there is largely economic rather than policy. To help Syrian refugees return, as mentioned, in our studies, when we've looked at global refugee situations, the vast majority of refugees don't return. On average, 10 years after the end of a conflict, only about 30% of refugees have returned. And so a lot of this is because the conditions in the source country are not sufficient for them to voluntarily want to go back. And those are some of the conditions that we've talked about here, which are needing to have stability and not being afraid of violence upon return. In Syria, about a quarter of housing was destroyed, and then among abandoned housing, squatters moved in. So if refugees want to return, there's no place for them to live. The schools are not sufficient to absorb large numbers of people. The labor market can't either. So the United Nations is anticipating 1 million or 2 returnees over the next year. I think this number would be very hard to attain without having additional activities to make Syria stable and a place where refugees can go and stay and see that they will have a stable, safe life.
Thank you. And actually, I'm going to ask everyone really quickly for this is my last question, because we all know that we need to see the release of the hostages. We all know that we need to have humanitarian aid come in and help the people in Gaza, and we all hope for the day after. So if you would just briefly, each one, tell me what you think the most important thing is that we can do to begin that process, what you might recommend, and I will just finish out the hearing with that, because I think that's the most pressing topic on the minds of so many right now. Ms. Culbertson, we'll start with you.
Sure. There are a lot of needs for the Gaza day after. The first one that always comes up is security. I'll let my co-panelists speak to that. A huge issue is the level of destruction and where Gazans can live. Assuming the vast majority of Gazans stay in Gaza, which is, I think, fairly well agreed upon, 70% of housing is damaged or destroyed, and we did a study on how can Gazans stay in Gaza and where can they live. And what we found is that a couple things. First, that the damage is not it's not universal. There are neighborhoods that can be rehabilitated, and so investing in those. In a method we're calling incremental urbanism. Second is developing a new type of camp. What we've also found is that once camps are set up, they tend to last forever in perpetuity and in the initial ways that the street and block structure that they were set up. So develop better camps. It will be years before Gaza can be fully reconstructed, and so the camps set up now will be long-term homes for some people, so make them better. And then third is allowing, raising and reconstruction and development of new neighborhoods. And there is open land in Gaza. So I think a key recommendation is once the security and Hamas questions are settled, come up with a Gaza-wide plan for where and how people can live. And we think that there are evidence-based ways of providing for those.
Thank you. Quickly,
Senator, on the security issue, once there's a ceasefire and once we have declared end of the war, there is going to be a gap before you can have a fully empowered Palestinian Authority-affiliated peace security force, and that should be filled by an Arab force or maybe other countries besides just the UAE, Egypt, Morocco, maybe Indonesia, I think has shown interest in participating. And CENTCOM has a plan for what an interim security mission for Gaza could look like. Troops from those countries supported by the United States without boots on the ground in Gaza, but from Egypt or elsewhere in the region to provide some of our unique capabilities and support functions. And let that be sort of the bridge until you get the U.S. trained from U.S. Office of Security Cooperation, Palestinian Security Forces ready to come in and play that role. But all of those countries have said to us, we're not going to come in to fight Hamas. So Hamas needs to actually be removed. And Israel has done a great deal of damage to it militarily, but the remnants are going to have to be set out. And so one of the sort of end game negotiations needs to be the exile of the remaining commanders and at least a critical mass of some of the fighters. And we have a model for this. In 1982, 14,000 PLO cadres were evacuated from Beirut. It was a U.S.-led diplomatic initiative. They were sent to locations around the region. It's not going to be those numbers. It would be considerably less than that. And so this can be done, but it's going to need to be done to get the participation of those Arab countries to come in and play that interim security role.
Thank you. Mr. Hook, last comments?
The only thing more complicated than the day after is how we get to the day after.
Yeah.
And I think we still have a tough period ahead. If Hamas were to lay down its arms, there would be peace. But they don't want to, and they want to continue. There aren't many examples in the history of warfare where a combatant, as part of its war strategy, uses its own people as a human sacrifice. And this war has been a calamity for the civilians in Gaza. And the suffering is immense. And if Hamas were to put down its weapons, we could be in a much different place. But they have the hostages as their leverage, and they use the hostages, the Israeli hostages, no differently than they use their own people. And so I hope that all of this diplomatic effort with many parties is going to lead to a ceasefire, which can then lead to something more enduring. I like a number of the ideas that have been proposed here. It's going to be a lot of work to even get to that point, and then the day after is in some ways itself complicated.
Well, I want to thank you all for being here. I do like that, Ms. Culbertson, I'm going to probably steal this from you, but helping around the world, whether it's defense, diplomacy, or development, it's not charity, it's strategy. I think the three of you have shown in your strategic thinking, research, analysis, and careers how important that all is. So, the closing business. The hearing record will remain open until the close of business tomorrow, July 24th. We would ask the witnesses to respond to any questions submitted for the record as quickly as possible with your response, and it will be included in the record. I thank you again for joining us and your work, and the subcommittee is now adjourned.